Chapter 1801. Order Manipulation. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan could feel his heart pounding heavily after leaving Canton Tower. Should he figure out a way to secure the rest of the receiver crystals from Apers? He might be able to make a fortune from them. I would have taken all of them if I knew they were so valuable. Why do I bother to be a democratic master? A master should act like an exploitative tyrant. Mo Fan mumbled to himself. Little Flame Bell was lying on Mo Fan's shoulder. She nodded in agreement, like she greatly supported Mo Fan behaving like an exploitative master. If only Apers was as obedient as you. Seriously, she has been causing me so much trouble. Mo Fan fondled Little Flame Bell's head. Little Flame Bell complained how the strange man had taken her portion of the grilled chicken wings. She wanted another helping. Mo Fan had no choice but to buy Little Flame Bell another portion of grilled chicken wings. He said, "Let's go to the training ground. I would like to practice my chaos magic." Little Flame Bell was overjoyed. She enjoyed training with Mo Fan. For some reason, she would always celebrate whenever Mo Fan brought her along. Mo Fan was still preoccupied by Feng Zhelong's words when he reached the training ground. Little Flame Bell, should we trust Feng Zhelong for once and go all in and secure many additional effects for my earth element, so we'll be able to show it off in the future? Mo Fan asked her. Little Flame Bell nodded. She liked the idea of having more additional effects. But if we sell the receiver crystals, we might be able to get ourselves a heaven-grade seed of the earth element, or maybe we can buy a heaven-grade seed of the lightning or fire element, or we can also buy a summoning element material that can help with your growth. We could still overpower our enemy. Mo Fan went on. Little Flame Bell nodded. She liked the sound of that idea, too. Mo Fan flicked Little Flame Bell on the forehead and grunted, "It's useless asking for your opinion if you simply agree with everything. Go, stand over there and toss a fireball or something at me." Little Flame Bell obediently followed her master's instructions, flying to a spot around 100 meters away from Mo Fan. Little Flame Bell could easily make something as basic as a fireball quite huge, and toss it with a single finger flick. As Mo Fan thought, Little Flame Bell had serious trouble understanding his intentions. Mo Fan had only asked her to toss a single fireball at him, but she simply whipped up a whole row of them and fired them at Mo Fan like multiple cannons going off. Order Manipulation. Mo Fan suddenly spread his fingers. A faint glow flickered at the tip of his fingers. The fireballs flew parallel to the ground, heading straight at Mo Fan. Little Flame Bell knew her spell was not going to hurt Mo Fan due to his fire resistance, so she did not go easy on him. Each of the 13 fireballs was as big as a rice jar. They were a spectacular sight. The fireballs began to fall as they approached Mo Fan. They landed on a spot around 10 meters to his right. The sandy floor of the training ground was blasted into the air. A portion of it splattered at Mo Fan, who casually raised a hand to stop the dirt from reaching him. Little Flame Bell was puzzled when she saw her fireballs missing. "Look at you, you've been eating so much that you can't even land a basic attack. I'll give you one more chance. If you fail to hit me again, I'll be taking away your chicken wings." Mo Fan mocked Little Flame Bell. Little Flame Bell was nervous when she heard she was going to lose her chicken wings. The flames engulfing her grew rapidly as the calamity fire and the ardent sunset merged into one. The flames gradually grew stronger, as Little Flame Bell's appearance shifted from a porcelain doll to the alluring figure of a flame bell. Her skin was made of lava, while the tongues of the flames served as her clothing. "You're being serious?" Mo Fan asked alertly. Little Flame Bell nodded. Her chicken wings were at stake. How could she not give her best? The flame bell let out a pleasant-sounding yet imperious cry. She lifted her hands and summoned a huge hellish flame meteorite above Mo Fan. The meteorite was scorching. If Mo Fan had not warned Little Flame Bell not to overdo it in the first place, the entire training ground would have been lit up by the meteorite. Mo Fan looked up, but did not move his feet. He spread his fingers once again, and they emitted the same glow. Bang! The meteorite landed on the training ground with a huge blast. Terrifying fiery waves surged in all directions. Mo Fan was unmoved. He had used the space element to shield himself from the flames. The fiery waves split in half when they reached 20 centimeters away from him. It looked like a force field protecting him. TSK, 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 Little Flame Bell, hand over the chicken wings at once. You should start practicing diligently. How did you even miss when I was standing still? Mo Fan had not suffered a direct hit from the meteorite. The flames that had reached him were produced from the impact. The landing spot of the meteorite was where most of the damage was inflicted. Unfortunately, Little Flame Bell had missed again. Ling, Tilda. The Flame Bell stomped the ground angrily, but she was willing to admit defeat. She obediently gave the chicken wings back to Mo Fan. Mo Fan took the chicken wings and started munching on one in front of Little Flame Bell. Are you going to train diligently from now on? Mo Fan asked when he saw Little Flame Bell drooling. Little Flame Bell nodded, implying that she would focus on her training after eating the chicken wings. Fine, go enjoy them at the side. I'll practice a little more, Mo Fan told her generously. Little Flame Bell happily flew around Mo Fan in circles after reclaiming her chicken wings, rubbing her little cheeks against Mo Fan's chest. Mo Fan glanced at the spot where the meteorite had landed after Little Flame Bell left to enjoy her chicken wings. It changed the flight path by about 20 degrees. The chaos element is indeed insane, Mo Fan mumbled to himself. Only an innocent child like Little Flame Bell would believe Mo Fan's nonsense. Little Flame Bell was very close to achieving the ruler level. How could she possibly miss a target who was standing still? Little Flame Bell did not make any mistakes. The angles and paths of her fireballs were supposed to hit Mo Fan, but Little Flame Bell was unaware that Mo Fan had learned a strange spell, Order Manipulation. It was the basic spell of the chaos element. Order Manipulation was capable of manipulating the proper functions of magic, such as the path of a spell. Chapter 1802. The Unavoidable Magic. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Order manipulation was applicable to energy and magic, especially projectiles that were fired in a certain direction. However, order manipulation had some technical difficulty. Users had to predict the enemy's spell beforehand. Order manipulation might only be a basic spell, but many spells had extremely quick projectiles, such as the common fire burst. An adept mage could fire one off at 100 meters per second, and order manipulation had to manipulate its path during its flight. If the Chaos Mage was not able to react in time, the spell would hit the Chaos Mage in the face before they could cast order manipulation. Therefore, the spell seriously tested Mo Fan's reaction speed and decision-making skills. He had to prepare to cast order manipulation while the enemy was channeling their spells. He would then have to manipulate the path of the enemy's spell as soon as they cast it to nullify their attacks. Mo Fan believed the chaos element was an outstanding defensive element if he could use it properly. It was more special than the ordinary defensive spells of the light, earth, and water elements. Many people assumed that defensive methods only consisted of blocking, absorbing, and shielding, but certain advanced spells and super spells were simply too destructive. It was almost impossible to set up a defense that could endure those spells. However, if Mo Fan could use the chaos element to alter the trajectories of those spells, he would be able to nullify the attacks regardless. The chaos element was more like a magician capable of manipulating strength. Its basic spell, order manipulation, and the intermediate spell, chaotic vortex, were unique in their own ways. They did not produce any energy, but were carrying energy instead. When it came to utilizing the chaos element efficiently, Mo Fan could not help but recall Zorro, a strong opponent during the World College tournament. His chaos magic had completely overturned Mo Fan's view of the chaos element. Mo Fan believed he had only managed to defeat Zorro out of luck. The man was ridiculously strong, able to take on a group of enemies on his own. However, Mo Fan only realized the truth after he had awakened the chaos element. Zoro might be strong, but it did not necessarily mean he could fend off 10 opponents at once. He was able to dominate the scene because he was turning his opponent's spells against them. The chaos element had turned his enemy's power into his own, thus when more people were attacking him, his counterattacks would be even fiercer. It was the reason why he seemed unbeatable. That being said, Mo Fan was nowhere close to Zoro's level of skill when turning the enemy's attacks against themselves. He could only manipulate the path of some spells for now. It would be a long time before he was able to reach Zoro's level. My lightning element should become stronger after I've learned the intermediate chaos spell, Chaotic Vortex. Mo Fan wriggled his fingers. Mo Fan felt like he was finally going to become a cunning magician after mastering the chaos element. He would be able to manipulate a lot of things just by moving his fingers. Let's try a few other approaches, and see if I can make them work. Mo Fan was full of strange ideas. Most elements strictly followed a table of contents which humans had come up with thousands of years ago. The mags could only alter the form of their magic when they had a certain level of control over their elements. However, Mo Fan had noticed that he could use the chaos element to further manipulate his other elements, too. For example, he could think of another way of using order manipulation, path slicing. Fire burst! Mo Fan flipped his hand. The Meteor Scarlet burst into flames on his palm. Go! Mo Fan tossed the fire burst in his hand forward at a target casually. The dummy was around 100 meters away in front of him, but Mo Fan had purposely altered the angle by aiming at 11 o'clock. The deviation was not too obvious at first, but it slowly became clearer as the fire burst traveled further. Ling, Little Flame Bell cried gloatingly when she saw Mo Fan's poor aim. She was basically saying, "Dad, you are slacking off in your practice too." Mo Fan grinned when he heard Little Flame Bell's cry. Order manipulation, path slice. Mo Fan moved his finger slightly, like an experienced artisan controlling a puppet. The fire burst started to deviate from its original path, as if a string was pulling it. The fire burst formed an arcing trail after its angle was modified. It unexpectedly landed on the dummy despite the poor aim when it was launched. Little Flame Bell dropped her chicken wing onto the floor. However, she quickly picked it up and put it back into her mouth without breaking the 5 seconds rule. She could not help but rub her eyes. She was wondering how Mo Fan had done it. Mo Fan turned around and burst out laughing when he saw Little Flame Bell's blank face. "What do you think?" asked Mo Fan. Little Flame Bell finally realized why her attacks had missed previously. She was pouting her lips while biting the chicken wing to express her discontent to Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt like it was meaningless to practice with a dummy. He summoned a moon-devouring white wolf. It was Third Wolf that showed up. Third Wolf was one of the more aggressive moon-devouring white wolves. It was the first time that Mo Fan had summoned just him from the summoned beast plane. He seemed extremely cautious. The moon-devouring white wolves withheld his urge to move around restlessly and sat down like an obedient dog in front of Mo Fan. He seemed a little nervous, as he was unsure what his master would be asking him, or perhaps he had done something wrong, so his master was going to lecture him about it. Third Wolf quickly turned around, trying to get some hint from Little Flame Bell, but she completely ignored him. "You will run around freely. I'll be attacking you with my spells, and you just need to dodge them as best as you can," Mo Fan told the moon-devouring white wolf. Third Wolf shrieked and placed his head on the ground, begging for mercy. "Don't be afraid, it's just training. Your leader is too quick, so my basic and intermediate spells are too slow to hit him, which is why I've summoned you to train with me instead," Mo Fan explained casually. Third Wolf let out a relieved sigh. Old Wolf was usually Mo Fan's training buddy. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf had experienced almost every destructive spell that Mo Fan had learned. If Old Wolf learned Third Wolf was experiencing the same thing as he did in the past, he would be gloating right now. Chapter 1803. Blink Levitate. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Bang! A fiery fist landed on the ground with an explosion, setting some of Third Wolf's fur on fire. Third Wolf jumped around in pain from the burn. He quickly rolled on the ground to put out the flames. He saw a lightning bolt coming at him as soon as he lifted his head. Third Wolf quickly jumped to the side to dodge the thunderbolt. To his surprise, the thunderbolt suddenly changed its angle as it was coming in. It went right where Third Wolf was dodging to. It looked like Third Wolf was jumping right at the thunderbolt. He might have been fine if he remained in his previous spot. Third Wolf almost burst into tears. He was a commander-level creature known for his agility and speed, yet why was he struggling to dodge these simple spells? Did these spells have their own eyes? How were they following where he was going? That's enough, you may return now. Mo Fan had enough practice. He contentedly sent the moon-devouring white wolves back to the summoned beast plane. Third Wolf was utterly relieved, and quickly went back to his den. It was simply too terrifying. His master was just too powerful. Why did he choose him, when there were 10 other moon-devouring white wolves? If even the moon-devouring white wolves can't dodge the spells, many wind mags will struggle to dodge them too. Mo Fan mumbled to himself. Mo Fan was very pleased with the outcome of the training. Not only did he discover how magical the chaos element was, he had even learned a little trick when practicing it on the white wolf. The chaos element was similar to the shadow element. He was able to tag his target with a seal of order. A shadow element seal was normally used to track down a target, while the seal of order was like adding a magnet to the enemy. Mo Fan was casting his elemental spells and enchanting them with magnetism. His spells would lock onto the target, even if the target had changed its position or tried to dodge the spells. The seal of order would still attract the spells to the target. This ability was very important. If Mo Fan was purposely modifying a spell's path, he would have to focus and figure out where the target might be dodging to before controlling the spell to chase down the target. However, with this ability, Mo Fan only needed 2 simple seals to get his spells to chase the target on their own. It was similar to the difference between automatic and manual transmission. The situation of a battle would change rapidly. A single mistake might end up costing him the fight. Therefore, Mo Fan did not necessarily have the time and energy to improve the accuracy of his spells. After all, he was unable to mind 3 things at once, unlike Heidi. However, with the seal of order, Mo Fan believed he could instantly raise the accuracy of his spells to the maximum level. He no longer had to be wary of an enemy with outstanding agility. If it can manipulate the path of the spells, I wonder if it can manipulate them, too. Mo Fan suddenly had a brilliant idea. Mo Fan closed his eyes. His body began to emit the same strange glow. Little Flame Belle was done eating her chicken wings, and feeling a little sleepy. She flew toward Mo Fan and was planning to take a nap on his shoulders. She had completely forgotten about how Mo Fan had asked her to practice diligently. Little Flame Belle had the space element too, and her control of it was quite outstanding. She was very good at flying around. When she flew over to Mo Fan, she happened to pass the zone of darkness around him, which resembled an eclipse. Little Flame Belle suddenly floated higher as she was flying toward him. She reached a height more than 10 meters above Mo Fan before she realized it. Little Flame Belle was puzzled. She only realized something was not right after reaching her current height. She tried to look for Mo Fan, and saw Mo Fan was right below her. Little Flame Belle tried her best to descend, but ended up flying higher instead. Little Flame Belle was absolutely mad. The flames engulfing her were on the verge of exploding. "You can come down now, I was doing an experiment." Mo Fan was amused by Little Flame Belle's reaction again. Mo Fan reverted his manipulation on the order of space around Little Flame Belle. She quickly landed on Mo Fan's shoulder after gravity was reapplied to her. Meanwhile, the dark ring of sand floating in the air around Mo Fan fell to the ground. Little Flame Belle seemed extremely puzzled, and waited for Mo Fan's explanation. "I just reversed the order of gravity," Mo Fan explained. Little Flame Belle nodded like she only understood half of that. Mo Fan did not think Little Flame Belle could understand it. It was no different from mumbling to himself. Mo Fan had indeed reversed the force of gravity. There were many ways to manipulate the natural order, and Mo Fan would need time to slowly figure it out. As for practicality, when compared to the projectile slice and projectile seal, gravity reverse was quite powerful, too. He now had two elements to alter gravity. One was the earth element, which was able to accumulate the earth magic in its surroundings to modify the soil and strengthen gravity. The other was the space element, accumulating the force of gravity on a certain point through compression. It could strengthen gravity, too. The chaos magic did not produce any energy. It could only manipulate the natural order of things. For example, gravity was meant to be downward, but it could be reversed under the influence of the chaos magic and became upward instead. Everything under the influence of order manipulation, gravity reverse would be floating instead. Old Wolf, come out here. Mo Fan finally summoned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf thought he had dodged a bullet, but Mo Fan still ended up summoning him to be his sandbag. Luckily, he had asked Third Wolf beforehand and learned the experiment was mostly about some basic and intermediate spells that would not inflict too much damage on him. Asked some white-marked wolves to come out here too, Mo Fan told the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. He proceeded to open the summoning gate. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf did as he was told. He summoned around 10 white-marked wolves to him. These white-marked wolves were very obedient. They would strictly do as they were told when their leader was around. Ask them to stand still in a circle around me, Mo Fan commanded. A woo! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf howled and ordered the 13 white-marked wolves to stand in their positions like a military instructor. Mo Fan grinned when he saw them in position. Blink! Mo Fan cast the advanced space spell and was covered in a silver light. As the silver star constellation drifted away like dust, Mo Fan vanished into thin air, too. The white-marked wolves suddenly noticed Mo Fan's outline appearing in a different spot between them before they could react. However, the area that Mo Fan had arrived in underwent some unexpected changes. Levitate! The white-marked wolves were lifted off the ground after losing their footing. When someone lost their stability, they were supposed to fall to the ground, yet they were rising into the air instead. Mo Fan had brought a new order upon the area. It felt like they were being pulled into the air by an enormous force. The white-marked wolves cried in alarm as they rose into the sky. Chapter 1804. Young Adult Contest. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The white-marked wolves opened their mouths and stuck their tongues out. They were spreading their limbs, struggling to recover their balance like dogs that could not swim after falling into a deep lake. Mo Fan looked up with a grin and studied the white-marked wolves floating in the air. Come down, Mo Fan swiped his finger, reverting the order of the area. The white-marked wolves were still getting used to the change in gravity. Their fur immediately stood on end as they fell rapidly when everything returned to normal. The white-marked wolves poured down like a rain, slamming heavily into the ground with their legs facing upward. They were all groaning in pain. Old Wolf's eyes widened as he looked on from a distance away. What the heck are they up to? The mega drop. All right, you can send them back and reward them accordingly, Mo Fan told the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. The energy of the summoning element could be used to feed the summoned beasts, which Mo Fan was referring to as the reward. The white-marked wolves could use the energy to strengthen their claws and become stronger. The white-marked wolves were delighted, despite the suffering they had gone through. They stuck their tongues out as if they were telling their master to summon them whenever he needed a sandbag for practice. They had no dignity whatsoever. Mo Fan was very pleased with the outcome of the experiment. He was able to understand the practicality of the chaos element better. Unfortunately, his chaos element was making slow progress. It would be perfect if he could learn the chaotic vortex. Mo Fan left the training ground. He was planning to go back to his place to take a nap, yet something had gotten his attention instead. He looked up at the Canton Tower and its glorious lights. Damn it, I've seriously fallen for his tricks. I swear I'm going to drag him out of that place and butcher him in front of the people of Canton. Mo Fan cursed. He immediately turned around and went back to the Canton Tower. Little Flame Bell was confused. She thought Mo Fan was going to buy more chicken wings. She happily flew over to Mo Fan's head and hummed pleasantly. Some people were destined to be poor forever, since they were always investing their money in themselves. Mo Fan was a great example. As long as he had yet to fulfill his ambition, all the money he had was only going to end up as a cobblestone along the journey of his cultivation, no matter how much money he had. He initially thought he could get rid of Feng Zhoulong's blatant marketing after leaving the Canton Tower. He would eventually calm down and think Feng Zhoulong was merely uttering nonsense, yet after he calmed down, he could not stop thinking about an earth element with 4 additional effects. Feiniao City. A selection contest for young adults was occurring in the city center. The participants came from different cities and provinces and gathered in the headquarters cities. Almost every year, the contest would attract a lot of great talents. Barring the World College Tournament, it usually got the most attention in the country. The contest was more like an influential selection to give capable mags a stage to make a name for themselves. The contest became even more important after the crisis along the coastline arose. The mags that came out on top in the contest would most likely be appointed to an important position in Feiniao City. Feiniao City was considered a new and developing city compared to other headquarters cities. The city had gone from a Tier 3 city to an important keep, port, and fortress on the Southeast Ocean. It obviously needed a lot of fresh bodies. Mu Ningxue was invited to be the judge for the finals of the contest, since Fanxue City was included in the northern district of Feiniao City. She could not find any excuse to turn it down since it was the finals, and Feiniao City had sincerely invited her to be the judge. The term young adult was quite ambiguous. The World College Tournament was very straightforward. The participants had to be students, and those who purposely did not want to graduate were not allowed to take part, either. Meanwhile, the Young Adults contest was open to anyone below the age of 40. Didn't Fanxue Mountain send any representatives to take part in the contest? Many reputable people and organizations will be taking root in Feiniao City soon. If your Fanxue Mountain doesn't get an impressive result in such an influential contest, it might be difficult for you to have any say in some important meetings in the future. Li Kuang of the Dali clan, who had also been invited as a judge, spoke mockingly to Mu Ningxue. The Dali clan and Fanxue Mountain were known rivals in Feiniao City. Feiniao City was developing quickly, and the two factions had suddenly gotten a lot of attention in the country. Fanxue Mountain had secured the best location in the northern district as the port and the traffic hub, not to mention the ore veins nearby. Many renowned clans, even the government and magic association, were envious of it. It was not Mu Ningxue's first time being picked on by multiple organizations while she was constructing Fanxue City. However, she managed to help Fanxue Mountain secure a foothold even as everyone was trying to trip her up. She had joined hands with the Dongfang clan in Hangzhou and the Mui clan in the Magic City to finally stand out and rise as a faction. On the other hand, the Dali clan was a subsidiary clan under the Mu clan. The Mu clan had dominated the country and secured the leading position among the renowned clans. They obviously would not give up on a prosperous area like Feiniao City. Their main influence was in the capital, thus Feiniao City was beyond their reach. Therefore, they were giving great support to the Dali clan that was based in Feiniao City. They wanted the Dali clan to get rid of Fanxue Mountain and take over Fanxue City. Unfortunately, Fanxue Mountain was no longer the little faction it used to be. Fanxue Mountain's vote was as powerful as a councilman's during the meetings held by Feiniao City. The people of the Dali clan had secured 3 spots among the top 10 participants in the contest, but not a single person from Fanxue Mountain had made it to the top 10. The people in Feiniao City were already discussing it. The rounds before the top 10 haven't ended yet, Mu Ningxue said calmly. I believe it's only possible if you, the master of Fanxue Mountain, were participating in the contest. Otherwise, it's unlikely that anyone from Fanxue Mountain is going to secure a spot in the top 10. You have to do everything on your own, despite being the leader. You're no different from those ignorant leaders of small factions. A person's capabilities are limited. You won't be able to do everything on your own. Li Kuang smiled like he was having a casual chat with Mu Ningxue, but they were already giving one another tit for tat. Chapter 1805. Confronting in Person. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Bai Hongfei has won on the 7th stage. He's now in the top 10. Li Kuang heard the rather annoying announcement while he was mocking Mu Ningxue. His expression sank. Who was this Bai Hongfei? Since when did Fanshui Mountain have someone with that name? How did he defeat someone whose every element was at the peak advanced level? Well, it looks like we do have one member in the top 10, Mu Ningxue observed calmly. She did not seem surprised at all. I didn't expect Fanshui Mountain to have such a great talent, but the name Bai Hongfei does sound a little familiar to me. Don't tell me he's from the Bai clan in the Magic City? When did he become a member of Fanshui Mountain? Li Kuang belatedly identified Bai Hongfei. Xiao Yu has won on the 15th stage. She's in the top 10 too. The same voice declared once again. Li Kuang's brow immediately furrowed anxiously. He quickly turned around and inquired for more from the young man, Li Jianmo, behind him. Li Jianmo said softly, "This Xiao Yu used to be a hunter. She's quite famous in the Hunter Alliance in Shandong province. She has defeated many disciples of the renowned clans. Rumors mention that she was comparable to Mu Ningxue when the World College tournament was going on, but she wasn't a student." Xiao Yu. I think I heard her name before. Both the Mu clan and the Zhao clan tried to recruit her, but she turned down their offers even though they were willing to pay her a huge sum. How did she end up joining Fanshui Mountain? Li Kuang was puzzled. Apparently, Xiao Yu challenged Mu Ningxue to a duel and lost. She has been staying at Fanshui Mountain since then, Li Jianmo informed him. Li Jianmo was quite young, so he had paid a lot of attention to the people of his generation. It was now the information age. People across the country would list out those that were impressive, and even compare them or rank them. Xiao Yu was quite outstanding in the Hunter Union. She was even referred to as a heroine, given her fiery temper, alluring physique, and attractive face. Young men like Li Jianmo were bound to keep an eye on her. The truth was, Li Jianmo had long admired this heroine, but he could not make it too obvious, since he was from the Dali clan. A person like Xiao Yu who made a name for herself with her strength might not be so impressive in other areas, but she was a strong duelist without a doubt. It was unlikely that anyone of the same cultivation level would stand a chance against her without some extraordinary capabilities. Uncle, wasn't Fanshui Mountain constantly challenged by competitive people? Mo Fan won the World College tournament, making him the strongest mage in the younger generation, and Mu Ningxue was tied with him. People that are planning to challenge Fanshui Mountain even have to queue up for it. Mu Ningxue will only agree to a duel at certain times, so Xiao Yu handled most of the duels. However, I have never heard of her losing a duel, even after so long. Li Jianmo was very interested in these things. He quickly explained all this to Li Kuang, as he knew the man might not be familiar with news related to the younger generation. Is she really that impressive? Li Kuang blurted out in surprise. Isn't it obvious? I'm not surprised that she has made it to the top 10. Li Jianmo replied. That sounds like trouble for us, now that Fanshui Mountain has secured 2 spots in the top 10 too. Li Kuang clenched his teeth. The outcome of this contest was closely tied to the ownership of a commercial street, which happened to be located in Fanshui Mountain's territory. According to the agreed terms, since half of the street was within Fanshui Mountain's territory, the street was meant to be Fanshui Mountain's, but the chief of Feiniao City's North District and the Dali clan were unwilling to give it to them. The young adult contest happened to be taking place, and those who were in the top 10 would be given an honorable title and appointed as a member of the South Wing Platoon that had been recently established. The headquarters of the South Wing Platoon was located at the end of the commercial street, thus whoever had the highest authority in the South Wing Platoon would decide if Fanshui Mountain or the North District was in charge of the street. A one-sided victory again. He Yao on the first stage has defeated another participant who is also in the top 10 with ease. Anyone can easily tell that he has the highest hope of winning the contest, the MC announced with a loud voice to liven up the crowd. A huge uproar grew among the crowd, mainly because the mage with the name He Yao had defeated every opponent with a single move since the beginning of the contest. Even after reaching the finals with only 10 participants remaining, he still crushed his opponent in a one-sided victory. The crowd could not help but marvel at his strength. He Yao, is there anything you want to say after winning the match? The MC quickly went over to He Yao after the cloud of dust dissipated, handing the microphone to He Yao. The MC thought He Yao would leave the stage indifferently as usual, but the man glanced at the judges and took the microphone from the MC. May I ask the judges something? Of course, every participant is allowed to ask the judges questions. Even those who lost can ask the judges to comment on their performance, the MC told him. May I ask Judge Mu Ningxue, did you see the challenge I sent to Fanshui Mountain before this contest? He Yao said. Mu Ningxue did not respond. She did not remember anything about it, especially when there were so many challenges addressed to her. You wouldn't expect me to be standing here and confronting you when you tossed my invitation to a duel into a bin. What a joke, it's the young adult contest, yet you are sitting with the judges instead of taking part in it. What right do you have to judge us? Is it because you are over the age of 40, or you have convincing strength to be a judge? Please stop using the World College Tournament, which is only a petty tournament among students, to back yourself. You should win this contest first, and prove you have the right to be sitting with the judges. I don't need anyone to comment on my performance, I'm only here to compete. He Yao yelled into the microphone. The crowd was surprised by his aggression. The young adult contest was a competition between mags. The World College Tournament, despite being at the international level, was not really that convincing to grown-ups. Many of them were not treating Mu Ningxue's achievements in the World College Tournament too seriously. This He Yao was indeed very strong, having defeated peak advanced mags with ease. He did not take part in the contest to win it. He just wanted to duel Mu Ningxue, to defeat the so-called strongest mage of the younger generation. To his surprise, Mu Ningxue was not even a participant, and was invited to be a judge instead. He Yao was venting his discontent on Mu Ningxue, and against the decision of Feiniao City's government. Only the strong had the right to speak. He Yao did not forfeit the contest. He came all the way to deliver his speech in front of the crowd. Chapter 1806. Challenging Mu Ningxue. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The crowd burst into an uproar. A participant was confronting a judge, using strong provocation. Mu Ningxue was a young adult, below the age of 30. Many people were indeed doubtful of the decision to invite her as a judge. It was like a student in the same grade as others. Even though everyone knew she was a bright student with impressive grades, no one would be convinced that she was worthy to be their teacher. He Yao's claims were not unreasonable. Since he was not purposely stirring up trouble, the people were looking forward to what the intense situation was going to develop into. Someone had finally challenged Mu Ningxue. As a matter of fact, everyone wanted to know how strong Mu Ningxue was. Was she really stronger than He Yao? The World College Tournament had been over for quite some time. Mu Ningxue had only reached the advanced level back then, but most participants in the top 10 of this contest were peak advanced mags. They had mastered the advanced level of all three of their elements, and were very close to achieving the super level. Mu Ningxue might be the strongest student during the World College Tournament, but that did not necessarily make her the strongest young adult. They were on two different levels. The brightest student at college and the most talented young man in open society were completely different. You could disregard my challenge before I made my way here. It's true that my reputation is incomparable to people like you, but if I win this contest and challenge you to a duel again, I'll assume you are too scared to accept the challenge if you ignore it again. You should stop referring to yourself as the strongest. I had enough of the idiots around me. I will teach them that no one can ever claim themselves as the strongest. I might not be the strongest, but I believe you are overrated. That is all. He Yao declared pompously. The MC was dumbfounded, unable to find any words after some time. This He Yao had never spoken a single word after winning the previous matches. Everyone assumed he was a quiet guy, but he had completely spilled the beans once Mu Ningxue was around. Not many people had the courage that he had displayed. Well, Judge Mu, do you have anything to say to the participant? The MC said awkwardly after he saw He Yao was done with his speech. Fanxue Mountain has never issued any challenges, and I've never claimed myself to be the strongest, either, yet the requests for duels still piled up like a mountain. I don't mind having a friendly duel with a worthy opponent, but may I ask everyone who wants to challenge Fanxue Mountain to first make a name for themselves, like He Yao is doing here, before sending in their requests? Otherwise, there's a great chance that I'll just toss the letter into the bin, Mu Ningxue answered. The MC could not help but gasp. Many people were waiting to see how Mu Ningxue was going to handle the situation. After all, many were not convinced she had the strength to be a judge, yet her response to the confrontation could not be more overbearing. He Yao was challenging Mu Ningxue in front of the crowd, but Mu Ningxue was challenging everyone that was stronger than He Yao in the entire country. Only through battles would a person improve. Mu Ningxue might have spent most of her time on Fanxue Mountain, but it did not necessarily mean she had given up pursuing the higher levels of her cultivation. Mo Fan was constantly fighting demon creatures, while Mu Ningxue was dueling strong mags. Can I take that as a yes to my request for a duel? He Yao asked. Fanxue Mountain accepts your challenge, Mu Ningxue agreed. Very well. He Yao exclaimed eagerly. Wasn't Mu Ningxue the strongest person in Fanxue Mountain? Was there any difference whether it was Fanxue Mountain or Mu Ningxue accepting his challenge? I was going to challenge Mo Fan to a duel, but I heard the man had been slacking and going on vacation around the world after winning the World College Tournament. A man like him doesn't deserve my challenge. I can still achieve my goal by defeating you. He Yao said. Mu Ningxue giggled after hearing those words. Was Mo Fan's reputation that badly ruined already? People across the world wanted to challenge Mo Fan, let alone those in China, but no one could find him. Almost half the challenges Fanxue Mountain received were addressed to Mo Fan, but when they realized Mo Fan never showed up to the challenges, the people had decided to challenge Mu Ningxue instead. It was true that Mo Fan had never been around for the past few years. The things he did were mostly listed as confidential, thus somehow the rumors began saying that he had been traveling to different places while doing nothing instead. Mu Ningxue was too lazy to clarify the truth to those people who believed in rumors so easily. Besides, Mo Fan was never interested in their challenges, either. He could not care less about how they were describing him. Li Kuang was certainly right that Fanxue Mountain lacked credit with the people. She could definitely use this challenge to warn those who were not treating Fanxue Mountain seriously. She had agreed to He Yao's invitation to a duel. 3 days later. The outcome of the young adults contest did not exceed anyone's expectation. He Yao was the winner, as everyone expected. Bai Hongfei lost to He Yao in the semi-finals. The fight lasted for quite some time, but Bai Hongfei was still inexperienced due to his younger age, and eventually lost to He Yao. He Yao then defeated Li Ting of the Dali clan with ease in the grand final to win the contest. He Yao was indeed very strong. The crowd had witnessed his strength, so they were not too surprised by the final outcome. Even those who watched the grand final felt like they already knew the result. They were actually looking forward to the duel between He Yao and Mu Ningxue more. The winner of the young adults contest in Feiniao City against Mu Ningxue, who was publicly known as the strongest young adult. How could anyone not feel excited about it? In the past few years, many mags had taken of hiding in the cities and finding themselves a comfortable job like doing some insignificant research or abusing their authority. They would still earn respect from the people, but since the crisis along the coastline had closed in on the cities, the battle mages were now the guarantors of people's lives and wealth, so they were respected more than others. Mu Ningxue was known for her strength, and the young adults contest mainly focused on the participants' strength, too. Even the magic associations would turn a blind eye to private duels as long as no lives were lost or no public property was vandalized. The people were hoping to see a straightforward magic duel and gain a sense of security from witnessing the impressive strength of the mags that were protecting them. When the people heard He Yao was going to Fanxue Mountain, countless people visited Fanxue City to watch the ultimate battle of the young adults. He Yao did not expend too much of his energy in the match against Li Ting. He went to Fanxue Mountain after resting for only one night. He was determined to have a showdown with Mu Ningxue. Chapter 1807. Carry You Down. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fanxue Mountain was not open to the public, thus the huge crowd had to gather below the mountain like a riot. Being unable to watch the duel was torture for those people who were keen to learn its outcome. Fortunately, people were not to be underestimated when they were united. They finally found a few people who had permission to enter Fanxue Mountain and were willing to broadcast the duel live. Mu Ningxue was not purposely trying to hide anything. She was simply not fond of having too many unauthorized personnel in her territory. Therefore, she did not mind those who had permission to enter Fanxue Mountain broadcasting the duel. A video recorder was unable to capture magic spells, the spells would only end up as white flashes on the screen. However, most people were satisfied with the blurry broadcast. It was not like they understood the complicated spells. They just wanted to know the rough situation, who had the upper hand, who was injured, and who had lost the duel. Humans could behave very strangely at times. If they were unable to watch a duel, they would be extremely anxious and impatient, and would easily spread rumors and exaggerate the situation. As a result, both Fanxue Mountain and Fanxue City were crowded now. They were all waiting for the result. A duel of this level is already getting so much attention? The duel between Mo Fan and Zhu Xiangtian is going to be even crazier. Mu Ningxue pulled the curtain to the side. She was able to see the tiny figures gathered on the mountain path from her room. The crowd of people was densely scattered outside Fanxue Mountain. Ningxue, are you ready? Xiao Yu asked, standing beside Mu Ningxue. That He Yao is pretty strong. Both Bai Hongfei and I couldn't beat him. I'll need to change first. I didn't expect him to come today, Mu Ningxue replied. Should we let him wait for an hour or two first? I can't stand his arrogance, Xiao Yu said. Just give me 10 minutes, Mu Ningxue said before going into her changing room. She had initially planned to meditate in her room today, so she was wearing simple clothes that were not suitable for a duel. Mu Ningxue believed it was unnecessary to give the man the cold shoulder. There was no point wasting one another's time after she had accepted the challenge. It was rare to find an opponent like him, too. It was definitely a worthy duel. Fanxue Mountain had a huge dueling area. It was initially designed for the master of demolition, Mo Fan. Only the high-level duels between advanced mags would be held here. After all, activating the defensive barrier cost a fortune. There were only two ways to the dueling ground. One was from the area designated for Fanxue Mountain's core members, and the other was from Mo Fan's house. Mu Ningxue was currently living in Mo Fan's house. Meanwhile, He Yao was brought to the dueling ground from the other path. Bai Hongfei led him to the venue. Why are there only a few people? Are you guys planning to make it private to preserve your reputation? He Yao looked around and did not see any spectators around, not even the people of Fanxue Mountain. It was the same for every other challenger who came to us, Bai Hongfei answered calmly. Bai Hongfei still held a grudge against He Yao after losing to him during the young adults contest. He was annoyed by the smug look on He Yao's face. He brought his hands together after bringing He Yao to the venue. Make yourself at home. Bai Hongfei could not be bothered serving the guy. He simply turned around and left. He Yao was not too bothered by it all. It was normal for him to wait, since he was currently in someone else's territory. He did not even mind waiting until sunset, as long as Mu Ningxue did not call off the duel. Everyone would soon know that Ningxue of Fanxue Mountain was not as impressive as the rumors described. He Yao waited patiently at the dueling ground, not bothering to wander around. He was hoping that there would be some spectators doing a live broadcast, but Fanxue Mountain completely forbade anyone from entering their private land. Every person enjoyed getting some attention, but he did not mind if the duel took place behind closed doors. It was not like Fanxue Mountain was going to deny their defeat after losing the duel. If they seriously tried to do that, they would no longer have a place in Feiniao City. A duel behind closed doors. It basically meant they were afraid to let people watch if they somehow lost the duel. Who? Why is someone here? A voice suddenly came from the entrance. He Yao collected his thoughts and glanced in the direction of the voice. He saw a well-groomed man with an icy air about him. Hurry up and bring Ningxue here, He Yao said. You're looking for Ningxue? Who are you? What do you want from her? The man was just about to leave, but he turned around when he heard He Yao's words. Humph, is this how Fanxue Mountain is going to treat me? Or perhaps you guys realize you are going to lose the duel after witnessing my strength, so you're making fun of me, instead? I thought Fanxue Mountain was better than doing something so absurd. He Yao was enraged. Didn't one of you bring me here and ask me to wait for Ningxue here? But now, someone has come and asked me why I was here instead. No wonder they do not want any spectators to witness the duel. You're not a core member of Fanxue Mountain. I didn't ask you why you're here in this private dueling ground in the first place. Are you trying to stir up trouble here? The young man shot back after seeing how arrogant He Yao was. I'm here to challenge Ningxue. I'm having a duel with her. You piece of trash, hurry up and get Ningxue down here. I'm starting to lose my patience on this trashy mountain of yours. He Yao was even madder when he realized the man was wasting his time on purpose. Ningxue had put up a great act by boldly accepting his challenge to a duel in front of the public, yet she had arranged for the duel to be held behind closed doors and did not show herself. She even sent a retard to utter nonsense to him and waste his time. She was not even treating him seriously. The young man's face darkened at He Yao's yell. The young man was standing at the entrance in the first place. However, he slowly entered the dueling ground and unzipped his jacket, revealing the training shirt under it. He had just left the room of seclusion. He was planning to practice his spells, but to his surprise, he had stumbled into such an unreasonable man. First of all, Ningxue is the leader of Fanxue Mountain, so not every nobody has the right to challenge her to a duel. I don't know how you got here in the first place, but I'll ask someone to carry you down the mountain very soon. Second, the pain you are going to suffer will seriously remind you that someone like you will never have the right to dishonor Fanxue Mountain's name. Last, I'm not a piece of trash, my name is Mu Bai. Mu Bai was already standing opposite He Yao after he was done with his speech. His eyes were filled with an angry and disgusted light. Chapter 1808. Why are they carrying a stretcher? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ningxue was done changing. She preferred to wear darker outfits when she was fighting. Xiao Yu followed her down to the dueling ground. Despite her attractive face, she could not help but think of her beauty was just average whenever she was with Ningxue, especially when Ningxue was dressed up. Ningxue was able to perfect every style with her goddess-like temperament, be it a luxuriously dressed little princess, or a charming woman in a sporty outfit. Even women would be dazzled by her beauty, but most women would be envious of her too. Why am I sensing magic? Ningxue suddenly noticed energy ripples coming from the dueling ground. Maybe the guy is practicing, Xiao Yu said. It doesn't look like it. The energy level is unusually high, Ningxue observed. The two continued on their way to the dueling ground. They happened to bump into Bai Hongfei at the entrance. The huge blasts had gotten Bai Hongfei's attention too. Ningxue did not ask him what was going on when she noticed he was also wearing a puzzled look. A few young servants of Fanxue Mountain were already at the dueling ground before they went inside. The servants were lifting a heavily injured man from the ground, covered in a cloud of dust that had yet to dissipate. That arrogant He Yao dares to hurt a member of Fanxue Mountain? I only asked him to wait here for a moment. How bold of him! Bai Hongfei cursed. Frost particles were lingering in the air before falling to the ground. Everyone eventually noticed another figure standing in the cloud of dust. He was wearing a white-blue sporty outfit, and his temperament resembled a firm glacier. Carry this piece of trash down the mountain and tell those who want to challenge us that this is the lightest punishment for those who dare to trespass into Fanxue Mountain without permission. Mu Bai harumphed coldly. He withdrew his ice magic without bothering to take another glance at He Yao. Many of He Yao's joints were damaged. His eyes were wide and bloodshot. His face was filled with disbelief on top of anger. He had lost. He had lost the fight. He Yao had never treated Fanxue Mountain seriously. He had believed only Mu Ningxue would stand a chance against him, and did not expect a random person who was sent to waste his time to possess such terrifying strength. He Yao felt like he was under great pressure throughout the fight. He was severely injured after just a few exchanges. There were only a few young adults across the country who he considered worthy opponents, but the young man seemed to be a few years younger than him. Mu Bai. He Yao could not help recalling the name when he was being carried out of the dueling ground. Why had he never heard the name before? Xiao Yu, Bai Hongfei, Mu Ningxue, and both Mu Linqing and Mu Zhuiyun, who had just arrived, were standing there on the dueling ground with blank faces. Mu Bai turned around and realized a lot of people were behind him. He told Mu Linqing, "Uncle Linqing, it seems like our security has been a little loose. Even though that guy might be a little impressive, he shouldn't be able to trespass into our territory so easily." A little impressive, Mu Linqing smacked his lips. He began to wonder if the man being carried away was actually He Yao. Mu Bai, are you done with your seclusion? Mu Ningxue asked calmly. Yes. I was thinking of practicing a little here, but I somehow stumbled into that idiot here, Mu Bai spat. Mu Bai, do you know who the person you just beat the crap out of is? Bai Hongfei said. Is he someone special? Mu Bai glimpsed at the man who was being carried away on a stretcher. A little, I guess, since he just won the young adults contest of Feiniao City yesterday, Bai Hongfei informed him. Oh, no wonder he was a little capable, Mu Bai replied coolly. The others were immediately speechless. However, they were very shocked, too. Everyone was pleased to welcome Mu Bai to Fanxue Mountain at first, since he was a member of their family. However, they did not expect Mu Bai to possess such terrifying strength. Mu Ningxue took a little more than 10 minutes to change, but Mu Bai had already arranged for the servants to carry He Yao away on a stretcher. Mu Bai, that was very unwise of you. The man was supposed to have a duel with Mu Ningxue. He even challenged Mu Ningxue in front of the crowd during the grand final of the contest, Bai Hongfei said. So he wasn't lying? Did you bring him here? Mu Bai was surprised. I did, Bai Hongfei said. Oh, I only took care of him because he was talking crap about Fanxue Mountain, Mu Bai sniffed. Forget it, let it be. I did say that Fanxue Mountain would accept the challenge, instead of myself. It won't be a problem if Mu Bai was the one that beat him, Mu Ningxue intervened. There was nothing else Mu Ningxue could do under the circumstances. She was familiar with Mu Bai's strength. The two had even had a friendly duel before Mu Bai went into seclusion. She could also roughly estimate He Yao's strength. Then, what should we tell the people that are waiting for the result? Mu Linqing asked anxiously. Just tell them the truth, Mu Ningxue said. More people had gathered under Fanxue Mountain. Some had even brought drinks and alcohol and set up picnics, seeing the perfect weather and the elegant scenery. The duel should be starting soon. Were there any updates from the people on the mountain? Zhongli said. There was a sigh. If I knew Mo Fan was the owner of Fanxue Mountain, I would have asked him to let us join him. I heard a lot of rumors about how strict Fanxue Mountain was when recruiting new members when it was still a shithole back then. No one even bothered to apply, but Fanxue Mountain has grown to its current level in just a few years. It's currently one of the most prosperous places in the country. It's almost impossible to even squeeze our heads into it. Say, Ji Yuying, you should have been more decisive by presenting yourself to the man's bed. That way, our Fern Hunter squad might be able to earn a more significant role instead of sleeping outdoors now, Xie Hao grumbled. Do you really think I'm as cheap as a cabbage? Why don't you go sell yourself instead? Even if I wanted to sell myself, it only works if he's interested in me. Didn't you watch the young adults contest? That Mu Ningxue was as pretty as an angel. I'm like a pile of mud compared to her. Ji Yuying snarled at him. That's enough, let's just keep being busybodies. Speaking of which, who do you think is stronger? He Yao or Mu Ningxue? Either way, I still think that He Yao is a whole level weaker than Mo Fan, Xie Hao said. It's starting, look, someone from Fanxue Mountain is bringing us an update. Zhongli weaved through the crowd and saw some people coming down the mountain. Strange, why are they carrying a stretcher? Chapter 1809. Utterly impressed. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Isn't that man He Yao? Zhongli was quite short, but he kept jumping up in the crowd. Many people had gone up to the stretcher. Fanxue Mountain security had to step in to maintain order. He Yao had bruises all over him inflicted by ice magic. He seemed quite miserable, mainly because Mu Bai had broken the joints of his limbs, preventing him from walking on his own. The injuries were quite painful, but it would not take long for him to recover. He would be able to move freely again in a week after being treated by a healer who was a specialist in orthopedics. What happened? Didn't you only go up there a moment ago? How did you end up like this? Did the people of Fanxue Mountain all attack you at once? Li Ting stepped forward and asked. No. It wasn't Mu Ningxue that I fought, He Yao answered in an ugly voice. Humph, as I thought. Li Ting harumphed coldly. He pointed at Fanxue Mountain servants and snarled, I knew you guys would cheat. You have set up the duel behind closed doors because you didn't want everyone to witness your shameless acts. He Yao properly challenged Mu Ningxue to a duel, yet you've beaten him up like this before the duel even started. So this is how Fanxue Mountain handles it? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? How shameless, she's acting so full of herself when she isn't even that strong, that Mu Ningxue shouldn't be trusted. This is insane, to think that Fanxue Mountain will do this just to preserve their reputation. The crowd's emotions were easily manipulated by Li Ting. The people were so angry that they were on the verge of rioting. What's with the fuss here? Xiao Yu showed up. Xiao Yu was a reputable member of Fanxue Mountain. The people immediately gathered around her, demanding an explanation. Let's go and take a look too, Zhongli told the rest of the Fern Hunter squad. So she's Xiao Yu, she's a celebrity among hunters. Ji Yuying quickly went closer when she saw Xiao Yu, but there were just too many busybodies around her. She ended up being squeezed to the back. Li Ting scoffed at Xiao Yu, what now? Fanxue Mountain has done such a shameless act, yet it won't let people scold it. He Yao was being disrespectful to Fanxue Mountain, so Mu Bai accepted his challenge on behalf of Mu Ningxue. His current condition is the outcome of the duel you've been waiting for. If you don't believe it, you can ask the man himself, Xiao Yu replied serenely. Who the hell is Mu Bai? Li Ting snapped. Xiao Yu did not answer. Li Ting turned to He Yao on the stretcher instead. He Yao, did they send someone to take care of you before you even saw Mu Ningxue, so you wouldn't be able to fight anymore? He Yao nodded strenuously. Li Ting grinned. He continued to ask, is the guy called Mu Bai responsible for it? Yes, He Yao replied. How many people did they send? Li Ting asked. Just him, He Yao replied. A huge crowd had gathered around them, thus the people could clearly hear Li Ting's questions. They completely lost their mind after the news spread among them. Zhong Li, Ji Ying, Xie Hao, and the others were in the middle of the crowd. They received the news fairly quickly too. "Who's Mu Bai?" Zhong Li asked. "I never heard the name before, but how is that possible? He Yao is the winner of the contest, yet how long has it been since he went up the mountain and lost to the man named Mu Bai?" Ji Ying was in disbelief. Speaking of which, Mu Ningxue didn't really say she's going to be fighting the duel herself when she accepted the challenge, Xie Hao mentioned. He Yao was just laying there on the stretcher. He did not expect everything to end up like this. That Mu Bai was younger than he was, around Mu Ningxue's age. If Mu Ningxue was indeed the strongest young adult of Fanxue Mountain, wouldn't that imply he had no right to challenge her? He Yao broke down mentally after losing to Mu Bai. He was ashamed to see so many people had gathered around him. He Yao, don't be scared, Fanxue Mountain must have set you up. There's no such person with the name Mu Bai. Mu Ningxue must have used a dirty trick to injure you so she could preserve her reputation. You can just tell us the truth, we'll serve justice for you, Li Ting said. I indeed lost to the man named Mu Bai. Let's call it a day, it was I who was too full of myself. Mr. Li, I promised to join the Dali clan after I was done with the duel, but I feel like I must train harder to become stronger. I'm nowhere close to their level, He Yao said dispiritedly. He was so confident when he went up the mountain. He would be acknowledged as the strongest young adult mage in their country after defeating Mu Ningxue. However, his heart had almost burned to ashes after being carried down the mountain in such a humiliating manner. A man who did not have any reputation, calling himself a mere member of Fanxue Mountain, and was only in his 20s, had defeated him so easily. What right did he have to call himself the strongest young adult of Fanxue Mountain? Brother He Yao, don't be like that, you must have fallen for their trick. Fanxue Mountain purposely set up the duel behind closed doors because they didn't want us to watch the duel. They have lured you to a place with no eyewitnesses. They must have done something inhumane to you, Li Ting tried to prod him. That's not true, I'm willing to admit my defeat. That Mu Bai defeated me fair and square, He Yao turned his head to Xiao Yu. I believe Fanxue Mountain is only setting up the duels behind closed doors because they didn't want to let others see how bad the challengers lost against them, right? Xiao Yu nodded. That had always been Mu Ningxue's intention. After all, those who dared to challenge Fanxue Mountain usually had a certain reputation. Since it was just a friendly duel, there was no reason to treat the outcome of the duel so seriously. He Yao endured the pain he was under and asked, May I ask, who's stronger between that Mu Bai and Mu Ningxue? Mu Bai dueled Mu Ningxue before he went into seclusion. He did mention that just now. It sounds like he lost that duel, Xiao Yu said. He Yao gasped. He almost choked himself when taking a deep breath. The crowd burst into an uproar. He Yao had lost to Mu Bai, who was no match for Mu Ningxue. Wouldn't that mean Mu Ningxue was at least 2 levels stronger than he was? He Yao had already won the young adults contest in a one-sided manner, apart from the prolonged match between him and Bai Hongfei. It turned out that the organizer had made the right call by not letting Mu Ningxue take part in the contest. Was there any point to hold the contest if Mu Ningxue was a participant? Chapter 1810. South Wing Chief. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. What? He Yao was defeated by someone with the name Mu Bai before he even saw Mu Ningxue. Li Kuang bounced up from his seat when he heard the news. Li Kuang was not at the scene, but he was very concerned about the outcome of the duel. He was fervently hoping that Mu Ningxue would lose the duel. Not only did she win the World College Tournament, she had been considered the strongest young adult lately too, not to mention the immense potential of Fanxue Mountain. Many young talents were keen on joining Fanxue Mountain because of her reputation. Young talents were extremely important for a faction, especially since it was difficult for anyone to improve their cultivation further after reaching the age of 40. A person's mind and stamina would start to deteriorate in their 40s. Cultivation was mostly about exceeding a person's limits. If a person's attributes were already deteriorating as they were aging, how could they possibly surpass their limits again? Therefore, most factions were eager to recruit young and talented mags. In addition, most powerful mags that had reached older ages would either belong to a faction or ask for an insane price. Many young talents would be gathering to Fenxue Mountain due to Mu Ningxue's reputation. Wasn't the huntress named Xiaoyu a perfect example? Even someone like He Yao, if he had not offended Fenxue Mountain in the first place for being too arrogant, wouldn't he want to join Fenxue Mountain after losing his duel? The Dali clan desperately wanted someone to ruin Mu Ningxue's reputation in order to suppress Fenxue Mountain's growth a little. However, not only did He Yao fail to accomplish his mission, he even brought a lot of free publicity to some man named Mu Bai. I know that Mu Bai, but I didn't expect his strength to improve so much in such a short period. Even He Yao was no match for him. A woman in a red silk chippa behind Li Kuang spoke up. Mu Shumian, why didn't you take part in the contest? Things would definitely have been a lot simpler if you did. That He Yao says he's going to cultivate in seclusion now, Li Kuang sighed. I can't show myself in front of the public. My superiors paid a huge price to redeem me from the Dongfang clan. I can only pull the strings behind the scenes for at least a year or two. That Mu Bai has ruined my plans once again. If I knew he was so capable, I should have drugged him when he was still naive and taken him down in bed. Mu Shumian sounded like an aroused vixen. Li Kuang was already an old man, but his crotch still began to rise when he heard Mu Shumian's voice. Unfortunately, even though Li Kuang might be the second in command of the Dali clan, he would not dare to touch this Mu Shumian. The woman was a core member of the Mu clan. She was like a secretary the central government had sent to inspect a rural area. We'll just treat it like we are giving half of South Wing Street to Fenxue Mountain. It's not really a big deal. Besides, we will have a lot of chances to get back at them as long as the street is still around. But if He Yao decides to cultivate in seclusion, we have no idea who's going to be appointed as the chief of the South Wing platoon, Mu Shumian mentioned. Every district would establish a local company like the South Wing platoon, which was judicially independent, even though it was still considered a subsidiary of the Magic Association. They were the local heroes tapped whenever a city was facing great danger. For example, the Imperial Mags in the ancient capital, the Royal Guards in the capital, and the Brown Rock Mags in Dingcheng were such forces. They could be considered the most honorable positions for a local mage, having a direct influence on the military, magic association, government, renowned clans, and other organizations. Feiniao headquarters city had been established close to the southeastern ocean front. It was necessary to establish a reliable company of mags. The city was planning to recruit fresh blood for the South Wing platoon through the young adults contest. It might be a newly established force, but it was tightly bound to the city's fate. The South Wing platoon clearly held great responsibility and potential. The Dali clan wanted to establish their influence over the South Wing platoon as quickly as possible in order to have more say in the city. It would help them to gradually secure the leading position among the renowned clans of Feiniao City. The city council has given out some news. Li Kuang suddenly frowned. What do you mean? Mu Shumian asked quickly. That goddamned He Yao. Not only did he decide to go into seclusion, he even recommended that Mu Bai, who defeated him, to be the chief of the South Wing platoon. Li Kuang swore loudly. The South Wing platoon was purely focused on its members' strength. It was unlikely that anyone could fake their way in. He Yao was supposed to be appointed as the South Wing chief after winning the contest, but the man decided to give up on the offer and focus on his cultivation. He Yao was obviously interested in earning a name for himself. Otherwise, he would not have challenged Mu Ningxue to a duel in front of the public. He knew everyone in the southeast region would soon know he had lost to a man named Mu Bai. He was only going to bring shame on himself if he became the chief of the South Wing platoon, so he had humbly turned the offer down. Since He Yao had decided to turn down the offer, Feiniao City had respected his decision and asked him to recommend someone else. He Yao was not snobbish. He believed whoever was stronger was more worthy to be appointed for the role. Therefore, he recommended Mu Bai, who had defeated him. He believed Mu Bai was a true expert of the younger generation. If Mu Bai was only slightly stronger than him, he would have hesitated to recommend him, but Mu Bai was significantly stronger than him. If he was not appointed the South Wing Chief, who else was worthy to take the role? It's fine, it's only a recommendation. The city council won't appoint someone as the chief so easily, Mu Shumian reassured him. They already did. Li Kuang responded, his face dark. What? Mu Shumian went closer to read the information. The city council had officially announced the appointment. She could not help but curse. Is there something wrong with the people in the city council? How could they give out such an important role to a mere kid? Fanxue Mountain. A celebration was taking place in Fanxue Villa's main hall that night. The core members of Fanxue Mountain were seated around a round table. They were raising glasses of red wine while cheering. Mu Bai retained an awkward smile from his seat. He was returning the favors of those who were congratulating him. Congratulations, Mu Bai, you are now the South Wing Chief of Feiniao City. You're basically the captain of the South Wing platoon now. You finally have a say in Feiniao City, too. Mu Linqing emptied his glass after finishing his sentence. I still don't know what's going on. Mu Bai was completely dumbfounded. He had just come out of seclusion. He was totally unaware of what was going on in the outside world, nor had he known about the young adults contest or the South Wing platoon. He only knew he had taught an arrogant man named He Yao a lesson, but somehow, it got so much attention in the city that he had ended up receiving an appointment letter afterwards. Chapter 1811. Only Stronger. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Did you go to the South Wing platoon? We were quite shocked, too. Why did they suddenly appoint you as the chief? Yushusha had to ask. They didn't treat me seriously at first. They simply asked me to fill out a form, but their expression shifted after I wrote down super level as my cultivation level. They accused me of lying, so I showed them my super ice spell and came back here, Mu Bai told them. Ha ha ha, I bet those people of the South Wing platoon are dumbfounded. They didn't expect us to have such a young super mage. Well done, as expected of someone from our Mu clan. Mu Zhuyin sat beside Mu Bai and patted him heavily on the shoulder. The Mu clan of Bo City finally had a reliable man. They could finally show the Mu clan of the capital a piece of their mind. The Mu clan of Bo City whom they had mistreated now had a super mage. Fanxue Mountain was going to make them regret abandoning them and driving them away in the past. Uncle, please don't mention it. I'm still a little lacking compared to Mu Ningxue, Mu Bai said humbly. He might have reached the super level, but he was still no match for Mu Ningxue. Her ice domain completely suppressed his ice magic. You're already very impressive. How many people in our country are able to achieve the super level at your age? You are the strongest young adult in Feiniao City from now on. You're the South Wing Chief, you deserve all the attention you're getting. Mu Zhuyin declared with a loud voice. The people in the hall cheered. Most of them were young mags in the advanced or intermediate levels. Some were part of management, while others were pure fighters. When they had first joined Fanxue Mountain, they had been betting on Fanxue Mountain's future. After all, Fanxue Mountain lacked super mags who could keep everything under control in the past. The difference between a renowned clan and a small family was whether they had a super mage among them. Since Fanxue Mountain now had a super mage, no one would dare to underestimate them again. They now had more credibility to the government, Magic Association, and the military, on top of the rest of the factions out there. Uncle, I still have no idea what the South Wing platoon's duties are. I prefer to stay in Fanxue Mountain. I'm not used to being ordered around, Mu Bai admitted. Mu Bai initially thought he was merely going through the motions when he went to the South Wing platoon. He was feeling a little guilty after beating the crap out of the South Wing platoon's prospective chief. He did not expect to receive a letter of appointment in return. Mu Bai had not opened the letter yet. He would only become the South Wing Chief officially after reporting in tomorrow morning. Mu Bai, Don't you worry about that. The South Wing Platoon is different from other groups. First, the South Wing Platoon isn't under the jurisdiction of the Magic Association, despite being a subsidiary. Every South Wing mage retains their freedom. You are still considered a member of Ningxue Mountain. Only when the city is in great danger or facing a huge threat will the South Wing mags have to obey the South Wing Chief's orders. Ningxue Mountain coexists with Feiniao City, thus Ningxue Mountain has the obligation to guarantee Feiniao City's safety. Therefore, it's not really a huge difference if you become the South Wing Chief. You won't even have to report every day if the city isn't under any threats, Mu Linqing explained to Mu Bai. Besides, our Ningxue Mountain occupies a huge portion of Feiniao City's land. Many factions are jealous of us, and the government might pick on us, too. If you are the South Wing Chief, we'll have more say in the government. Our rivals will consider your role if they are planning to trouble us. Ningxue is Ningxue Mountain's flagship. It's unlikely she will be able to join other organizations, since she's our leader. Therefore, you are the perfect candidate for the role of the South Wing Chief. Mu Zhuoyun explained to him. I see. It's not too bad, then. Otherwise, I will feel like I'm not doing much in Ningxue Mountain, Mu Bai nodded understanding. He believed it was the right thing to do if it could benefit Ningxue Mountain. Being able to carry huge responsibilities on your shoulders. Mu Bai, you've truly grown into a reliable man. I'm pleased on behalf of your mother, Mi Zhuoyun sighed. It's mainly because I was too useless. I wasn't able to take good care of the family. I had to rely on you kids. You've all suffered a lot over these years. Mu Zhuoyun had drunk quite a lot. He was starting to get a little emotional. Brother Zhuoyun, you've been drinking a little too much. Here, help Zhuoyun to his room, Mu Linqing spoke up quickly. Yeah, I've drunk too much. Let's talk about something else instead. Either way, I'm really proud of you all after seeing how much you have grown. I'm also grateful for everyone here who put their trust in Ningxue Mountain. Don't worry, we will not fall. We will only become stronger. Mu Zhuoyun gave everyone a toast before staggering out the door. We will not fall. We will only become stronger. Cheers, the crowd exclaimed. Ningxue Mountain had gone from a barren mountain to its current prosperity. Everyone was betting their youth and future on it. Ningxue Mountain was now on the right track. It was not far away from shining gloriously. Mu Ningxue glanced after her drunken father. She could tell that the man was genuinely happy. Mu Bai was a real member of their family. Mu Zhuoyun had to be pleased after seeing how much Mu Bai had grown. The Magic City. At the Pearl Institute, a golden-haired man driving a luxurious car did a huge drift and parked the car in front of an apartment. He ran up the escalator angrily. He kicked the door that was unlocked open and slammed down into the couch. He glanced at Ari Tutu, who was eating popcorn while enjoying her drama there, and demanded, why hasn't that Ash **** returned from Guangzhou? He's upstairs, Ari Tutu told him without looking over. F***K me, he didn't bother telling me that he's back. Ash ***, come out here. Zhao Manyang yelled without going upstairs. Mo Fan was still half asleep. He came out of his room in sleepwear and yawned when he saw Zhao Manyang. Do you all have dog noses or something? How do you all know I'm back so quickly every time? I just wanted a nice sleep. I was treated like a lab rat for so long. Take a look at this yourself. Zhao Manyang tossed a newspaper at Mo Fan. Mo Fan picked up the newspaper and skimmed through it. His eyes glittered when he spoke. Mu Bai has made a name for himself after a single duel. Oh my, not bad, Green Tea Man. He was even appointed as the South Wing Chief. That's good news. Why are you so angry about it? Good news, my ass. I was able to bully him with a single hand before we visited the pyramid, but I'm still stuck at the advanced level while he's already becoming AF*** King Legend. We are leaving tomorrow. If you don't, I'll be holding a knife against your throat and force you to go with me. Zhao Manyang snarled. There was nothing more infuriating than being left behind by his friends. Chapter 18:12. Shameless in Your Own Way. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fine, we'll set out tomorrow morning to look for the totem beasts. I'll ask if Mubai is free tomorrow. Maybe we can ask him to tag along, Mofan said. I don't want to be mocked by his expressionless face. Zhao Manyang shouted. You didn't get any benefits from the trip to the pyramid. Isn't it great that you now have 2 super mags to escort you and guarantee your safety? Mo Fan pressed further. That does make a little sense. Ash **** Mu Bai, just you wait, I will reach the super level soon. That's settled, then. I thought it was something serious. It was only a matter of time until Mu Bai got the attention he deserves, since he's already a super mage now. If you aren't pleased with it, just find a luxurious nightclub and vent your frustrations instead of disturbing my sleep. Oh, you can try asking Ari Tutu and see if she's feeling horny. The 2 of you might be able to do one another a favor. Mo Fan closed the door and went back to sleep. He was seriously worn out. Being a lab rat was more demanding than he had thought. He felt like his energy was completely depleted. He could not bother thinking about any dark material, for additional effects, order manipulation, he just wanted to enjoy a nice rest. A pillow flew from the couch and landed heavily on Mo Fan's door as soon as it was closed. Ari Tutu's furious roar followed. Demon King, do you want to die? Do you really take me as that kind of a woman? Ari Tutu, why are you eating still those? Aren't you worried that you're going to be as fat as a pig? I won't even have an erection if you lie naked in front of me, Zhao Manyang said. Ah, the 2 of you should go to hell. Die, you Ash ********. Ari Tutu screamed. Her voice echoed down the corridor. Zhao Manyang immediately escaped after he was done mocking the girl. He did not even consider Mo Fan's suggestion. If he kept wasting his time on his pleasures, Mu Bai was seriously going to have a huge lead over him. He should focus on his cultivation for the time being. Otherwise, he would really feel like killing himself if he failed the breakthrough when he had the chance. Mo Fan had no idea how many days he had slept. He only knew he had woken up in the middle of the night. He seemed a lot more energetic. He left his room to grab some water and happened to see an alluring figure in a tight outfit and a thin nightgown sitting on the balcony. He could feel his blood rushing at the sight alone. Mo Fan, the figure on the balcony, asked after becoming aware of his wolfish passionate gaze. Ua, it's me. Why weren't you focused on your cultivation? I only managed to grab a few glances, Mo Fan grumbled. Nui Nujiao was left speechless. She quickly changed the topic. I've sorted out the incident. What incident? Mo Fan was confused. About the people who tried to defame you, did you already forget? Nui Nujiao grumbled. She had put in so much effort to help him clear up the misunderstandings, but he seemed to have forgotten about it. Oh, my bad, my mind is a little messed up lately. Someone has been conducting terrible experiments on me. So, did you find out who's trying to set me up? Mo Fan sallied forth. It's the Zhu clan. They are spreading rumors about your malignant behavior and taking advantage of the fact that you weren't in the country to do some wicked things in your name, Mui Nujiao informed him. The Zhu clan? Things are getting interesting, Mo Fan grinned. Zhu Xiangqian must be behind it. That idiot must be thinking of crushing me, not only in terms of strength, but reputation too. Did you have a conflict with them? Nui Nujiao asked. That Zhu Xiangqian wants to teach me a lesson, and instead of doing it when nobody's around, he wants to trample me in front of the public. He is planning to rob me of my fame and my woman too, Mo Fan explained. Why do you sound like someone from an old serial? Nui Nujiao asked him. Anyway, he wants to trample me under his feet. Mo Fan recalled how aloof Zhu Xiangqian was during their encounter. Zhu Xiangqian was extremely confident in himself. If he was someone who just wanted to make Mo Fan suffer, he would have made his move at the village on the Mediterranean Sea. However, he had decided to wait for half a year. It clearly showed that Zhu Xiangqian strongly believed Mo Fan had no chance of surpassing him within that period. Zhu Xiangqian was a few years earlier than us. Isn't he currently one of the strongest young mags in the world? He's not supposed to challenge you before the next World College Tournament, Mui Nujiao said. The whole world followed the World College Tournament closely. There was no official tournament for mags after the World College Tournament. However, people like to compare the strong mags, especially those under the age of 30. Those people had the highest chance of achieving the heights which older mags could no longer reach. Zhu Xiangqian's reputation had mainly been established in foreign countries, mostly because the Zhu clan had done a great job setting up their connections there. A duel between a powerful mage who was ranked internationally and the strongest student of the World College Tournament was obviously going to get a lot of attention. The Zhu clan has long been fed up with me. He wants to humiliate me by challenging me to a duel. I'm more than willing to accept it, since it's hard to find someone who's strong and deserves a beating like Zhu Xiangqian does, Mo Fan declared. You're just as belligerent as when you first came to the Pearl Institute. Nui Nujiao smiled. Mo Fan had challenged every new student and the entire fire school after he enrolled in the Pearl Institute. Nui Nujiao was amused whenever she recalled it. Even Ari Tutu still called him Demon King. The students of the same class as him would subconsciously back away whenever they heard his name. He was the typical violent problem student. I didn't start it this time. I can't just stick my face to Zhu Xiangqian's foot when he wants to step on my face, right? I thought he would come to Fanxue Mountain when it was time to beat me, but I didn't expect him to use these dirty tricks, like finding people to impersonate me and harass my fans. I will not tolerate it. Mo Fan snarled. I've tried to clear your name, but some people preferred to oppose you instead. There's nothing I can do about that, since you are always getting all the attention. There are always people that are jealous of you, Mui Nujiao said. I don't mind that, it's not like everyone knows how to admire my handsomeness, Mo Fan said proudly. You are shameless in your own way too. Mui Nujiao giggled. Chapter 1813. Showing off cultivation. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. South of the Magic City, around 300 kilometers from Hangzhou's territory along the highway, the group happened to pass by a place called Wangui Town. They planned to stay for the night there. The town was prosperous, established at a relatively higher altitude. The rise of the sea level had not bothered the town. It had even given the town a great view of the sea. The desolate new seafront was around 20 kilometers to the east of the town. The place did not rely much on the sea. It had a freshwater lake behind it as its main source of water. The scenery is pretty nice here. I didn't know there was a town in this area. It should be quite interesting to stay here for the night, Zhao Manyang said. Some towns would appear along the highway when one least expected it. They could see roofs with special colors, bays with crystal clear water serving as hidden lands of peace and prosperity outside the reach of modern cities and industrial zones. This Wangui town was such an example. It was more enjoyable to visit it than just take a quick glimpse at it, as it surprised the group with its elegance and peacefulness. There was a checkpoint at the town's entrance. They saw a few members of the Magic Association in their uniforms working together with the traffic police. I'm sorry, Wangui town isn't receiving tourists for now. Please go somewhere else if you are not a mage. A traffic policeman signaled the group to keep moving along the highway. We are mags. Did something happen at Wangui town? Mo Fan piped up. Why do you bother asking? We are just passing by anyway. Let's forget it if we can't spend the night here, Jiang Xiaoshu sighed and shook her head. The enforcement union is conducting an investigation in the town. You may enter the town, but you'll need to put your information down, a member of the Magic Association said. Enforcement Union. Mo Fan was surprised. If the enforcement union was in charge of the investigation, it must be something serious, potentially a huge threat. Time to go, we are leaving. Mo Fan, don't tell me you're thinking of being a busybody again. The enforcement union will take care of the situation here. Zhao Manyang said quickly. That's right, is there any place that's not feeling pressured from the coastline coming inland at a time like this? Jiang Xiaoshu said. Lingling took out a map and said, this Wangui town is quite close to our destination, Dawn Island. If we don't rest here, our next option is Changlu town, which is around 100 kilometers away. That far away? Jiang Xiaoshu exclaimed. The places around here are empty. Wangui town is the only town in this area, Lingling said. We'll rest up here then. We are mags anyway, are we afraid of some petty demon creatures? Mo Fan said. Fine, we'll spend the night here. The group put down their information and went into the town to stay for the night. They were planning to regroup with Mu Bai, who was coming from Fanxue Mountain to meet them. The town seemed perfectly fine when they arrived. Many common folk were still on the streets. The restaurants and shops were operating, too. The truth was, Mo Fan was just too hungry to travel for another 100 kilometers. An elegant town like this might lack everything else, but it would not lack delicacies. Mo Fan purposely found a delicately decorated restaurant and ordered a whole table of dishes to feast on. Speaking of which branch of the enforcement union is in charge here? Zhao Manyang could not help but ask. It seems like Nanxi Mountain's enforcement union, judging from their badges, Lingling answered. Lingling was familiar with the enforcement union, so she was able to recognize the logos of the different branches of the enforcement union with ease. The enforcement union of Nanxi Mountain and Beiyu Mountain were to the north and south of the Lingyan enforcement union, respectively. The Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union was mainly responsible for incidents that occurred to the south of Hangzhou, while Beiyu Mountain was responsible for those to the north of Hangzhou. Nanxi Mountain. I recalled someone telling me that she was appointed as an elder of Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union. Mo Fan rubbed his chin as he tried to remember who the person was. He heard an imperious voice rising outside while he was immersed in his thoughts. The voice belonged to a woman. She had the pleasant voice of a mature woman, but she did not sound too friendly. Vice President, please don't criticize him anymore. He's just a rookie. He's obviously going to have a mistake or two. Let's just go inside and have dinner first. Everyone's starving after working for the whole day. We should still eat something, right? This restaurant is quite popular in Wangui town. Let's eat something and calm down. A man in his 30s was mediating between the two. I'm already full up with anger. The mature woman stepped into the restaurant angrily and sat on a wooden stool. Her posture set off her curvy waist. Zhao Manyang was an expert when checking out women. He soon squinted and smacked his lips. Mo Fan, it's a rare find. Even a vixen like Jiang Xiaoshu lacks a little charm in comparison to her. Zhao Manyang immediately spoke up. Do you want to die? Jiang Xiaoshu kicked Zhao Manyang in the shin. Mo Fan's eyes were fixed on the woman ever since she had come into the restaurant. Why do I have to bring a student like you around? Can you please train somewhere else for a few years before joining the Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union? Have your feet firmly planted on the ground instead of relying on your connections. The woman was still angry. Vice President Tang, isn't he trying to learn from you humbly? He will be able to grow faster if he could learn from you right after he graduates. Don't you agree, Zui Minute? The man in his 30s replied quickly. The young man named Zhu Minute was seated to the side. He had his head lowered like he did not dare to talk back, yet his eyes were actually looking somewhere else. He was not being sincere at all. He only voiced out half-heartedly when his colleague mentioned his name. That's right, I still have a lot of things to learn from Vice Elder Tang. I would have fired you if it weren't for your father. Vice Elder Tang spat coldly. The look in Zhu Min's eye shifted slightly, yet he did not dare to make it too obvious. He vented his frustrations on the waiter when he saw someone coming up to their table. What kind of a shitty restaurant is this? It took you so long to serve us, shouldn't you be serving us tea and some intree first? The waiter was startled. He pointed at the counter and snapped back, you can order the dishes there, but you can vent your anger outside. What did you say? Zhu Minute rose to his feet and immediately directed his aura at the waiter. He could endure being scolded by his vice president, but even a waiter in a shitty restaurant dared to talk to him like that? He was still an advanced mage. Even the town's mayor had to be respectful to him. Trying to show off your cultivation in front of me? Sit the F***K down, the waiter's voice intensified. To everyone's surprise, the waiter suddenly unleashed an even stronger aura, and forcibly suppressed Zhu Minute. He actually stumbled back down at the waiter's order, and almost fell to the ground. Mo Fan, the mature vice elder, blurted out in joy after she finally looked at the waiter. Miss Tang Yu, it's been a long time. I've been missing you, Mo Fan said with a harmless smile. Chapter 1814. The Failed Domestication Ranch. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan immediately hugged Tang Yu following his words. Tang Yu was startled, yet she did not reject Mo Fan's friendly hug. Meanwhile, Zhao Manyang was not feeling comfortable when he saw the mature beauty allowing Mo Fan to take advantage of her so easily, especially when she was sticking her huge bust so close to Mo Fan's chest. Since when was that idiot better at picking up chicks than him? Why are you here? Tang Yu was surprised. She had not seen Mo Fan after being reassigned to Ningxue Mountain. The two might promise to meet one another whenever they called one another, but they both seemed to be too busy in their own ways. Tang Yu had been extremely busy over the years. Ningxue Mountain was a lot more complicated than Beiyu Mountain. Tang Zong was having trouble controlling Ningxue Mountain Enforcement Union as the chief of the Lingyan Enforcement Union. However, since Ningxue Mountain Enforcement was actually subordinate to the Lingyan Enforcement Union, he had no intention to let it run itself. He had assigned Tang Yu here to make sure everything was in order. Zhu Minute was the son of Ningxue Mountain Enforcement Union's chief. Tang Yu was extremely fed up with him. He had only achieved his current level of cultivation after being fed a lot of resources, most of them from the Enforcement Union. The resources of the Enforcement Union were meant to be distributed to the enforcers and probationary enforcers with outstanding talents. A man like Zhu Minute did not deserve anything. I just happened to pass by the town. We came to eat since we were feeling quite hungry. I didn't expect Miss Tang Yu to be on duty here, Mo Fan said. He did not mention the totem beasts in front of outsiders. Mo Fan was still struggling to believe he had just stumbled into Tang Yu here. It felt like meeting your first love in an unfamiliar town, like he would be throwing the heavens kind gesture away if he did not spend the night with the woman after such a fateful encounter. There's been some problem. Are those your friends? Oh, little Lingling is here too. Tang Yu turned around and saw Lingling immediately. Sister Tang Yu, Lingling answered. The little lowly's expressionless face had a surprising smile on it. Lengqing and Tang Yu had always been close. Lingling had often visited the Lingyan Enforcement Union, too. You've grown into such a beauty too. Tang Yu walked up to Lingling and kissed her on the forehead. Sister Tang Yu, please stop, I'm not a kid anymore, Lingling blushed embarrassedly. Zhao Manyang could not help but take a sip from his glass when he saw Tang Yue's red lips kissing Lingling on the forehead. He slowly lowered his gaze and stared at Tang Yue's chest. How big, how round, how firm. How spectacular! Mo Fan introduced Tang Yu to Jiang Xiaoshu and the pervert Zhao. Tang Yu smiled, indicating that she knew who they were. After all, they were both on the national team that had won the World College Tournament for the country. That being said, she had a little trouble recognizing Zhao Manyang, since he had done some cosmetic surgery on his face so that the Zhao family would not learn he was still alive. This is my assistant, Li Dong. This is an intern, Zhu Minute, Tang Yu said. Nice to meet you all, I'm Li Dong from the Dali clan. I'm currently assisting the vice chief of Ningxue Mountain Enforcement Union. I heard my men at the checkpoint say that a few mags had come into town. They must have been referring to you, Li Dong greeted them in a friendly manner. Yeah, Mo Fan is a busybody. He likes going to every place that has trouble. Jiang Xiaoshu gave Mo Fan a disdainful glare. Mo Fan rubbed his nose and said, Do I? Lingling and Zhao Manyang nodded simultaneously. It's called a hunter's nose. I can't help with it. A hunter is most worried when nothing happens, since it means there's no job for us. Don't you agree, Lingling? Mo Fan shrugged helplessly. Lingling nodded. Mo Fan was not wrong about that. Many hunters would follow the enforcement union around, since it often meant they would be able to receive quests with high rewards as soon as they were available. What happened here? Mo Fan asked Tang Yu. A strange poisonous species have been showing up lately. More than 100 people have fallen sick. We still can't figure out a cure or an antidote for the poison. The town mayor contacted the Magic Association, which decided to let the enforcement union take over after assessing the situation, Tang Yu explained. A contagious poison is the most troublesome. It can easily turn into a plague if it's not handled properly, Lingling murmured. Yes, the Magic Association is worried that it might turn into a plague, too. Everyone has been sensitive about things like this after the plague in Hangzhou, Tang Yu agreed. Did you find the creature responsible for the poison? You've solved half the case if you can find the source of the poison, Mo Fan said. We had a chance to catch it this evening, but some dumbass let it escape because of a silly mistake, Tang Yu said. Mo Fan glanced at the man named Zhu Minute. He could tell the young man was the arrogant kind. Tang Yu usually had a good temper, and was very patient with students, too. She was obviously fed up with Zhu Minute if she held such a strong grudge against him. Did you need any help? Mo Fan asked. Zhao Manyang immediately rolled his eyes after hearing Mo Fan's words. Didn't Mo Fan promise to help him look for totem beasts? Why was he offering his beautiful former teacher help instead? Since when does the enforcement union need help from outsiders like you? Zhu Minute interrupted coldly when he finally found a chance to speak. The enforcement union mainly dealt with confidential matters. Zhu Minute believed it was inappropriate for Tang Yu to be telling others so much information. Just ignore him, Tang Yu shot down Zhu Min's remark right away. Zhu Minute was so angry that his face turned the same color as the vegetables on the table. Lingling, help me look for the poisonous creature. It shouldn't take you too long, Tang Yu said. Of course. Tang Yu brought them to a tea house close to the lake after dinner. She did not bring her two subordinates along, so she could explain everything in detail to Lingling. Both Lingling and Mo Fan were 7-star hunter masters. The enforcement union was an organization under the government. They would often struggle to handle certain dubious situations, which experienced hunters were often better at. Sister Tang Yu, did you say the poisonous creature might be hiding in a cave on Dawn Island? Lingling asked. A rich foreigner bought the island around 20 years ago. It was turned into a domestication farm for the featherless birds, training them into becoming mounts for mercenaries, but his plan failed, and he went bankrupt around 10 years ago. The government didn't take over the island, so the ranch turned into a wasteland. The featherless birds eventually turned into wild demon creatures when no one was controlling them, so the island is basically a big nest of demon creatures now. We tried to hunt down the poisonous creature on Dawn Island, but the featherless birds have a strong sense of territory. Chapter 18:15. Not just a magic instructor. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lingling opened her electronic map and noticed Dawn Island was still marked as a domestication ranch. That meant the information about the location had not been updated for more than 10 years. The featherless birds that no one was looking after had taken over Dawn Island and turned it into their breeding ground. Trying to establish a private huge-scale domestication ranch is extremely dangerous, Jiang Xiaoshu said. Jiang Xiaoshu's family had a military background, so she was very familiar with the difficulty of domesticating demon creatures. If there were any huge-scale domestication ranches in their country, it was most likely the Heavenly Eagle's domestication program. Other domestication ranches were set up outside the safe zones in case something disastrous happened. Domesticating demon creatures was an extremely profitable business. After all, there were only a limited number of summoners in the world, and their summoned beasts were their private possessions. Some demon creatures were very suitable as mounts for battle mages and for assisting them in battles. However, even the gentlest demon creature would bring a bloodbath to human territories if they were untamed. The military's system of domesticating heavenly eagles was very developed, yet they still turned against their riders during the invasion of the white magic falcons. The soldiers had been forced to kill them all right away. Otherwise, they would have been fighting demon creatures instead. 20 years ago, some leaders of Wangui Town invested in Dawn Island. They were planning to rely on Dawn Island to develop the town into a reputable city along the east coastline. When the foreign merchant left after the bankruptcy, the government which had greatly supported him faced a financial crisis. They hid the truth to prevent the councilman above them from discovering it, and abandoned Dawn Island. Tang Yu informed them. These authorities, seriously, Zhao Manyang felt an urge to curse, yet he withheld after seeing there were so many girls around him. Were those officials punished? Mo Fan asked. How do you even punish them? Those officials were not dumb. It has been 10 years. They have long been reassigned to somewhere else and continue to ride roughshod over people. Why would they even care about this town's well-being? The new mayor has only been around for 2 years. He initially thought Dawn Island was just an abandoned island, but when he sent a team to survey it, the whole team was killed. The mayor was utterly dumbfounded. Tang Yu sighed. This mayor is very unlucky, Mo Fan had to say. The officials of Wangui Town 10 years ago had left such a huge mess. They concealed the truth so it would not affect their careers, and arranged for themselves to be reassigned somewhere else during that period. When new officials came to replace them, they realized the mess had now turned into an island of demon creatures. The featherless birds could easily reproduce many times within 10 years. The abandoned ranch was obviously a suitable environment for the creatures. Dawn Island was basically a hotbed for featherless birds now. They might just be a bunch of younglings 10 years ago, but they were a tribe or a horde now. The breed of featherless birds that the merchant chose had the highest reproduction and growth rate. Dawn Island was enclosed and rich in resources, allowing the featherless birds to form a tribe on their own, Tang Yu went on. The real threat that Wangui Town is facing isn't the poisonous creature, but these featherless birds instead. Lingling asked. Tang Yu nodded. There were other people in the restaurant, so she had not had the chance to tell them the truth. Actually, we discovered the problem around a month ago. Unfortunately, it's troublesome for the Enforcement Union to handle it on our own. We have no choice but to observe the island for now. The poisonous creature is only a small problem that arose from the mass reproduction of the featherless birds. We really should deal with it as soon as possible, Tang Yu said. No wonder an elder like you is going after a little poisonous creature. It turns out that Dawn Island is posing such a huge threat to this town, Mo Fan observed. I have to keep an eye on Dawn Island at all times, but my men can't even deal with the minor problems. It's giving me a huge headache. Tang Yu rubbed her temples. Ha ha, I was wondering why you were so mad. Mo Fan laughed. I already did some investigation. The number of featherless birds wasn't so crazy before the rise of the sea level, but ever since the sea level rose, they have grown at an insane rate, like they were given some kind of growth hormone, Tang Yu said. Perhaps the seawater has washed up a certain resource that they were lacking to them, Lingling said. I think so, too. If I can't resolve it, I'll have to report it to Zhu Meng, Tang Yu sighed. Zhu Meng was the councilman in charge of the threat elimination strategy. He was the most suitable person to deal with the situation. However, the Enforcement Union was not performing its duty by having the busy councilman take over something they had failed to handle properly. Tang Yu could not figure out any way to resolve the problem. If she still could not think of a better plan in the next couple of weeks, she would have no choice but to report it. She could not drag it out any longer. That being said, once she reported it, she would be demoted as a result. Tang Yu was not like the officials that purposely hid the truth. She was fine with a demotion. She did not want the featherless birds on Dawn Island to keep growing. You just became a vice chief not long ago. It will be a pity if you are demoted, Lingling said. It's better than letting the situation go out of control, Tang Yu pointed out. We were planning to visit Dawn Island to look for a seal of the totem beasts. It sounds like our plan is stuck because of the issue too. Lingling glanced at Jiang Xiaoshu, who looked quite helpless too. They had initially tried to stay out of trouble, yet little did they know that Dawn Island was no longer the same place as before. It was already occupied by the featherless birds that had failed to be domesticated. Miss Tang Yu, your problem is my problem. Leave it to us, Mo Fan said as he patted himself on the chest. Thank you, but I don't think it's going to be an easy task. I only shared it with you all because I've been under great pressure recently. I just want to vent it out. I feel a lot better now, Tang Yu said. Tang Yu soon left, as she had other matters to attend to. Mo Fan could tell that Tang Yu had been bothered by this matter for a long time. Her temper and mental state were obviously affected. Mo Fan was very concerned for her. After watching Tang Yu leave, Jiang Xiaoshu nudged Mo Fan and snarled, "Your thoughts are filled with her bust. You gave your promise to look for the totem beasts before we set out for the trip, but you've completely lost focus after stumbling into her. Is there something between you two? She was my magic instructor back in high school. You had no idea how much I admired her when I first learned magic. I can also guarantee you that every male student of our batch had a wet dream about her. She's not just a magic instructor to us. As her student, I should help her with her problem." Mo Fan said righteously. Mo Fan's is right about that, Zhao Manyang nodded in agreement. Zhao Manyang also wanted to have a teacher like her. He would not have to rely on magazines, images, or the computer to satisfy his sexual desires. Chapter 18:16. A mentally ill person and his wild train of thoughts. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Dawn Island was around 50 kilometers away from Wangui town. The town was a few dozen kilometers away from the sea, and the island was a distance away from the shore, too. Dawn Island was a part of Wangui town, but was quite distant from it. Therefore, it was no different from a desolate island, since no one was looking after it. After leaving the tea house, Mo Fan, Lingling, Zhao Manyang, and Jiang Xiaoshu headed to the coast. Wangui town did not have a port, it only had a river flowing out of the town to the sea. They followed the river to the sea and noticed there was no shoreline, but a tall cliff instead. The cliff served as a natural dam blocking the seawater. As a result, Wangui town was not greatly affected by the rise of sea level compared to other places. The sea monsters did not bother invading the town, since the seawater could not reach it. "There's a tower over there." Lingling pointed at the cliff. "Let's take a look." The foursome went to the tower and stumbled into two members of the enforcement union patrolling the area. They were smoking while carrying out their duty. They seemed rather relaxed. They asked the group a few questions before heading in the opposite direction. Mo Fan also heard them cursing someone at the tower under their breath. They went inside the tower, assuming it was abandoned. However, they were surprised to see how clean the place was at the entrance. The tower was built with stone. The colors of the wall on the outside had already faded away from prolonged exposure to sunlight. The contrast was obvious even at night. The tower had obviously been around for some time. "Someone seems to live here. There are clothes being dried over there," Zhao Manyang pointed at two sticks nearby. "There definitely is," Mo Fan agreed. A tall figure slowly came out of the shadows inside the tower. Their face slowly became visible. It was a face worn down by the vicissitudes of life. Dark freckles scattered along the man's slightly tanned skin. His eyes inspected the group of uninvited guests. The alert in his eyes indicated that he was not just a normal guardian. The man was slightly hunched over, yet he was still more than half a head taller than Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. It clearly showed how huge the Watcher was when he was younger. "Kids shouldn't be playing around here. Demon creatures might kidnap you and slice your belly open if you wander around late at night," the Watcher spoke up when he realized the visitors were a few young adults. "Are you the Watcher here?" Mo Fan asked. "Why do you even ask?" Go back to town, the sea has been a little rough lately, the Watcher answered gruffly. The Watcher was likely an old soldier. He was still wearing an old military uniform. We just want to ask you about Dawn Island. You must have been here for many years. Do you know roughly how many featherless birds are there on Dawn Island? Mo Fan asked. Just leave, it's no place for busybodies like you, the Watcher said impatiently. Have you heard of the totem beasts? Mo Fan pressed. The Watcher had no intention of interacting with them. He dismissed Mo Fan and the others right away. The group wandered aimlessly along the cliff after failing to learn anything useful. Jiang Xiaoxiu recalled Mo Fan's last question. She could not help but ask, Mo Fan, do you think totem beasts are as common as cabbages? Did you really just ask a random person if they knew about the totem beasts? Mo Fan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, isn't that the common setting for a strange-tempered old man living in an abandoned place in a drama, video game, or a novel? They are usually protecting something. I thought the old soldier might be a guardian since there are traces of totem beasts around here, so I asked right away. Lingling, Zhao Manyang, and Jiang Xiaoxiu were left speechless. Speaking of a mentally ill person and his wild train of thoughts. It's better if we investigate the place ourselves. There's no point wasting our time here, Zhao Manyang stated. Zhao Manyang had come for the totem beasts that he desperately needed, so he was surprisingly energetic. He brought out his spectacular pair of golden wings and confirmed the rough direction of Dawn Island. I'll go scout first. Wait for my news here, Zhao Manyang said. 20 kilometers was not too far for someone with the ability to fly. Zhao Manyang beat his golden wings and soared into the sky. The others could faintly see him flying across the calm sea and disappearing into the distance. Watching Zhao Manyang heading toward Dawn Island, Mo Fan exclaimed, this is my first time seeing Zhao Manyang taking the initiative to do something. He must be irritated, Lingling said. The dark sky only had a faint silver glow originating from Zhao Manyang's back. It felt like the sea and the sky had merged into one when the moon and stars were absent. It was impossible to differentiate between the sea and the sky. The most troublesome thing about it was not to differentiate between the sky and the sea, but to tell the right direction. The moon and clouds were not suitable to be treated as references, since they were constantly moving. It was impossible to keep moving in a straight line in such an environment, similar to walking in a straight line with one's eyes closed. The person would most likely stray away from the line. The island was quite a distance away, especially since Wangui town was already a remote location along the coast. The island was basically cut off from the rest of the world. Due to the terrain, there were hardly any boats that would pass by the island, either. Zhao Manyang was not flying quickly. He was slower than a helicopter. His wing magical equipment was generally slower than a wind mage's wind wings, since a wind mage could use the airflow and their control of the wind to surpass the speed of most flying equipment. The wing magical equipment consumed energy, too. Zhao Manyang noticed an irregularly shaped island just as he was wondering if he was flying in the right direction. The island had a diameter of over 10 kilometers. The thick plants on it were stacked into layers. The tallest spot on the island was similar to the mountains inland, while the lowest spot was a jagged beach. Zhao Manyang could only see one side of the island. The island was big and he was not flying at a great altitude, so there was only so much he could see. Dawn Island was very quiet. It looked like a desolate island covered in vegetation instead of being overrun with untamed demon creatures. Zhao Manyang continued forward without a care, when he suddenly heard the water splashing fiercely underneath him. Chapter 1817. Boomerang on the Sea. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm after the birds on Dawn Island. What the hell do these fish in the water want from me? Zhao Manyang cursed. Zhao Manyang was annoyed when he saw that the fish in the area of Dawn Island had been alarmed. Several blue-brown figures sprang into the sky amid fountains of water. The creatures were jumping right at Zhao Manyang, who was flying in the sky. The creatures were surprisingly quick. Zhao Manyang did not expect them to be able to reach a height of 200 meters in no time. His left arm was cut when he could not dodge in time, leaving a deep bloody wound on it. He immediately felt a burning pain from it. Assholes! Zhao Manyang looked into the sky where the blue-brown figures had gone. He was shocked to see them diving back to the water after reaching over 300 meters. What the hell is going on? Are there some turrets on Dawn Island or what? Zhao Manyang watched the things diving back into the water in astonishment. There was more than one blue-brown creature. A few more of them flew at Zhao Manyang not long afterward. This time, he managed to dodge in time. They dove back into the water just like before. Suddenly, a huge bunch of blue-brown creatures shot up from the water, flying at Zhao Manyang like a series of bullets. It felt like countless huge boomerangs had just been fired at him from under the surface of the sea, leaving Zhao Manyang with nowhere to run. F***K me. Zhao Manyang cursed. He quickly flipped his body and placed his hands together to summon a water curtain on both sides. He then connected the two water curtains by bringing them closer to one another. The number of boomerang creatures was quite shocking. If something was flying into the sky, the creatures could easily cut it into a pile of bones in a matter of seconds. Zhao Manyang's water curtains were under great pressure. The barriers were thinning continuously, yet the attacks showed no sign of stopping. It totally made sense since the things would return to the water after each attempt, like a boomerang that flew back to its thrower. It would be thrown at the target again after some time. Once the boomerangs reached a certain number and timing, the attacks would become endless, so even the sturdiest defense would be worn out gradually. What exactly are those things? Zhao Manyang's hands were already a little numb from the vibration of the water curtains every time they received a hit. Zhao Manyang still could not see the creature's true appearance even after he was bullied for a while. They were constantly spinning at an insane speed, so Zhao Manyang could not even tell if they were living creatures or just some sharp objects. A huge blast suddenly took place in the sea. A wave exploded over 50 meters high, as if the blast had blown a huge hole in the waters. Zhao Manyang glanced down and almost felt his heart jump out from his throat. An enormous boomerang was smashing its way through the tiny boomerangs, heading right at him. It felt like he was watching a whole mountain crashing towards him after lifting his gaze amid a little hail. Bang! The big boomerang was also spinning at high speed, preventing Zhao Manyang from seeing what it was clearly. However, his new shield consisted of two overlapping light spells. Zhao Manyang felt like he had just been run over by the wheels of an enormous tank. He was knocked flying by an enormous force. His chest was experiencing burning pain, while his organs felt like they were going to shatter into pieces at any second. Zhao Manyang did not dare to stay any longer after he was injured. He immediately poured his energy into his wings and left the area. He turned around to take a quick look and happened to see the enormous boomerang creature falling back to the water, leaving the same huge hole in it. However, he still could not see its true appearance. He headed back to the land with great shock and many injuries. Zhao Manyang glided down when the land was within view. He failed to stabilize himself and fell to the ground in front of Mo Fan and the others, ending up covered in dirt and grass. "Weren't you going to scout the place? Why do you look like you have just been through a fight of life and death?" Mo Fan stared at Zhao Manyang's miserable appearance in shock. "How the F***K would I know? Thousands of weird things suddenly flew out from the ocean when I was getting closer to Dawn Island. They took me by surprise, too," Zhao Manyang swore. His injuries were not too serious. They did not endanger his life, but he was extremely displeased by the outcome. Most importantly, he did not manage to see what the creatures were, because they kept spinning. "Lingling, do you know what they are?" Zhao Manyang asked. Lingling rolled her eyes and answered, "Who could possibly tell what the creatures are from your description? It sounds like Dawn Island isn't something to be messed with either." Zhao Manyang ended up like this before reaching the island, Jiang Xiaoshu murmured. "We'll wait until Mu Bai gets here tomorrow and decide how we're going to deal with those creatures," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was at his worst when it came to fighting in the water. He would not stand a chance against the strange creatures that Zhao Manyang had described unless he could reach the land. Even a defensive mage like Zhao Manyang had been injured. Mu Bai's primary element was ice. The ice and water elements were quite similar, so he might have a plan to deal with the creatures. The group went back to town to get some rest. Zhao Manyang suddenly stopped everyone as they were going back to their rooms. Mo Fan turned around and saw Zhao Manyang holding onto the wall feebly. Even the color of his skin had changed slightly. "Old Zhao?" Mo Fan quickly inspected Zhao Manyang's wound. He noticed the cut on Zhao Manyang's arm had turned bluish. It did not fester, but it seemed like it was frozen. I think I'm poisoned," Zhao Manyang gasped. "Those creatures are poisonous." Jiang Shaoxu swore. They had inspected Zhao Manyang's wound previously. The wound showed no sign of festering, so they had only treated it with simple medicine. To their surprise, the wound left a frozen mark behind after it healed. Zhao Manyang was already panting heavily from just walking. "It's an uncommon kind of poison. Let's hope it doesn't get any worse," Lingling said. Uncommon poisons were tricky to deal with, since normal antidotes were useless against them. Even a healer would be clueless about how to deal with them. Chapter 1818. Useless Enforcers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Bai arrived early in the morning on the second day. He was casually taking the high-speed rail. When he heard Zhao Manyang was poisoned, he immediately shook off his worn-out look and became intent. "I happen to have come up with a new way to get rid of poison." Mu Bai's eyes were smiling like a cunning fox who had finally found its prey. "Piss off, don't you dare try and put something strange into my body again." Zhao Manyang cursed after he recalled how Mu Bai had mended his broken bones in the past. However, he sounded a little feeble due to the poison in his body. Mo Fan's eyes widened when he heard the exchange between the two. "I have been wondering why the two of you either have no girlfriend or keep changing your girlfriend. I suppose you two already have intimate contacts with one another. Here is a silkworm I discovered behind Fanxue Mountain. The species specifically nurtures itself with poison. If you want to recover as soon as possible, you should swallow the silkworm. It will absorb the poisonous substances in your body," Mu Bai said sternly. It was a great discovery that Mu Bai had made while he was cultivating in seclusion recently. He had asked Yu Shisha to raise a few of the species he had found. Antidotes were always in short supply, and even the best healer would struggle to heal a few kinds of poison. By bringing a few of the antidote silkworms with him, he would be able to guarantee his own safety. Mu Bai would definitely open a store if he could figure out a way to mass breed the antidote silkworms. He would be able to earn some funds to buy himself some magic equipment. Zhao Manyang was struggling to make up his mind. He eventually ate the silkworm when he remembered his goal was to look for the totem beasts and achieve the super level. The antidote silkworm was very effective. Zhao Manyang regained his vigor as the rest of the group had their meal. He was back to normal only an hour later. "Time to go, those sons of B***** chase, we'll force our way onto Dawn Island and get our revenge." Zhao Manyang exclaimed. "By the way, old Zhao, have you taken a dump?" Mu Bai asked him. "What dump?" Zhao Manyang was puzzled. "You have to get rid of the silkworm first, or do you want it to climb out of your throat after crawling through your intestines?" "I don't really mind either way," Mu Bai informed him. Screw you." Zhao Manyang cursed in dismay. Zhao Manyang had learned two important things when he tried to scout the island. First, there were a huge number of highly aggressive creatures hiding around Dawn Island. These creatures would attack anything that tried to reach Dawn Island from the air. Defensive spells were not enough to hold the creatures off for a long time. Second, the creatures were poisonous, and the poison would drain away its victims' focus and energy. The victims would lose their ability to fight and escape after an hour or two. Therefore, they had to be extremely careful not to get injured. "Our problem is that we can't reach the island," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan's fighting ability would be reduced greatly if he was not on land. He needed somewhere to stand, be it flying or traveling on a boat. What if we asked Mu Bai to freeze the water, the same thing we did when we were on the national team? Jiang Xiaoshu suggested. Zhao Manyang immediately shook his head. Those boomerangs were destroyers. They would instantly smash the ice to pieces. My ice magic's freezing is pretty normal too. Mu Ningxue can easily freeze a huge area with her innate ice domain, but it's a strenuous task for me, and would cost me a huge amount of energy, too, Mu Bai agreed, shaking his head. Mu Ningxue was able to freeze the surface of an ocean, but that did not mean he could do it too. It was not about his cultivation, but his capabilities. I hated fighting on water the most, Mo Fan shrugged, considering the ocean his greatest nemesis. Why don't you ask your teacher if she has any ideas? Jiang Xiaoshu proposed. Yeah, she has been here for quite some time. She should know what the creatures in the water are and how to deal with them, Zhao Manyang said. What teacher? Mu Bai had to ask. The group found Tang Yu and the others, who were watching the sea from the cliff. This time, it was not just Li Dong and Zhu Minute with her, another 9 members of the enforcement union were standing behind her too. They seemed to be taking orders from Tang Yu. The 2 enforcers who were patrolling the cliff while smoking last night were among them. They seemed to be worn out, whether it was because they had been working overnight, or they had gone to enjoy themselves somewhere in town. These enforcers seriously lack some discipline, Ling Ling murmured after observing Tang Yue's men from a distance. I bet they are a bunch of seniors who aren't really controlled by their superiors, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had often crossed paths with the enforcement union. Most enforcers had a stern aura, but judging from the attitudes of the 2 who were patrolling the cliff last night and the behaviors of the others today, it was very likely that Tang Yu was leading a bunch of useless enforcers. The Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union had been around for a long time, and had been reluctant to obey the Lingdian Enforcement Union's orders for many years. Tang Yu was like an ambitious general assigned to a camp of unambitious soldiers. It explained why the case was not yet resolved. How was it possible to resolve such a tricky situation without an elite squad? Vice Chief, please don't treat our lives as a joke. How can we even make it to Dawn Island with our numbers? Even if we did, how are we going to make it back alive? The lives of 100 townsfolk that were poisoned are precious, but ours aren't, a middle-aged man who had been patrolling the cliff last night said. He was even holding a cigarette between his fingers, as if he was going to light it at any second. Vice Chief, we want to save their lives too, but if you are only planning to bring the few of us along, there's no way we can make it alive according to the information we've gathered. If we all die, Wangui town is seriously in deep trouble, another enforcer added. Tang Yue's chest was rising with her angry breathing. These enforcers of Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union were beyond unreliable. It had already been a month, but they had failed to find any useful clues, nor had they come up with a plan to resolve the situation. They did not even investigate the island. She could not help but wonder why the Magic Association and the country even bothered feeding these people. Every job given to the Enforcement Union was supposed to be dangerous for normal mags. Otherwise, why would they call themselves enforcers? You're dismissed. Tang Yu knew there was no point venting her anger on these people. They had no intention of risking their lives. The people were relieved as soon as they heard the word. They all quickly went on their way, leaving Tang Yu behind alone. Chapter 18-19. Those are the featherless birds. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Li Dong and Zhu Minute headed toward Mo Fan's group. Zhu Minute was wearing a disrespectful grin. He intentionally turned around and glanced at Tang Yu as he said with a hint of disdain, not only is that woman ordering us around, she is naive enough to think that we would go with her to the island. Does she really think we are going to listen to her? Zhu Minute, you're still too young. There's no reason to oppose the vice chief all the time. You can just obey her will, but you won't have to put in too much effort when you're doing the jobs. When she figures out we aren't reliable, she will request that she be assigned somewhere else instead, Li Dong sighed. I'm just not pleased with the way she looks at us, like we are just a bunch of useless pricks, Zhu Minute said. Ha ha ha, why do you even bother? There's no way our Ningxue Mountain Enforcement Union can handle this case, it's the mess left by the officials from 10 years ago. Why do we have to risk our lives to wipe theirs clean? Li Dong snorted. Say, if that Tang Yu really resolves the case, will she be promoted even further? Zhu Minute asked. Promotions don't happen so easily. The merit from resolving the case is only enough for a little advancement. As long as your father is still around, no one can possibly replace him. She will soon be reassigned to Hangzhou or the Magic City. Whether it is a promotion or a demotion will depend on her performance in the case, Li Dong judged. Oh, so we will be given huge merits if we did resolve the case, right? Zhu Minute asked. You're still too naive. Our contributions are mainly about bringing benefits to the region or country. Resolving a mess that was left behind by the authorities in the past isn't really contributing. There are just too many things to worry about along the coastline. Do you think you will receive a lot of merit from cleaning up the mess that was left from 10 years ago? Li Dong asked. The two noticed Mo Fan, Mu Bai, Zhao Manyang, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Lingling walking toward them while they were talking. It was likely that the group had overheard them, as they were talking loudly. However, Li Dong and Zhu Minute were not ashamed of themselves. They were merely stating the truth. Hello there, I heard from my colleagues that you were here last night doing some scouting. Did you learn anything yet? Li Dong asked them shamelessly. Nothing much, Mo Fan replied. Oh, you should be careful in this area. To be honest with you, we have already submitted a report to the superiors telling them how dangerous Dawn Island is. I hope you can give the Vice Chief a little advice too, Li Dong said. We will. Mo Fan and his group went straight to Tang Yu after passing by Li Dong and Zhu Minute. Tang Yu stood on the edge of the cliff. The sea breeze was blowing at her. Her clothes and hair were drifting in the wind, setting off her alluring figure, but the loneliness they could see from looking at her back hindered the men's wild imagination. Miss Tang Yu. Mu Bai was having a hard time believing it was really her when he stepped closer. Tang Yu turned around. She was also surprised to see Mu Bai after so many years. Tang Yu was the open-minded kind. It had been so long since they last met. She gave Mu Bai a simple hug as she had Mo Fan. Mu Bai was obviously not as shameless as Mo Fan, nor was he trying to take any advantage of Tang Yu. He blushed like a shy kid after greeting the woman in such a Western manner. Mo Fan, I now believe that every male student in your batch has done something because of her, Zhao Manyang whispered into Mo Fan's ear when he saw Mu Bai's reaction. Why would I lie to you? Mu Bai is also the kind that would get the attention of the teachers and administrators of the school. If he hadn't awakened the ice element, he might be following Tang Yu every day pretending to be a good student, but his true intention would most likely be Mo Fan raised his brows. Heh, no wonder you always call him Green Tea Man. Miss Tang Yu, you don't seem to have any reliable men. Mo Fan inquired dryly. I already found that out the first week after I came here, but I'm worried that the townsfolk who were poisoned might be in danger if we don't do anything soon, Tang Yu said. It would take some time for a report to be submitted and assessed, not to mention they needed to gather enough information to convince their superiors of how big of a threat Dawn Island was. However, the authorities were extremely busy right now. They would normally let their subordinates handle a case first, and if it was still unresolved, they would leave it until they finally had someone reliable to handle it. Miss Tang Yu, why don't you come with us? Mo Fan said. Yeah, gorgeous miss, we are trying to get to the island too. It's better to come with us than relying on those parasites from the Enforcement Union, Zhao Manyang nodded. It's supposed to be a part of Ningxue Mountain Enforcement Union's duty. How can I let you risk your lives? Tang Yu said. Tang Yu had been to Dawn Island herself. It was clearly not the friendliest place. We like going on adventures, Mo Fan said. That's right. We even went to a pyramid, Zhao Manyang said. A pyramid? Tang Yu blurted out with surprise. She looked at Mo Fan. Mo Fan sneakily gave Zhao Manyang a kick. He immediately explained, "We were going around a pyramid in circles when we traveled to Egypt." "Miss Tang Yu," Mo Fan went inside the Great Pyramid of Giza, Lingling promptly added on. Tang Yu's eyes immediately widened. She swiftly grabbed Mo Fan's ear and pinched it while blurting out angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Who gave you permission to go to a place like that? I was wondering why you weren't telling me your whereabouts lately and kept going missing. It turns out that you've been to some dangerous places." Mo Fan gasped. His ear was hurting from the pinch. Jiang Xiaoxiu was astounded when she saw how Tang Yu had pinched Mo Fan's ear so adept. There really was someone that could subdue Mo Fan, as expected of Mo Fan's teacher. Miss Tang Yu, let's discuss how we can reach the island for now. Mu Bai will slowly explain to you what happened in the pyramid. He's better at remembering things, so he will know the details better than I do, Mo Fan quickly said. Mu Bai took a step back. He was worried that his ear would fall into Tang Yu's hand, too. Miss Tang Yu, I do agree that we should focus on resolving the case first. The Poison townsfolk are in danger of losing their lives, and we have no idea if the authorities are going to send someone here quickly after receiving the report. We have to find the source of the poison to derive the cure, Mu Bai pointed out. Tang Yu finally let go of Mo Fan's ear. Basically, Zhao Manyang stumbled into a bunch of aggressive creatures in the water when he was flying to the island. According to his description, even someone with a super-level defense will be defeated in no time. How can we make our way through those creatures? Things will be much simpler if we can reach the island, Mo Fan said. Those creatures are the featherless birds, Tang Yu informed him. Chapter 1820. 3 Super Mags. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. No way, I clearly saw them flying out of the sea while spinning like boomerangs, before diving back into the water. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. What featherless birds? Zhao Manyang was more inclined to believe the creatures were a strange kind of fish demon instead. How could a bird stay in the water? The featherless birds have no feathers, so they are not afraid of being drenched. Their skin is as smooth as leather. Not only can it fly by perfectly utilizing the airflow, it can move freely in the water, too. It's a unique species that can move in the sky or the water, Tang Yu informed him. A species that can move in the sky and the water? It's my first time encountering anything like this, Mo Fan murmured. Most amphibious creatures were suited for both land and water, like some lizards, and crocodiles who had some special lungs. However, it was rare to see a creature that could fly in the sky and stay in the water. They can freely move in the sky and the water without compromising their strength. It is the main reason that many countries have tried to domesticate them, but the featherless birds are naturally aggressive, with a strong sense of territory. It will take dozens of years to domesticate them, requiring taming them over at least 10 generations, Tang Yu said. If it's actually possible to tame these creatures, that would be extremely useful, considering our current situation, Lingling said. The featherless birds' attributes were perfect for cities along the coast. They could scout the sea while flying in the sky and fight the sea monsters in the water. The heavenly eagles were only useful for scouting purposes. There was nothing they could do once they were caught in the water. Yeah, the ideas are always brilliant, but it didn't work out, and even left such a huge threat behind. Tang Yu let out a sigh. So you're saying that not only can't we reach the island by boat, we won't be able to fly to it either? Zhao Manyang asked. It's actually harder to fly to the island, Tang Yu replied. Mo Fan finally realized why Tang Yu was so troubled by the case. The featherless birds could move freely in the sky and the water, and the inaccessible island beyond. He bet even the military bases were not as heavily guarded as that island. I think we should ask the old soldier whom we stumbled into the other night for help. He might not know the totem beasts, but he should be familiar with the featherless birds. We should learn more about the species so we can figure out a way to deal with them, Lingling said. That's right, I'll go ask, Mo Fan nodded. Forget it, considering your wild train of thoughts when you were talking to him the other day. Lingling, the two of us will go, Jiang Shaoxiu said. Fine, go ahead. Jiang Shaoxiu and Lingling went to the tower at the cliff. They saw the old soldier doing some morning exercises. It was just some ordinary physical exercises instead of magic practice. Why did you come again? Didn't I tell you this place isn't a playground for kids? The old soldier did not sound friendly. He scolded them before Lingling and Jiang Shaoxiu could even speak. We are trying to go to the island. You have lived here for so many years. You must know a lot about the featherless birds, Lingling asked. The old soldier could not get himself to scold the adorable little lowly. He glanced at Tang Yu, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai further away and asked, "Who are you guys?" "The Enforcement Union and Hunters," Lingling replied. "Humph, how many years has it been? I was constantly reporting about the potential threat the island might pose, but it still ended up like this. The government caused it single-handedly." The old soldier obviously held a strong grudge against the people responsible. "We are here to solve the problem. I bet you don't want the featherless birds to grow any stronger." "Wangui town would be in serious trouble then," Jiang Shaoxiu said. "Why do you insist on going to the island?" the old soldier asked with a puzzled look. "Basically, the strongest person in our group is a non-swimmer. He is significantly weaker if he isn't fighting on land. We would have more space to move around and fight the featherless birds if we can reach the island," Jiang Shaoxiu said. "Is he strong enough to take on the whole jungle of featherless birds? You've underestimated those creatures. Why do you think the domestication ranch failed?" "It's mainly because those featherless birds are stronger than humans, and most mags," the old soldier said. "We only came to the town not long ago. We just want to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. Please tell us if you have any plan in mind. We have 3 super mags in our group," Jiang Shaoxiu said. 3, the old soldier was astounded. He could not help but glance at the others again. A super mage would already be treated like a tyrant in a small town like this. The old soldier seriously could not tell these young mags were super mags. He had to admit that it sounded a little ridiculous. However, they had no reason to lie to him, so the old soldier chose to believe them. If it were 3 years ago, a super mage could easily lead a troop and wipe out the featherless birds at the domestication ranch, but that's no longer the case now. The featherless birds now have a leader. It was once someone's contracted beast 20 years ago, but after its master died, it was taken here for breeding and experiment purposes. The featherless birds are all its descendants. Its lineage was outstanding, and the intelligent creature seemed to have learned a way to strengthen its descendants from the experiments that were conducted on it. The featherless birds that inherited the lineage of their leader are extremely tough, unless an entire army is dispatched to take them out, the old soldier said. It was part of the law of nature that the stronger species usually had a weaker ability to reproduce. Normally, the featherless bird emperor could only reproduce 3 younglings with the same potential as it in its life, but the domestication ranch had provided it with the most suitable environment and guaranteed its safety from its natural foes, allowing the featherless bird emperor to reproduce and grow stronger. Every featherless bird with the featherless bird emperor's lineage was a high-ranking existence in the horde. "Do you have any other suggestions?" Lingling asked. "There's only one way to reach the island without a powerful army. You will have to wait until the coldest day in winter. I'm familiar with their habits. They actually hibernate in winter, but after moving to the south where the temperature is higher, they are active almost throughout the year. However, they will still fall asleep on colder days," the old soldier said thoughtfully. Chapter 1821. Forcing into Hibernation. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan and the others were surprised when Lingling and Jiang Shaoxiu brought the old soldier over to them. "If you really want to go to the island, bring me along," the old soldier told Tang Yu. "Are you familiar with the situation on the island?" Tang Yu asked. 20 years ago, I was the captain of the defense troop. My name is Chen Shaw," the old soldier declared. Tang Yu did recall seeing the name Chen Shaw on the list of mags who were in charge of the island's safety. She thought the overseers of the Domestication ranch had long run away, but little did she know, one of them had been keeping watch at the tower for almost 10 years. It's great if we have someone experienced leading us. Otherwise, we will be wandering around like headless flies, even if we made it to the island. Mo Fan exclaimed cheerfully. Chen Shaw told us that the featherless birds are actually hibernators, but the temperature around here is too warm for that, Lingling said. It's still a long way from winter, Zhao Manyang said. I should be able to lower the temperature, Mu Bai said firmly. How low do we need it to be? Tang Yu asked. 0 degrees, every featherless bird below the commander level will fall into deep hibernation when the temperature is 0 or below. They will go deep into the sea, too. A huge number of featherless birds are guarding the perimeter within 5 kilometers from the island. They will attack any living creatures or humans that are approaching Dawn Island. Even with an army, there would be a lot of casualties just to break through their defense. However, if the temperature is low enough, these featherless birds will hibernate instead, the old soldier stated firmly. Are the featherless birds in the water tricky to deal with? Mo Fan asked. The featherless birds have great numbers. Their intelligent emperor has trained them into an army of reckless soldiers. They are fearless and poisonous, making them extremely troublesome to deal with, the old soldier answered. Mo Fan, trust me, you better let them fall into a deep sleep at the bottom of the sea, Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fan was convinced how annoying the creatures were if even Zhao Manyang, the turtle shell mage, was afraid of them. So the plan is, Mu Bai will lower the temperature to 0 degrees, and the rest of us will take a boat to the island, Mo Fan said. You will have to kill the greater featherless birds. Otherwise, a new bunch of featherless birds will spread to the nearby islands in just a few years. Once the greater featherless birds are dead, the rest of the featherless birds would be nothing but a sheet of loose sand, the old soldier said. Greater featherless birds, are they the species that was raised on the island? Tang Yu asked. Yeah, only I know how terrifying they truly are, Chen Shaw confirmed. The plan was simple and straightforward. The group waited until it was around 2 in the morning, when the temperature was the lowest. Mu Bai was responsible for lowering the temperature of the area. In just an hour, the featherless birds that were on duty in the sea fell into a deep slumber. The rank of the featherless birds on the island was higher, so it was unlikely they would be deeply asleep. The group had to advance cautiously to locate the greater featherless birds and the featherless bird emperor, in order to take them all out at once. This isn't an easy dungeon, Zhao Manyang sighed. He added, we are going to end up as the creature's takeaway meal if Mu Bai fails to control the temperature. You must leave by 5, Mu Bai said, ignoring him. The group was heading toward Dawn Island on a boat. The boat was not very big and was covered in metal sheets. If there was anything in the water, it could smash the boat in half easily. Mo Fan was feeling extremely insecure on the little boat. Why do we have to leave at 5? Is that when the creatures usually rise from bed? Zhao Manyang asked with a confused look. The sun rises relatively early around here. Sunlight will start appearing after 5. I can only maintain the temperature of such a huge area at 0 degrees at most, but once the sunlight starts shining on the water, the temperature will surely rise and wake up the featherless birds at the bottom of the sea, Mu Bai told them. That's true, don't underestimate the power of sunlight, Chen Shaw nodded. How useless are you? You can't even keep the temperature at 0 degrees. Zhao Manyang teased him. Why don't you take a look at how big the area is? Dawn Island's diameter was already around 10 kilometers, not including the water around it. Mu Bai would have no chance of lowering the temperature of such a huge area if he had not reached the super level. Mu Bai started channeling his magic as they approached the island. The temperature around the boat dropped rapidly. A mist started appearing above the sea. Snow began to fall from the sky. It spread across the surface of the sea like a breeze at Mu Bai's command. As a matter of fact, it was more difficult to lower the temperature on the sea than on land, since the seawater would constantly transfer the heat around. If it was on land, Mubai would only have to lower the temperature of the air, but if it was the sea, he had to lower the temperature of the water, too. The sea was so huge and was flowing constantly. It was almost impossible to maintain the temperature of the whole Dawn Island and its vicinity at 0 degrees. The sea would not freeze at 0 degrees. It would only form a layer of fog on its surface. Mo Fan preferred to travel on the sea when Mu Ningxue was around. Her domain could easily turn the water under her feet into ice without expending any energy, turning a part of the sea into land. Mo Fan would then no longer be afraid of the underwater creatures. It's getting colder. They are going to sleep soon. Let's wait for another 10 minutes, Chen Shaw said. They kept track of the time and set out for Dawn Island after receiving the confirmation from Chen Shaw. I was attacked about here last time. Zhao Manyang roughly estimated the distance from the island. Go straight through it, Chen Shaw said confidently. Zhao Manyang was controlling the waves to speed the boat up. Mubai did not stop channeling his ice magic. In order to spread his magic further, he was traveling together with the group to guarantee their safety, keeping the temperature around them at 0 degrees. Mo Fan poked his head out to check the water. He could not see a thing in the darkness. He spread his dark material deep into the water to probe around. They are all down there, sleeping on the seabed, Mo Fan told everyone softly. The creatures' numbers were quite insane. When Mo Fan's dark material swept across the seabed, it felt like the featherless birds were some kind of plants covering the entire seabed. Mo Fan shivered when he recalled how Zhao Manyang had described he was attacked by countless boomerangs in the sky. Chapter 1822. Sapphire Eyes. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. How deep is the water? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. Around 200 meters, it's not too deep, Mo Fan replied quickly. You can even use your dark material like a measuring device. Zhao Manyang had to ask. I improved it slightly at Guangzhou. I finally get to try it out. Mo Fan smiled. The water gradually turned colder. The chill began to penetrate their skin and bodies. The boat slowly reached the vicinity of Dawn Island with the waves pushing it. The irregular outline of the island began to fill their view. The beach of the island had tall coconut trees lining it. The short ones were around 20 meters tall, and the tall ones could even reach a height of 80 meters. The treetops were spacious enough to contain a huge nest. Mo Fan was able to see further in the dark, and soon noticed there was a huge nest on every 3 trees he saw. The nest was delicately made, as if it was artificially woven for people to lie on while the leaves served as a natural sun umbrella. It felt like some kind of a resort. Why are their nests so delicate? If you put a man and a woman in them for a little honeymoon, they will soon give birth to a child, let alone the birds. Zhao Manyang had also noticed the beautiful nests when he was close enough. The featherless bird emperor always lived with its master. It learned a great deal from humans. It must have taught this to all its people, Chen Shaw said awkwardly. There were still 2 kilometers away from the island, the closest that Tang Yu had gotten to when she came to inspect the island. However, she had been driven away by the featherless birds in the water back then. The dense coconut trees gave the featherless birds the perfect environment to build their nests. One could easily lose their way among the trees. A strange cry echoed above the island. The group on the boat went on alert immediately. They fixed their eyes on the tall cliffs nearby. The island had some high terrain. The place they were planning to land at was around 20 meters above sea level, meaning that the island had been even taller before the sea level had risen. It served as a natural line of defense for the island, since the heights were an advantage for those defending the island and for keeping an eye out for any approaching enemy on it. The coconut trees were swaying slightly in the wind. Many blue glowing objects like sapphires poked out from the gaps between the trees. They went from a few to a whole bunch. The sapphire eyes were staring down at the little boat swaying on the waves. The cold looks in their eyes would send a chill down anyone's spine. Damn, didn't you say they're going to be asleep? Why are they staring at us with wide eyes instead? Zhao Manyang swore. The featherless birds on the island have a higher rank. They won't be completely asleep, Chen Shuo said indifferently. What should we do now? We are still 2 kilometers away from the island, Zhao Manyang said. What else can we do? We are breaking through with force, Tang Yu said. Tang Yu was the first to react. She turned into a shadow sparrow, flying across the night sky elegantly. Zhao Manyang raised his thumb when he saw Tang Yu was already 200 meters away. Your teacher is pretty brave. Mo Fan was not able to fly. He could only glide like a bird, even though the place was in complete darkness. He would eventually land after traveling for a few hundred meters. On the other hand, Tang Yu had completely turned into a night sparrow, similar to how the vampire bowler usually turned into a bat. She was able to fly freely in the dark. Time to go. It's worse if we are stuck on the water, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan carried Lingling on his back and decided to abandon the boat. He followed Tang Yu and made his way to the island rapidly in the form of a shadow. Mo Fan had nowhere to land within 2 kilometers from him. He could only rely on the darkness to use his little tricks, but Mo Fan was unable to use his other elements when he was in his shadow form. He was extremely vulnerable, too. Therefore, he needed Zhao Manyang, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Mu Bai to protect him. Mu Bai was focusing on maintaining the temperature. He also needed protection from the others. Chen Shuo was only an average advanced mage. He could barely keep an eye on Mu Bai. Wait, do all of you need my protection? Zhao Manyang grumbled as soon as he realized something was not right. Cut the crap, Miss Tang Yu is already clearing the path ahead. Let's go, Mo Fan said. Don't leave the boat then, come back to me, Zhao Manyang yelled. Zhao Manyang did not leave the boat. He summoned a huge wave over 8 meters tall with the boat at the top of it. The boat started riding the wave straight toward the island like a surfer. Zhao Manyang's wave soon overtook Mo Fan. Mo Fan hesitated briefly before deciding to return to the boat. At least he would have somewhere to stand. You are seriously a retard, Lingling rolled her eyes at Mo Fan's decision to return to the boat. Mo Fan had nothing to say. The cries grew louder. The half-asleep featherless birds finally realized they were being invaded. More cries exploded across the island. The featherless birds on the island were quite surprised. They did not expect the guards in the sea to be sleeping like rocks and not react at all when the enemy had broken so far through their defenses. Sapphire eyes flew into the sky, creating a spectacular sight among the coconut trees. It felt like a whole bunch of sapphire fireflies were taking off into the night sky after being startled by some unwanted guests. Mo Fan knew that behind the glowing eyes were strong bodies with no feathers. Their skin had a dark color which had merged with the darkness, thus the only thing visible was their eyes. Why are there so many of them on the island? Jiang Xiaoshu exclaimed. They reproduce so much. Unbelievable. Even Chen Shuo was dumbfounded. According to his plan, there would only be some high-rank sapphire featherless birds and greater featherless birds left on the island after putting the featherless birds in the sea into hibernation. There should not be too many sapphire featherless birds, since they were direct relatives of the featherless bird emperor, and their reproduction ability was limited as well. Chen Shuo had estimated there were only around 200 sapphire featherless birds. However, the sight before him obviously numbered more than 200 sapphire featherless birds. There were almost 1,000 of them, several times greater than he had estimated. Chapter 1823. Manta Ray Demon Birds. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mister, enough with your disbelief. Are those sapphire featherless birds strong? What level are they? Mo Fan demanded. The species we raised and trained was mainly those sapphire featherless birds. You can sell each of them for around 30 million. As for their strength, they can easily kill a warrior-level creature, Chen Shuo answered, his face blank. 10 years ago, the birth of every sapphire featherless bird would bring great joy to the breeders, similar to reaching a successful deal. The reason was that mercenaries in Europe had high demands for the sapphire featherless birds, so every time they successfully bred a sapphire featherless bird, they could easily find a buyer for it. To his surprise, these creatures were able to reproduce up to 1,000 on their own, when they had only managed to breed a few dozen of them artificially. The island had limited space, meaning that the resources available for the sapphire featherless birds were limited, too. It was similar to pastureland. Only a certain amount of pasture would be available each year to feed a limited amount of livestock. What exactly did these sapphire featherless birds feed on if there were now over 1,000 of them? These sapphire featherless birds are extremely violent. They are very hostile and have a strong desire to feed on humans, too. We must evacuate the town at once. Otherwise, the whole town will be left with nothing but bones. Chen Shuo's face turned pale. The sapphire featherless birds were untamed, meaning that they were no different from demon creatures. They would eventually invade other places, since the resources on the island were limited, and Wangui town would obviously be their first target. Does it look like we can leave the island now? It's around 20 kilometers to the shore, but less than 2 kilometers to the island. Keep going. Mo Fan ordered. Land, give me some F***king land, and I'll kill them all. Mo Fan was that confident in his strength. Go, to the island, charge! Jiang Xiaoshu knew it was impossible for them to turn back now. Do I need to keep the temperature at 0 degrees still? Mu Bai asked when he saw the group had a change of mind. You are even asking? Mo Fan, Lingling, and Jiang Xiaoshu blurted out together. It was obviously necessary to keep the temperature at 0 degrees. If the high-level sapphire featherless birds on the island had such insane numbers, how ridiculous would the numbers of the featherless birds in the water be? The featherless birds were able to fly. Once they filled the airspace around the island, their team would really become dumpling fillings. Tang Yu was flying in the air, and was the first to engage the sapphire featherless birds. She finally saw their true appearance when she drew closer. In addition to their sapphire eyes, the shape of their bodies was quite unique. They resembled a rhombus when they extended their wings, like kites with flesh and skin. They would only ripple their wings slightly while they were flying. Most importantly, their tails, which looked like long strings, were also the main reason why they looked like kites. Are they really birds? Mo Fan could see the featherless birds clearly now. He was astounded by their appearance. A bird normally had a body, a head, a neck, chest, abdomen, claws, and a pair of wings. Most demon birds had the same appearance too, but no matter how Mo Fan looked at the featherless birds, he was struggling to identify its body. Their wings were like bats, and their bodies were like manta rays. They did not have claws. Their sharp wings were their greatest weapons. Zhao Manyang finally realized why he had mistaken them as boomerangs coming out of the water. They indeed resembled a deadly whirling blade when they were spinning rapidly. What kind of monster did you guys make? Don't tell me it's a crossbreed between bats and manta rays. Mo Fan exclaimed. Well, the featherless bird emperor does possess the lineage of the manta ray emperor, so we referred to them as the manta ray evil birds when we were breeding them. It was the locals that called them the featherless birds, Chen Shuo admitted. The manta ray evil birds were multiple times stronger than the heavenly eagles in nature. They had come up with a training proposal because a summoner happened to have such a unique contracted beast, which could potentially revolutionize the military strength. They were selling the manta ray evil birds to mercenaries in Europe. Once the manta ray evil birds started to get some attention, they would immediately reach a deal with the Chinese military, or even the militaries of other countries. Their project would certainly become the greatest work of mankind. Chen Shuo had stayed at the island for almost 10 years for the ambitious project, but they had taken a lot of things for granted. Without a reliable breeding system and sufficient funds, it was impossible to keep the project running. You should have sold their younglings to the summoners instead. How brainless were you guys? Anyone can tell they are several times deadlier than the heavenly eagles from their appearance alone. Jiang Xiaoshu snarled. The heavenly eagle species was gentle and friendly to humans. On the other hand, the manta ray demon birds clearly had a savage temperament. These creatures were most likely even more violent than ordinary demon creatures. Indeed, you should have sold them as contracted beasts instead, Mo-Fan agreed. As they were recovering from their astonishment after seeing the manta ray evil bird's appearance, Tang Yu had already clashed with a group of manta ray evil birds. Since Tang Yu was able to stay in the air, her fighting capacity was not necessarily hindered by the water. Her fire magic immediately spread wildly in the air, preventing the manta ray evil birds from coming any closer. The manta ray evil birds were surprisingly smart. They dove into the water when they saw the flames spreading like clouds. The water was ice cold. When they returned and sprang into the sky, their smooth skin was covered in layers of the water barrier, which would significantly reduce the burning damage. The manta ray evil birds had crazy numbers. They charged into the clouds of flames and used the seawater and their wings to scatter the flames. "This isn't looking good," Zhao Manyang said when he saw how the strong flames were being put out so easily. "She's keeping the manta ray evil birds busy. We should go onto the island as soon as possible," Mo-Fan said. Tang Yu was gradually surrounded by the manta ray evil birds. She summoned her contracted beast when she realized things were not looking good for her. Tang Yue's contracted beast was a beast with 4 wings and arms. The beast was quite ferocious. It forcibly cleared a path and carried Tang Yu out of the surrounding manta ray evil birds to the other side of the island. Chapter 1824. Rapid Kill Formation. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang was very adept at powering the boat along with his water magic. The waves were fierce, but the boat was moving steadily ahead. Therefore, Jiang Xiaoshu and Mo-Fan could still cast some of their spells. The sapphire-eyed manta ray evil birds were not just some low-intelligence creatures. They did not all follow Tang Yu blindly. Around 300 of them stayed behind and circled above the boat and the water ahead of it. Their cries resembled the sound of a door knock and were coming at a high frequency. The group was extremely annoyed by them. Zhao Manyang pointed at the manta ray evil birds in the sky and shouted, "They are spinning." The manta ray evil birds started to spin in the sky. Their wings were just like blades when they were extended. The creatures seemed to be experts at controlling the wind. They would produce a strong wind when they were spinning at a high speed, which further increased the area covered by their attacks. Some time later, the terrifying sound of a helicopter's propellers was audible. The whole group of manta ray evil birds was making the same noise. The strength of the winds was like a hurricane on the sea, reversing the direction of the waves that were initially heading toward the island. The manta ray evil birds maintained their distance from one another as if they had undergone training. They positioned themselves in a V-shaped formation. The manta ray evil birds were not small. They were able to form a whirling blade wind with a diameter of around 10 meters when they were spinning. When a few dozen manta ray evil birds formed a V-shaped formation like a fleet of jets, the people on the swaying little boat had a feeling that they were done for. Old Zhao, dodge it, quick!" Jiang Xiaoshu screamed. It felt like axes were hanging right above their necks on a scaffold. The manta ray evil birds' cooperation was utterly shocking. They seemed to possess some of the traits of migratory birds. They were superb at positioning themselves in a formation and flying in groups. Mo-Fan finally understood why Zhao Manyang was in such a miserable state when he was attacked by the manta ray evil birds. A few manta ray evil birds would not pose any threat to them, but when there were a few dozen or 100 of them attacking at the same time, they could even slice through a mountain and leave it with a flat top. "How am I supposed to dodge it?" Zhao Manyang yelled. Could they stop relying on him for everything? There were 3F*** King Super Mags among them. The Super V-shaped formation was huge enough to cover the whole surface of the ocean ahead. It was not something he could dodge as he pleased. Plummeting rays. Zhao Manyang kept charging forward, now pointing his finger at the sky. A brilliant light fell from the night sky and scattered light pieces in front of the boat. The pieces stacked together and eventually formed a web encapsulating the boat. The plummeting rays kept falling. Every time a piece was added, the barrier would get stronger. Zhao Manyan's protection thoroughly covered the boat as the manta ray evil birds were approaching. The manta ray evil birds landed their blows on Zhao Manyan's plummeting rays, producing screeching noises, like the sound of something cutting through metal. Golden sprinkles were sparking from the barrier. The manta ray evil birds dove into the water in a V-shaped formation after their first round of attacks. An enormous hole was driven into the surface of the sea. They dove deep into the water at an instant. When the water filled up the hole, the manta ray evil birds were nowhere to be seen. However, the people on the boat were not relieved. Jiang Xiaoshu suddenly yelled, "Under the boat, you have to protect its bottom too." It's too late. Mo Fan immediately drew silver star patterns when he realized something did not feel right. The gorgeous star pattern circled him and eventually combined into a brilliant star constellation. Following a shudder, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, Mu Bai, and Chen Shuo vanished following a silver flicker, leaving the boat swaying on the violent waves. A second later, the sound of propellers came from under the water. Bang! The waves were still rolling without any splashes. The blast of wind produced by the fleet of manta ray evil birds shredded the boat into pieces. Not only was the boat destroyed, its remains were shredded into tiny dust. The manta ray evil birds sprang into the sky. It felt like they were going to tear the night sky in half. When they reached their highest point, they immediately locked onto Mo Fan and the others, who were floating above the water. Mo Fan had brought the group a few hundred meters away with Blink. However, he still needed some time for the energy around him to calm down before he could cast Blink again. He was unable to stabilize the energy of the space he arrived in right away. They are coming again. Lingling automatically climbed onto Mo Fan's back while pointing at the spinning axes diving from the sky. Lightning chains. Mo Fan emitted lightning arcs, gathering the lightning magic in the sky, forming chains that intertwined with one another as they spread across the sky. The chains were randomly attacking the manta ray evil birds along their path. When the manta ray evil birds were going through Mo Fan's lightning, they suddenly dispersed in order to avoid the area where the lightning was densest. The V-shaped formation had broken, but that did not stop the manta ray evil birds from attacking. They began to attack the invaders irregularly. Those who failed their attempts would dive into the water and use it as cover while preparing for their next attempt. The attacks coming from different angles and directions were exactly what Zhao Manyang had described before. The endless boomerangs felt like a rain of arrows. "How far are we from the island?" Mo Fan asked. He was unable to use his full strength. "Just a kilometer, but even if we can fly, we will still be shredded into mincemeat. These creatures are just too violent," Jiang Xiaoshu said. "Ahhhhh, don't let me get my hands on them, or I'm going to turn them all into a stew." Zhao Manyang snarled. He had enough of these manta ray evil birds. Chapter 1825. Betraying Teammates. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Swamp of Darkness, Lost. Mo Fan's other elements were not too effective, but his shadow element was not restricted by the environment. When the manta ray evil birds dove into the sea, Mo Fan immediately cast an advanced shadow spell to spread the Swamp of Darkness, turning the water within the reach of it black. The Swamp of Darkness also covered the area below the surface of the sea. The manta ray evil birds were struggling to find their way in the maze of darkness. They were more or less trapped in the water. The dark material required some time for it to spread, but Mo Fan only had limited time. The Swamp of Darkness was not going to last for long. It would only provide the group with some temporary relief as they made their way toward the island. "The cliff is just ahead, go!" Mo Fan yelled. "Charge!" Zhao Manyang had suddenly become the captain, as the boat never needed anyone to take charge of the helm, since he was pushing the boat with a wave. However, if they abandoned the boat, not only did he have to keep everyone above the water, he had to send them to the island too. Giant shadow spikes. Mo Fan gave up on the urge to rely on his other elements. He used the intermediate shadow spell to impair the movement of the manta ray evil birds that were still in the sky. Why are you using the giant shadow spikes? There's no way you can hit them if they keep flying around at such a fast speed, Zhao Manyang said when he saw Mo Fan tossing giant shadow spikes into the sky. The giant shadow spikes were not fast, but they had strong restraining capabilities. However, sensitive creatures could easily dodge them. The manta ray evil birds were easily the most sensitive bird species out there. The giant shadow spikes were not going to land on anything. Who told you that? Mo Fan harumphed. The giant shadow spikes flew into the sky. As Zhao Manyang thought, the manta ray evil birds easily dodged them. The giant shadow spikes merely slowed down the manta ray evil birds by a little as they were diving from the sky. It did not stop them from attacking. You are not the only one with boomerangs. Mo Fan grinned with glittering eyes when he saw the manta ray evil birds had lowered their guard. The manta ray evil birds were about to dive when the giant shadow spikes variation, the thorns of the shadow rose, stabbed them in the back. The manta ray evil bird stiffened. They were paralyzed in the sky, regardless of how rapidly they beat their wings. The rest of the thorns of the shadow rose soon returned and struck the manta ray evil birds who were so proud of their flying ability. The creatures froze in the sky like impaled moths. It was quite an amusing sight. Holy crap, did you install an infrared homing system on your giant shadow spikes? How did every single one land on target? Zhao Manyang's eyes widened. A shadow mage could use shadow magic to conceal their spell, surprising their enemies by attacking with unexpected timing and angles, but it required outstanding control over the shadow magic and some unusual manipulative tricks. Mo Fan had clearly fired off a high number of thorns of the shadow rose. It was impossible for him to control every single one of them. It was unbelievable how he had landed them on the manta ray evil birds so precisely. I actually have a nickname, the Pleasure Seeker. My bullets never miss. Mo Fan laughed proudly, as if he had completely forgotten about the rest of the manta ray evil birds. You have only stopped about 30 of them. Stop being infatuated by yourself. Jiang Xiaoshu said angrily. She could not help but wonder if these two were actually so fearless, or they were just plain idiots. Why would they waste their time uttering nonsense at a time like this? Mo Fan lowered his eyes and saw the swamp of darkness gradually withdrawing. The smile on his face soon faded away. He glanced at the cliff and roughly estimated the distance. Blink! He had finally bought enough time that his blink was available once again. Zhao Manyang let out a relieved sigh when he saw Mo Fan using the space magic. They would be one step closer to the island after another blink and could finally shake off the annoying manta ray evil birds. He would no longer have to carry such a huge burden on his shoulders. The space around them shuddered. Both Zhao Manyang and Jiang Xiaoshu were already used to being offered a convenient ride. To their surprise, the silver light did not encapsulate them. When they opened their eyes again, they were shocked to see that Mo Fan had disappeared. F***K me, he F*** king left on his own. That ****. Zhao Manyang lifted his gaze and saw Mo Fan moving over 400 meters away. Not only did he not bring him and Jiang Xiaoshu along, he even left Lingling whom he was supposed to look after behind. Mo Fan, do you want to die? Jiang Xiaoshu yelled. Mo Fan finally exposed the ugliest side of him after so many years. He had simply abandoned his teammates. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was drowned in the strong wind and loud cries. He could not hear Jiang Xiaoshu and Zhao Manyang's curses. Mo Fan was able to move 400 meters away with blink if he was not bringing anyone along. The cliff was within his reach. Mo Fan immediately turned into a shadow sparrow before his feet touched the water. He sprang up the cliff and landed on the top of the coconut trees. He turned around and saw Zhao Manyang and the others whom he had abandoned being flanked by a few hundred manta ray evil birds. The attacks did not only come from the sky, but from under the water too. The manta ray evil birds were enraged after the swamp of darkness had dispersed. They were going to eliminate the humans on the water once and for all. Electro cannon. Mo Fan began to emit a completely different aura as he finally set foot on solid ground. He was able to cast his lightning spell freely since the Manta Ray evil birds were putting all their attention on Zhao Manyang. The lightning coiled around Mo Fan's arms as it was compressed. When Mo Fan shoved his hands forward, a lightning beam flew under the night sky toward the sea. A blinding light shone over the sea, revealing countless shadows of Manta Ray evil birds scattered across the sea. It was horrifying just to see their numbers. The Manta Ray evil birds were rising to the surface to ambush Zhao Manyang and the others. They were only a few dozen meters away from their target, but the lightning beam entered the water and triggered a terrifying explosion. The lightning arcs illuminated the silhouettes of the Manta Ray evil birds before the overwhelming force crushed them into dust. Chapter 1826. Emergency Outpost. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The spell managed to resolve the danger the group was in. Zhao Manyang summoned another wave and sent them closer to the island. Jiang Xiaoshu used her psychic element to stop the harassment from another group of Manta Ray evil birds in the sky. They finally made it ashore. Mo Fan explained why he had left on his own. It's unwise to be blindly righteous sometimes. If I don't save myself first, we were all done for. It's fine, I'm going to say the same thing to you when you need my protection, Zhao Manyang said in return. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Mo Fan could not find a better response. Enough chatting, do you think we are safe after making it to the island? Take a look around you. Do those creatures look like they are going to spare our lives? Jiang Xiaoshu pointed at the sea. Mo Fan's electro cannon had been extremely effective. Not only did it kill a lot of Manta Ray evil birds, it had also resolved the dangerous situation. However, it had infuriated the remaining Manta Ray evil birds. Those who were not caught by the electro cannon soared into the sky from the water and came right at them. The creatures pursuing them relentlessly were not the scariest. When Mo Fan and the others looked deeper into the island, they noticed countless pairs of sapphire eyes appearing from the woods. Those we saw weren't all of them. Zhao Manyang was about to go crazy. Did these creatures have nothing better to do other than mate? How did they possibly give birth to so many offspring in just a few years? Was the featherless bird emperor's name Shufu instead? TL note. A reference to a Chinese alchemist and explorer. He was sent by Qin Shi Huang to look for the elixir of life, but he ended up running away with 500 men and women and was said to have settled down in Japan. These must be the greater featherless birds. Their bodies are dark red. Chen Shaw noticed. Their sapphire eyes were brighter than the eyes of the Manta Ray evil birds, and their wings were around 8 meters long when fully extended. Their smooth, dark red skin had the sheen of an icy metallic surface, not to mention their pointy heads and jagged wings. They looked far nobler and stronger than the Manta Ray evil birds. We are truly being surrounded now, Jiang Xiaoshu pointed out. Plans are always King lies. Zhao Manyang grumbled. Their plan was to put the Manta Ray evil birds into hibernation so they could strut through the island, take care of the greater featherless birds, and accomplish their mission. The reality was, the mission's difficulty was more than a level harder than they had expected. It was like they had accidentally chosen Hell mode when they picked the dungeon. The numbers of the Manta Ray evil birds were unreasonably high. It was not like they had never fought so many demon creatures at once, but these Manta Ray evil birds were surprisingly strong. Even Mo Fan's electro cannon could only kill a limited number of them. Luckily, your Miss Tang Yu lured a portion of them away. I wonder if she's in any kind of danger, Zhao Manyang suddenly remembered. Don't you worry about that, Mo Fan answered, pointing at the trees ahead. An alluring figure was slowly appearing from the darkness, heading in their direction. Zhao Manyang glanced in that direction. His face darkened when he saw Tang Yu. He looked to the other side. As he expected, the Manta Ray evil birds which Tang Yu was supposed to lure away seemed to have found a new target, and were flying toward them relentlessly. The whole sky had darkened from their numbers, as if they were holding some kind of ceremony. There was only so much Tang Yu could do to keep the creatures busy. She too could not stay in the water or sky for too long, since she was more used to fighting on land. She immediately regrouped with Mo Fan and the others after they successfully came ashore. Their numbers are too much for us. If they were just a sheet of loose sand, we might be able to drive them away with a super spell, but these creatures are surprisingly brave, Tang Yu told them. She had realized that Dawn Island was much scarier than she thought after coming here. She could not help but wonder what resources the creatures relied on to reproduce so quickly. The ocean world was indeed unpredictable. Head to the emergency outpost. It's built with a kind of metal that the manta ray evil birds are scared of. We can seek shelter there and figure out a plan, Chen Shaw told them. Lead the way then, Zhao Manyang said. They might be able to handle the manta ray evil birds that were chasing after them, but they no longer stood a chance if the manta ray evil birds which Tang Yu lured away returned too, not to mention the fact that the manta ray crimson birds were on the move as well. Even Mo Fan would struggle to take them all out, even if he could fire his spells at will until his energy was depleted. Chen Shaw had the wind and plant elements. His speed was quite impressive. It felt like he had returned to his true home after entering the woods. He wove through the strange trees blocking their path nimbly and even used the dense trees to shake off the manta ray evil birds behind them. It's just ahead, Chen Shaw said. The whole island basically consisted of tall trees with plenty of leaves. It felt like they had entered a maze of trees with no way of telling their direction. However, Chen Shaw seemed extremely familiar with their surroundings. They went past a slope and arrived at a little basin. They saw a structure with a grey-white roof covered in vines and weeds. The structure was in the shape of a rhombus. I thought it was an enormous manta ray evil bird. It scared the crap out of me, Zhao Manyang nearly shrieked after glancing into the basin. The emergency outpost obviously resembled a manta ray evil bird. The group quickly made their way down and noticed some dilapidated fences and wire netting. They are coming! Tang Yu looked up and saw the sky was filled with the manta ray evil birds. It felt like the whole sky was shrouded by the creatures, especially when their sapphire eyes were looking down at them. Go inside, quick, they won't dive at us, Chen Shaw told the group confidently. Chen Shaw led the group to the entrance. They immediately ran inside the rhombus-shaped building. The place was abandoned, but it was not completely run down. It was a safe enclosed space. The manta ray evil birds would have to break through the walls and the roof to reach them. The loud noises were making the group uncomfortable. The manta ray evil bird circled the sky above the building, but not a single one of them dove down at it after 5 minutes had passed. Chapter 1827. Taming after 10 years. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Are we safe now? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. She was truly afraid. She had once thought it was just going to be a normal island with a little trouble, but it had turned out to be a tiger's den full of danger. The manta ray evil birds were still circling in the sky above the emergency outpost. They did not seem to be leaving soon, but they were not diving down either, as they were wary of the building. What should we do now? Daybreak is going to come soon. We can't afford to waste any time, Zhao Manyang said. They had to leave before the sun rose. The featherless birds protecting the vicinity of the island were all going to awaken soon. Their numbers were more than 10 times those of the featherless birds on the island. Their group would have no chance of leaving the island in one piece once they were awake. There's a tunnel under the outpost that will bring us to the main ranch and breeding facility. Most greater featherless birds were bred in the trees there, Chen Shaw told them. Are you suggesting we take on the root of the problem directly? Zhao Manyang had to ask. Exactly. We must get rid of the greater featherless birds and the featherless bird emperor. If a certain device there is still usable, we should be able to keep the manta ray evil birds at bay while trapping the greater featherless birds and the featherless bird emperor in the woods temporarily, Chen Shaw said. Excuse me, mister, you shouldn't just think about how to rid the public of an evil. You should think about how we are supposed to handle the manta ray evil birds, and the featherless birds that are about to wake up in the sea, even if we do slay the greater featherless birds and the featherless bird emperor. You should figure out our retreat first. Otherwise, our best bet is to turn around immediately. Zhao Manyang countered. Old Zhao is right. It's important to get rid of the greater featherless birds and the featherless bird emperor, but we have to figure out a way to deal with their children and grandchildren, too. We should prioritize our safety first, Mo Fan agreed. Chen Shaw immediately fell silent. He had been fully preoccupied with the thought of eliminating the featherless birds to prevent a potential disaster. The manta ray evil birds were constantly making a lot of noise in the sky. Loud whooshes were heard as the creatures swept past the building above them. A few fearless manta ray evil birds even ignored the metal that the building was built from to search for the entrance. 10 years ago, this emergency outpost was completely sealed up to prevent the tamed creatures from revolting, but the building was already long abandoned. It was difficult to guarantee there was no opening for the creatures to come inside. They were eventually going to find a way in as more manta ray evil birds began to circle the building. I do have a plan if you trust me, Chen Shaw said. Just spill the beans. Zhao Manyang said. As a matter of fact, our project wasn't necessarily a total failure. The bird emperor spent a long time living with humans. It had already developed a certain benevolence. Things only went south because we were short on funds, and we made a mistake when taming the bird emperor, Chen Shaw began to explain to them. Mister, we don't really have much time, so please refrain from dwelling on the past for now. Just tell us what we should do. If it's plausible, we'll go ahead and do it. Otherwise, we should leave the island at once. We won't have that option once the morning comes. This old outpost doesn't feel safe at all, Mu Bai reminded him quickly. Basically, every manta ray evil bird takes orders from the bird emperor, which means, if we are able to complete the plan 10 years ago and tame the bird emperor successfully, not only can we resolve the threat posed by the overpopulation of the manta ray evil birds, the bird emperor will give us a ride and even bring us to safety. Chen Shaw said. What kind of a plan is that? You already failed to tame it 10 years ago. You had so many experts, mags, and devices back then, but you still failed to tame the bird emperor. Why would you think we can do it now after 10 years? Tang Yu demanded. That's why I said you have to trust me completely. I wasn't fully in charge back then, but I'm extremely familiar with the bird emperor. If you try to tame it according to my method, I believe it might remind the bird emperor of its past as a contracted beast, thus convincing it to obey us, Chen Shaw said seriously. He even sounded a little excited. Chen Shaw, are you sure it's still possible to tame a creature who has now become the bird emperor of the manta ray evil birds? Mo Fan asked in a serious voice. I'm sure of it, the bird emperor's master was my master. As his disciple, I was following him around. He brought me here to take care of his contracted beast, Evil Star, before he passed away. I came because I was eager to make some contributions, and I also saw how much potential the plan to tame the manta ray evil birds had. I thought my master's contracted beast might lead us to a great evolution, and my master would be very pleased with the result. Unfortunately, when they started to have some positive outcome, they focused on breeding manta ray evil birds with a purer lineage instead of putting their attention on taming the creatures first, which eventually led to the overpopulation of the manta ray evil birds. However, I understand Evil Star. It still has the spirit of a contracted beast. It's willing to be tamed, but we need someone worthy enough to convince it by following my instructions, Chen Shaw said. What do you mean someone worthy enough to convince it? Can't you do it? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. I can't. The manta ray evil birds are extremely competitive. It will never submit to anyone weaker than it. My master only managed to sign a contract with it because he managed to defeat it by himself. There's only one way to convince it to take on the creature alone and defeat it without relying on any tricks. Chen Shaw said. I have defeated many demon creatures, yet not a lot of them were willing to surrender just because you can defeat them. Most of them preferred to die rather than submitting themselves to a human, Mo Fan pointed out. Yes, that has always been the case, but the difference is that this bird emperor was once a contracted beast, so it won't reject humans, the old soldier countered. Mo Fan, you should be pretty strong now. If the bird emperor is really that intelligent, you might earn its trust by defeating it. Why don't you have a go at it? Tang Yu said. But my contracted space is full. Mo Fan said. Taming it and making it a contracted beast are different things. Chapter 1828. The Umbrella of Coconut Trees in the Sky. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was willing to go along with Chen Shuo's plan if there was no other way. The truth was, Mo Fan had never tamed a demon creature before. He simply treated it as a learning opportunity. If he really could tame these Manta Ray evil birds, it might significantly increase his homeland's firepower along the coastline. Taming was not really related to the summoning element. It was actually an ability of the psychic element, as it relied on psychic magic to communicate with a demon creature and slowly rid it of its savage nature and convert it into something positive. The creature would gradually submit to humans and become a pet or a comrade in battle. Most tamed creatures could only obey simple instructions. For example, the heavenly eagles were mainly responsible for carrying their masters around, protecting them, and assisting them in battles. Their minds were not linked like the connections between a summoned beast or a contracted beast and their summoners were. Their relationship was not as close, nor would they have such outstanding synergy. Most tamed creatures were only treated as mounts. It was quite difficult to convince tamed creatures to fight other demon creatures. My father wanted me to become a tamer and serve in the military when I was younger, but I kind of strayed away from the path somehow. To be honest, I'm under huge pressure knowing the burden is currently on my shoulders, considering they failed the attempt 10 years ago, Jiang Xiaoshu admitted. The group was now heading toward the Sky Coconut Grove through a secret passage from the emergency outpost. It was where the great featherless birds and the featherless bird emperor lived. The old devices for taming purposes were stored there, too. Such pressure you are under, but why the hell do I have to take on the Manta Ray evil birds emperor alone? Mo Fan grumbled immediately. Mo Fan thought Chen Shuo meant he just had to fight the bird emperor with all his strength to defeat it, but he just realized he was going to take on the bird emperor alone, since it was the only way to earn the creature's approval. Mo Fan could not care less about getting the creature's approval. Why couldn't they just take on the bird emperor together and beat the crap out of it? If it was not convinced of their strength, they could just beat it up a few more times. However, they had to turn it into a fair duel where others were not allowed to intervene. Were they crazy? Did they seriously want him to fight the creature fair and square? Mo Fan never bothered fighting anyone fair and square. Mo Fan, think about it, if you manage to tame the bird emperor, you can make it your mount. If I were you, I would feel very ashamed in front of other super mags and summoners considering how bad you are with water. After all, you can only ride your second contracted beast at night. What I'm trying to say is, this is a great opportunity for you. It's the prologue to you dominating the Pacific Ocean. Zhao Manyang cheered him on. Mo Fan gave it serious thought and realized Zhao Manyang was not being totally unreasonable. Mo Fan had initially planned to get himself a flying beast as his second contracted beast, but he ended up with a little snake demoness instead. Any wing magical equipment was extremely expensive, too. There was no way he could get one that was fit for his level with the money he had. Therefore, finding a mount was indeed the perfect solution. Magical wings were extremely costly. Those that cost only 1 or 200 million were too slow for his current level, so he did not bother wasting his money on them. Jiang Xiaoshu, your main focus on the psychic element is the illusionary branch, right? Mo Fan asked. Yeah, so I don't feel too confident. I only know a little about how to tame a creature, Jiang Xiaoshu confirmed. I'll ask someone to give you a hand later, but make sure you keep the greater featherless birds and the Manta Ray evil birds at bay while I'm fighting the bird emperor. I seriously don't want to die here. Mo Fan told her. Don't you worry, we'll be keeping an eye for you. Chen Shuo let out a relieved sigh when Mo Fan finally agreed to the plan. How long until we reach the Sky Coconut Grove? It'll be daybreak soon. We are almost there. Wangui Town. Zhu Minute and Li Dong staggered out of a bar, each with a hand around the waist of a woman with heavy makeup. Tang Yu had finally considered giving up on the operation today. They no longer had to put on an act before her, and could finally relax. A few bulky figures slowly approached them as they reached the junction. A man in a huge coat was leading them. He had a stern face as he cast an aloof gaze at Zhu Minute and Li Dong. "Is this what you should be doing when you're on duty?" the man harumphed coldly. "Fa, father." Zhu Min's legs trembled as soon as he saw the man. "Chief!" Li Dong collected his thoughts quickly. He rapidly pushed the woman in his arm away. The woman immediately cursed in the local dialect when Li Dong's attitude changed so suddenly. The chief of the enforcement union squinted, as if he was observing some filthy wild hens, a disdainful and heartless look in his eyes. The faces of the two women turned pale, as if their thick makeup was about to fall off their faces. They immediately ran away, not daring to say a word further. "Where's the vice chief?" Chief Yu Chi said. I think she went home," Li Dong said. "Humph, why did a senior enforcer tell me she had gone to Dawn Island with a few people, then?" Yu Chi asked. "No way, we clearly saw her," Zhu Minute began. "I told you two to keep an eye on her, yet you couldn't even do such a simple task. I know better than anyone else how dangerous Dawn Island is. I asked you to keep an eye on her not only to be wary of her, but to stop her from doing anything reckless, too. After all, she was assigned here by the Lingyan Enforcement Union. If she dies on the island, it will bring us a lot of trouble," Zhu Qi said. "That woman must be out of her mind." Li Dong swore. "Go take a look around, and make sure she's still alive," Zhu Qi ordered them. Dawn Island, the Sky Coconut Grove. The Sky Coconut Grove was made up of coconut trees that had been growing on a tall hill for more than 100 years. Their dense leaves were bundled up together. The top of the trees bent slightly too, making them look like an enormous umbrella. It was quite a spectacular sight. The main training and breeding ranch was located in the Sky Coconut Grove. There were iron nets all over the trees, looming over them like a sky. Together, they resembled a huge dome protecting the island. Chapter 1829. Submit to me. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The base of the main ranch was half set into a mountain, built using the same special metal as the outpost to prevent the manta ray evil birds from getting closer. It had done a great job preserving the building. When they arrived inside the building, Mo Fan noticed many devices covered with huge pieces of leather. They looked like machines that had not been used for many years, rather than being completely abandoned and run down. The sight explained why Chen Shuo wanted to give his plan a try. The devices were still in good condition. They could be used right away, once they were connected to a power source. Can you see the netting above the trees? Those are actually made of metallic gravel. They aren't used to trap the manta ray bird emperor, evil star, but were actually used to magnify the efficacy of the psychic element, like a kind of metallurgy. When the taming force of the psychic element is inserted into these devices, the nettings produce a psychological pulse to tame evil star. We would do it once every month before, but from what I learned, they started whipping evil star with electric shocks, forcing it to submit to their authority with pain. However, the method we use to tame heavenly eagles isn't effective on evil star. It would never be afraid of humans and submit itself to us, despite being whipped countless times. Therefore, the best way is to pacify it instead, and calm its thoughts. We'll then help it remember its past, and the friendly time it spent with humans. Mo Fan will then challenge it to a duel so it will obey the orders of a human who's stronger than it. Chen Shuo had been quiet along the journey, yet he was very excited whenever he mentioned evil star. He had a passionate look in his eyes now. "So you're saying that I'll need to activate the magic nets with Spirit Ripple to help it recover its benevolence first, before Mo Fan overpowers it?" Jiang Xiaoshu summarized the drawn-out instructions. Exactly. If the plan doesn't work, the Manta Ray evil birds will never be on friendly terms with humans. Chen Shaw stated solemnly. Mo Fan was not feeling very confident in Jiang Xiaoshu's psychic element. The woman's main focus was on illusions. If Xinxia was here, he would only have needed to go through the motion since the creature would be pacified pretty easily. Apers, come out here. Mo Fan went to a corner and summoned his second contracted beast while the others were busy preparing the magic netting. Apers had been hiding in her contracted space after she found the receiver crystals. It was the perfect time to be asking her for help. There was no way Mo Fan would let his second contracted beast's talents go to waste. Help me subdue that Manta Ray Bird Emperor, Mo Fan told her. What benefits do I get? Apers seemed to have gotten used to the business model between them. She would be willing to help as long as she would be getting something that fancied her in return. I'll sort out your identity with my connections. You will be able to study in the plant school of Pearl Institute as you wish, Mo Fan offered her. Apers' eyes glittered as soon as she heard the offer. Her attractive eyes curled charmingly in joy and excitement. Really? You're not trying to trick me, aren't you? Apers said warily. Since when did I trick you? Mo Fan said sternly, but for some reason, he almost bit his own tongue when he was talking. Apers wanted to study at the Pearl Institute. Frankly speaking, she just wanted to live like a normal girl, being able to learn magic, go to school, go to the library, and enjoy a peaceful yet fulfilling life. She might be a Medusa princess, but she was not too passionate about her heritage. She was instead curious and obsessed with the magic of humans. She had been practicing every day since Mo Fan had helped her awaken the plant element. However, she was not particularly talented at it. Mo Fan was actually surprised by how clumsy she was. Is it possible to tame a creature like that? Mo Fan knew how impressive Apers' psychic magic was. He decided to ask for her opinion, in case all their efforts were for nothing in the end. If you're relying on her and the old devices here, I seriously doubt this is going to work, Apers judged firmly. Taming a creature like the Manta Ray Bird Emperor would require overpowering it with psychic magic that was multiple times stronger than its level. The creature was most likely a ruler-inferior creature. Oh, so I won't have to arrange for you to study in Pearl Institute, then? Mo Fan countered. Apers stomped the ground angrily and blurted out, there's no way it's going to submit itself to you. Even if you manage to defeat it, it will only treat you as an alien species that is slightly stronger than it. It's the same as if you lost to a wild beast. What would you do if the beast demanded you be its slave? Tell me your plan, Mo Fan said calmly. I'm Medusa's daughter, hence my lineage is far more superior to its, not to mention the power of my eyes. I believe it will only surrender itself to me, Apers declared. So, we should force it to submit itself to you? Mo Fan asked. You aren't worthy enough. Apers stated directly. Mo Fan did not expect to be looked down on by his own contracted beast. Fine, but you must stay in a corner where no one is going to notice you and lend me a hand. Once it's done, I'll let you study in Pearl Institute for some time. Deal. Apers nodded. Mo Fan waited until Apers went to a secluded spot. He could not help but think how he had been forced to rely on Apers' help twice in a row recently. He had already used his trump card of giving her the chance to study at Pearl Institute. He no longer had any bargaining chips left. Forget it, I will just rely on myself more. I can't ask that little snake for help every time. I must become stronger myself, strong enough to conquer her so she's willing to service a charming and impressive man like me on her knees, Mo Fan thought with a sigh. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoshu was done with her preparations. Tang Yu and Zhao Manyang were in position to fend off the greater featherless birds that might show up. Mu Bai looked into the sky and said, it's almost daybreak. There's no point in me maintaining the temperature. You will be struggling against the overwhelming numbers of greater featherless birds and Manta Ray evil birds. I'll lend you a hand. There's no turning back from here, Zhao Manyang said. There never was since we came to the island. We should just focus on the current situation. We'll figure out another plan if we fail, Mu Bai said. Indeed, we will have difficulty stopping the manta ray evil birds without Mu Bai's help. Let's do it. Chapter 1830. Rush of Excitement, Evil Star. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. They went to the sky coconut grove and saw the night sky was shrouded by the huge leaves. There was not even a glimpse of light. Mo Fan climbed up the trunks to the canopy. The leaves were big enough to support his weight and swayed like seesaws when he stood on them. Mo Fan was satisfied as long as there were places he could put his feet. That being said, he had to be wary of the spots where the leaves were less stacked, as he might fall right through them if he applied too much force on them. Chen Shaw told Mo Fan that Evil Star preferred staying in the canopy, but Mo Fan did not see the manta ray bird emperor after scanning his surroundings. The leaves were stacked in layers at certain spots. Mo Fan looked up, and soon noticed two jagged black wings extending slightly at an angle of 45 degrees. The manta ray bird emperor had the body of a ray, so when it slowly extended its wings, the moonlight eventually shone upon its body. It felt like the night sky was the designated stage for it. Its body reflected a cold silver sheen. Mo Fan was a little dazzled by the creature's appearance. Even though the manta ray evil birds had a menacing appearance, animals like manta rays and bats were two of the more ugly and scary types, so the manta ray evil birds that possessed the lineage of the two species would naturally fall into the same category. However, that was not the case for the creature that was currently extending its sharp wings above the trees. In Mo Fan's eyes, the creature had perfect curves and edges, with extremely smooth skin. It looked like a typical spaceship in science fiction instead. So that's Evil Star, Mo Fan murmured. It looked so cool. Mo Fan was not a well-educated man. It was the only term he could come up with under the circumstances. The creature looked so ***king cool. When Mo Fan first saw the manta ray evil birds, he had been surprised by the unique appearance of the species. Little did he know that their ruler's appearance was even more perfect. Imagine the creature soaring past or hovering above a bustling city. It would easily attract a bunch of screams of disbelief. Why did they even bother taming the manta ray evil birds which looked like bats and manta rays? Only the manta ray bird emperor was worthy of his time. Apers, I'm pretty fond of that bird. You must take it down for me, do you understand? Mo Fan blurted out in excitement. His gaze never left Evil Star. Cool, how cool, only a creature like it was worthy for a handsome genius like him. The flying creek snow wolf with his snow-white skin, the lineage of the Ice Valley, and a perfect combination of the strength and elegance of his muscles suddenly felt like a weasel rolling around in the snow when compared to the manta ray bird emperor that resembled a metallic battle jet. Mo Fan was initially unwilling to sacrifice himself to take on a ruler-inferior creature, but he was now greatly anticipating making the creature his new mount. He immediately found the motivation to fight the creature. It was like the goddess whom he had been dreaming of had finally appeared before him. He immediately had an urge to conquer her. His blood was already boiling. A ruler-inferior creature. Mo Fan had rarely fought a ruler-level creature alone. He was now curious about whether he was strong enough to face a ruler-inferior creature alone. Keep staring at it, I will provoke it through your eyes, Aper spoke in Mo Fan's mind. Mo Fan prepared himself and followed Aper's instructions. The manta ray bird emperor was clearly aware of Mo Fan's existence. It was stretching to loosen its bones by extending its wings. Following Aper's provocation, Evil Star spread its wings and soared into the sky. Unlike how birds usually lifted off into the sky, the manta ray bird emperor simply turned into a strange ray of light and sprang into the night sky. Its wings remained still at its sides. From Mo Fan's angle, it looked like a sword with a triangle tip encapsulated by a blue-silver glow had flown into the pitch-black sky in an unstoppable manner. Mo Fan was dazzled by its imposing appearance once again. Mo Fan, we're ready! Jiang Xiaoshu yelled from the base below. You may begin. This Evil Star is mine nevertheless. Mo Fan had a firm and passionate look in his eyes. The situation clearly contained all the joy and significance of going on an adventure. It had allowed Mo Fan to witness the wonders of nature and the charm of different species. The way the manta ray bird emperor took off into the sky stabbed Mo Fan right in the heart, which was pounding heavily, similar to the feeling of falling in love at first sight. The sound of machines operating came from below, followed by the crackling of electricity. The energy of the psychic element surged through the nettings and gathered at a certain point like a lightning rod. A lightning bolt without a single fork sprang toward the manta ray bird emperor. The manta ray bird emperor was flying in the sky. However, Mo Fan only noticed the chain between the manta ray bird emperor and the rod at the center of the nets after the brilliance of the lightning lit up the area. The chain was long enough to reach the clouds in the night sky while connected to the netting. It was binding the manta ray bird emperor as it soared into the sky. "What's with that?" Mo Fan immediately asked Chen Shaw. There was no response from below. The psychic magic kept gathering at the rod through the nettings before being transmitted via the chain. The chain swayed in the strong wind, producing some unpleasant clanking. The manta ray bird emperor obviously could not reach the height it was aiming for. It dragged the chain, now over a few hundred meters long, into the sky. The creature was more like a kite flying in the sky, but the string controlling it was a chain instead. "Mo Fan, don't worry about it. The old man said the chain is keeping it here so it won't vent its frustrations on the people nearby. Just hurry up and beat it, it's almost morning," Jiang Shaoxu replied. Mo Fan frowned. Chen Shaw mentioned that the metallic gravel was something the manta ray evil birds were afraid of, but the manta ray bird emperor was tied by a chain made of the same metal. He was lying when he mentioned the creature preferred to stay in the area, since the creature never had a chance to leave the area. The chain was only a few hundred meters long. Chapter 1831. Battle Against Evil Star. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A cold star dove through the mist, descending aggressively. It clearly indicated the manta ray bird emperor's hostility to Mo Fan. The chain rattled under the moonlight. The manta ray bird emperor did not let out a cry when it suddenly dove from the sky. Its wings sliced through the air and ignored its resistance. Its dark silver shiny scales tore through the veil of the night and sliced the moonlight in half like a vengeful sword. Mo Fan was still 200 meters away from the creature, yet his body was overwhelmed by fear, as if he had just been sliced in half. Mo Fan stared at the creature coming at him, descending like a falling star. He did not budge, yet his body began to split from 1 to 2, then 4, then 16. Mo Fan's shadows stood in a row, each perfectly resembling him. He was now covered by a layer of shadow which concealed his original colors. The manta ray bird emperor was diving right at Mo Fan. Its move immediately took out 12 of the shadows that Mo Fan had split into. However, when it realized none of them was the real one, it suddenly turned in the air at an unbelievable angle and attacked the remaining 4 shadows instead. Most flying creatures would move in an arc while they were turning in the air. Even the strongest winged beasts would still need to bank somewhat to greatly alter the angle they were flying at. However, the manta ray bird emperor had changed its angle right away. Its path was almost an L shape. It went from a vertical slash to a horizontal slash without any time in between them. Mo Fan was indeed among the 4 remaining shadows. He was given a great scare when he saw how Evil Star had turned so quickly in the air. He no longer dared to fool around with his shadows when he saw the air slashes approaching rapidly. He immediately engulfed himself in flames and launched himself to a taller tree. The manta ray bird emperor was below Mo Fan when it glided past him. It had sliced through the trees along its flying path in a perfectly straight line. Mo Fan began to fall as he had lost his balance. Meanwhile, the manta ray bird emperor had already made its turn, hovering again in the air. The manta ray bird emperor did seem more like a manta ray in the deep sea. It was cool looking, yet intimidating. The manta ray evil bird would not let the human who provoked it go so easily. It suddenly beat its wings in Mo Fan's direction. Mo Fan saw sharp flickers on the edges of the Manta Ray Bird Emperor's wings, and two enormous crescent-shaped shockwaves sprang toward him from his left and right. They produced a piercing screech as they traveled through the air. It sounded like a gigantic bee beating its wings at an insane speed. Mo Fan knew the shockwaves could easily slice through a mountain, let alone his vulnerable human body. Mo Fan was prepared for it. A star constellation close to completion was already under his feet. When the terrifying wing slashes arrived, he had vanished before the wing slashes crossed paths at his former location. Mo Fan reappeared 100 meters away, feeling a burning sensation from his shoulders. He looked at them and saw both his shoulders bleeding. The wing blades were simply too quick for him. They had still managed to hurt him even when he had entered the other dimension while casting Blink. If he had not been prepared, he might have come out of the dimension in two halves instead. How ferocious, I like it. Mo Fan ignored the minor cuts on his shoulders, as they would stop bleeding on their own. Mo Fan's body had a certain self-healing ability, perhaps because he had eaten a lot of that sacred medicine that Xinxia had given him. Cough, demon element, cough. One must view the most spacious ocean and ride the most savage bird on the island when viewing the world. Mo Fan was determined to subdue the Manta Ray Bird Emperor and make it his mount today. It seemed like he would have to show some of his true capabilities. Little Flame Bell, show it what we have. Mo Fan clenched his fists as if he was going to unleash all the power in his body. The Meteor Scarlet, Calamity Fire, and Ardent Sunset of different colors circled around Mo Fan like dragons. When they intertwined above him, the flames poured down like lava and turned him into a warrior in burning armor. The flames spread fiercely above the island, dyeing the clouds red. Flame Ripple. Mo Fan could now wield Flame Bell's outstanding control over the fire element. He rapidly unleashed the flames around him in a ripple. The flames spread across the sky above the trees and sprang at the Manta Ray Bird Emperor on the other side. The Manta Ray Bird Emperor was obviously not a fan of heat. With a flicker from its back, a blue pillar of water surged forward and crashed into Mo Fan's flames. The water and fire instantly produced a huge cloud of steam above Dawn Island. However, the Manta Ray Bird Emperor's water was obviously inferior to Mo Fan's 3 soul-grade flames, and the flames started pushing toward the Manta Ray Bird Emperor. However, the Manta Ray Bird Emperor simply rose 20 meters higher into the air to dodge the flames with ease. Again! Mo Fan was extremely quick at gathering the flames to him. His fire magic had gotten stronger. He unleashed the flame ripple once again, but this time, he had applied the seal of order on it, enabling it to track down the Manta Ray Bird Emperor while it was flying. The Manta Ray Bird Emperor dodged to the left to move away from the flame ripple's path, but the flames oddly altered direction along the way just enough to strike the Manta Ray Bird Emperor. The Manta Ray Bird Emperor suddenly moved downward when the flame ripple approached it, dodging the flames once again. Even though Mo Fan's seal of order had given the flame ripple the ability to chase after its target, the Manta Ray Bird Emperor was only dodging the flames at close distance. It was impossible for the seal of order to manipulate the angle of the spell in time. Such quick reflexes! Mo Fan was startled. Mo Fan did not use the seal of order at first, hoping that the Manta Ray Bird Emperor might lower its guard. He had only used it on the second flame ripple to alter its angle out of nowhere, yet the Manta Ray Bird Emperor still managed to react in time to dodge it. Chapter 1832. Evil Star vs. Fiery Feathers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Evil Star started moving around unusually at a crazed pace, leaving afterimages behind as it did so. The afterimages of the Bird Emperor began to stack on top of one another gradually. From Mo Fan's view, it felt like a dozen of the creatures had stacked up around him when there was only one creature. The afterimages were merely a result of its unbelievable speed. Evil Star began to move horizontally after it was done moving vertically, producing the same afterimages. It left over a few hundred afterimages in the night sky in a brief moment. It felt like there was an army of Bird Emperors, all staring at the flame-shrouded Mo Fan with a cold look in their eyes. Mo Fan was slightly dazzled. He suddenly heard a cry, which meant there was only one evil star, while the rest were mere illusions. The illusionary bird emperors began diving at Mo-Fan in an orderly manner. It felt like a fleet of fighting jets was going to bombard the spot he was standing on. Mo-Fan thought the afterimages would not pose any threat to him. The Manta Ray Bird Emperor was simply trying to trick him. However, he realized how deadly each illusion actually was when he saw the illusion slicing through the trees they came into contact with. It was meaningless to dodge the attack considering its insane area, nor was Mo-Fan able to cast Blink in time. He had no choice but to clench his teeth and confront the illusions of the Bird Emperor with force. Fiery feather swords. Rings of flames erupted around Mo-Fan. The flames were spreading like feathers and proceeded to transform into burning swords. They formed a small circle around Mo-Fan at first, but each time the flames surged, more burning swords were added to the ranks. Mo-Fan pointed into the sky, aiming the burning swords in the direction from which the illusions of the Bird Emperor were approaching. The number of the burning swords clearly outmatched the number of the illusions, but each illusion contained a greater force than the swords. The burning swords collided with the illusions, like a bunch of burning meteorites crashing into an icy meteor shower. The impact of the spectacular collision shook the entire island. The light produced by the destruction lit up the dark island, illuminating the coconut trees scattered all over it, the valleys covered entirely in moss, and the Manta Ray evil birds that were flying back to regroup with the main army. The battle had obviously startled the Manta Ray evil birds out searching for invaders. They immediately flew toward the island at their highest speed. It was terrifying watching their dense figures and icy sapphire eyes approaching in such overwhelming numbers. Mo-Fan, I would pick up the pace a little if I were you. Otherwise, what I'm going to say will be my last words. Zhao Manyang shouted at him. Why do I feel like you said the same thing in Egypt? Your last words are as stinky and long as your usual nonsense. Mu Bai mocked him. I'm the kind of person with a strong awareness of potential threats to my life, so I've been living my days as if the apocalypse was going to happen at any second. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Manyang snarled. You're just scared of dying, Mu Bai scoffed. That's how preciously I'm king treating my life. I still have so much time left and so many beauties to taste. Zhao Manyang said righteously. Mo-Fan glanced down the mountain and saw the Manta Ray evil birds everywhere. Their speed was unbelievable. They were able to cover a few kilometers in the blink of an eye. It felt like they had the whole place surrounded. The numbers of the Manta Ray evil birds were even greater than they had thought. It felt like the island was running out of space for them after every Manta Ray evil bird on the island had woken up. Some among them had menacing auras and dark red skin like evil crimson-red moons. They indeed looked like a demon species that had descended upon the mundane world from an evil moon. Those creatures were obviously the greater featherless birds that Chen Shuro had mentioned. They had inherited the appearance of the Bird Emperor and its natural aggressive temperament. Their superior wings and tails would put anyone looking at them under great pressure, far exceeding the pressure from the Manta Ray evil birds. I'll leave them in your hands. Just buy me a little more time, Mo-Fan told the others. Mo-Fan ignored the Manta Ray evil birds that were approaching from every direction. He was fully focused on the Bird Emperor. Evil Star was staring at Mo-Fan. It too was grim and focused, as if it had rarely bumped into such a powerful human. A shadow suddenly descended from the sky like an icy hammer, heading straight at Evil Star's back without any sign. It sliced straight down, like it was going to cut the creature in half. It was a shadow Mo-Fan had summoned with the Fiendish Knight. He had used it to summon a rebelling shadow of the Bird Emperor to attack it. The Bird Emperor did not expect such a unique ability, since Mo-Fan had not produced any unusual energy beforehand. The Fiendish shadow landed its blow on the Manta Ray Bird Emperor accurately, leaving a long cut on its back. The cut had torn through its flesh and left some black goo on it. The Manta Ray Bird Emperor was injured, yet it did not show any sign of panic. It continued calmly observing its surroundings. A strange shadow was now slowly rising below its body. It did not have the shape of the Bird Emperor anymore. It turned into a pair of blades and stabbed at the creature's belly instead. The bird emperor finally noticed the shadow this time. It immediately spun in the air, exposing its belly under the moonlight while emitting a silver glow to drive the shadow away and resolve the danger. Mo Fan was not too bothered when the creature saw through his trick. The dark material was only good at ambushing its targets when they least expected it. He was satisfied after inflicting the wound on the creature's back. Chapter 1833. Shadow Cage. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The bird emperor lifted off higher into the sky. It quickly arrived directly above Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked up. He first thought the bird emperor looked like a cloud blocking his view of the sky, yet for some reason, the creature's figure kept growing in his vision, like it was about to cover the entire world. It felt like the creature was a god of the night who had just opened up his mantle. The darkness was slowly absorbing the night sky and soon spread over the entire area above Mo Fan. The bird emperor was somehow as enormous as the night sky, while Mo Fan was as tiny as a dust particle under the mantle of darkness. He was suddenly overwhelmed by fear. The starry night sky was looming right over Mo Fan as the creature began to fall. It was as terrifying as the sky collapsing onto him. Mo Fan had experienced all kinds of illusions. When he saw the bird emperor enlarging, he thought it was just a trick to put him under pressure, a visual illusion to trick the enemy's mind and render them defenseless. However, when the bird emperor dove at him, he suddenly lost his sight. A pain like he was being crushed flowed through his body, as if he had just been slammed into the ground. The feeling of suffocation and his bones being crushed felt so real. What kind of ability is this? Mo Fan was completely lost in darkness. He had lost his vision and his hearing. He was drowned in silence, while his body was being squeezed as if he was being forced to lie in a sturdy, cold, and narrow casket. Mo Fan began to panic a little. He was struggling to identify if he was experiencing an illusion or if he had actually fallen into the bird emperor's strange domain. He tried to unleash his magic and scream, but his efforts were in vain. He was like the lingering consciousness of a spirit who had died physically. Time gradually passed, but Mo Fan still could not find a way out. No matter how tough Mo Fan was mentally, no matter how much he believed everything was just a mere illusion, the torture, confined space, pressure, and the sense of emptiness were starting to get on his nerves. He felt like he was going to be driven mad soon. This cannot continue, there must be a way out. It must be some kind of a mental cage. I can't allow my consciousness to be locked inside this dark casket. Mo Fan did not give up. He knew his will was the key to overcoming any magic that was targeting his mind. It was similar to the Scorpion Lord Medusa's stony gaze that he had faced in the past. It had sealed his mind and corrupted his heart, putting him into a self-destruction mode. Mo Fan would not allow his mind to be trapped in a dead end. He was trying his best to recall everything that happened before he ended up here. He remembered the bird emperor was extending its wings like the mantle of the god of the night. The wings were so huge that even the mountains felt tiny. They loomed over the sea like a huge cloud, and when he looked up, his gaze was fixed on the irresistible figure. His vision soon failed as he fell into the darkness. There's no way it could grow so big, but why did the brilliance of the stars and the moon disappear when I looked up? Mo Fan did not stop thinking. Why did the light disappear in advance when the bird emperor's body was not big enough to cover the entire sky? Didn't that indicate the light was unable to pass through when it was using the ability? Shadow magic. It has the shadow element. Mo Fan finally realized the truth. The huge mantle of darkness was exactly the same as the NYX regime, trapping its target in complete darkness. The bird emperor was not necessarily targeting his mind. It was simply erasing the light that was shining on him by sealing him off within a wall of darkness. The dark sky had a slight hint of blue when it was viewed from its reflection on the surface of the sea. A black curtain was now surrounding Mo Fan like a triangular prism as the manta ray bird emperor hovered above him. The strange glow of the curtain was coming out of its body. It was bound to Mo Fan's soul. However, when Mo Fan realized it was made up of shadow magic, he found the weak spot on the wall. He was able to break down the wall of darkness trapping him by focusing on the weak spot. Mo Fan stepped through the crack. He was still covered in a layer of dark energy, which slowly dissipated. The faint glow of the stars and the icy moon shone upon him once again. The fires of his soul that were put out a moment ago erupted instantly as he regained his will to fight. I didn't expect it to be a shadow mage, too. Mo Fan glanced into the sky. He grinned as he saw the dark energy encapsulating the bird emperor. The creature was even more fitting to be his mount. The bird emperor uttered a cry like a dolphin. It was not the screech of a bird, but a cry that touched the soul. It was like a hint of grief from the voice of a singer. The bird emperor was successfully provoked. It felt like its pride was on the line. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to prove your worthiness to be my mount. Mo Fan was even prouder. He pointed at the bird emperor so it could feel how confident he was in his own strength. The manta ray bird emperor swung its tail to wave the chain binding it around. The bird emperor was facing the sky while its tail was pointed at the island. It let out another cry, like it was summoning the darkness from above. The cry which could touch anyone's soul echoed across the whole sky and the sea. The manta ray evil birds nearby were further enraged upon hearing that cry. They began to charge at the mountain recklessly, even if it meant crashing into the net of icy thorns which Mu Bai had set up. They wanted to assist their emperor, even if they were covered in wounds. What now? You're sending your men after me instead? What a letdown! Mo Fan said when he saw the bird emperor's reaction. Creatures of its level were able to understand human speech slightly, regardless of whether they had lived with humans before. The bird emperor's cry was still echoing in the sky. While Mo Fan thought it was summoning its people, something like a white piece of cloth started falling from the sky. Mo Fan took a closer look at it and realized it was a fierce wave falling from the clouds above. It was spectacular and stunning. Chapter 1834. Cloud-bursting waterfall. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan initially thought there was only a single wave pouring down at him. However, he soon witnessed an astonishing sight. The white wave was like a heavenly river falling rapidly from a cliff, yet it just kept coming until it had filled up half the sky. It felt like it was going to cover half the island. Mo Fan was smaller than even the tiniest tree on Dawn Island, not to mention the waves were pouring right down onto his location. He even gave up on the urge to run away. He could only watch the waves fall onto him with wide eyes. The force of the waves was comparable to a heavenly soldier slamming his fist on the ground. Mo Fan naively thought he could find a safe corner somewhere, but the whole forest was instantly devoured by the waves. Mo Fan's flames were put out once again. He barely moved away from the area where the waves were the strongest, but he was still dragged to the bottom of the mountain by the unstoppable waves. The waterfall lasted for quite some time. The water even filled the valleys nearby. The Domestication ranch was now thoroughly soaked in water. How insane is that creature? Is it trying to drown the whole island? Zhao Manyang had run a fair distance away. He watched the waves surge past him like an angry sea. Zhao Manyang also knew how to cast the spell Sky Waterfall, but his version of the spell was like a little sink tap compared to the Manta Ray Bird Emperor's Dam. He somehow believed Mo Fan's provocation had a greater chance to become his last words, compared to the chance of the words he previously uttered becoming his last words. Did anyone see Mo Fan? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. I think he was knocked to the bottom of the valley, Lingling said indifferently. Tell Miss Tangyu to retrieve his corpse from the valley. Let's leave this place while there's still time before it's morning, Zhao Manyang said. His life was already in great danger before he even found a single trace of a totem beast. Zhao Manyang realized he should not be so stubborn sometimes. It was just a chance to achieve the super level. He still had plenty of ways and opportunities if he failed here. There was no need to go all out with these unfriendly birds. You were the one who insisted on coming here, and you're the one asking to leave first? Where the hell is your integrity? Jiang Xiaoshu sneered disdainfully. Mo Fan is as tough as a cockroach. He's going to be fine, but I'm not sure if he can still fight the Bird Emperor after being swept away by the waves, Lingling said. I think we should give Evil Star another shock with the magic netting to weaken it. Otherwise, that young man won't have a chance to defeat it, Chen Shaw spoke up. But the Domestication Ranch, it's slowly surfacing from the water. Were the buildings 10 years ago so sturdy then? It did not collapse after being hit by such powerful water magic. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The Domestication Ranch was built on a slope. The buildings slowly resurfaced after the waves flowed into the valleys and lower ground. The devices in the buildings were well protected. Chen Shaw knew they were going to be fine. We should give the Manta Ray Bird Emperor another shock while Mu Bai and Miss Tang Yu are still able to hold their ground. Zhao Manyang said. Zhao Manyang, Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Chen Shaw returned to the Domestication Ranch. The waves were summoned with magic, so they had dissipated fairly quickly. They suddenly heard footsteps from the corridor when they were about to operate the devices. The footsteps were oddly clear, as if they were stepping on water. Jiang Xiaoshu glanced toward the corridor in alarm. Zhao Manyang was shocked too. Was it a ghost? Why would there be footsteps when the Domestication Ranch was abandoned 10 years ago? Tang Yu and Mu Bai were busy fending off the Manta Ray evil birds. He could still see the light of their spells flickering out there. There was no way they had come back to the building. Who's there? Jiang Xiaoshu asked coldly, her face alert. The footsteps approached. Several figures soon came into the room from the corridor. They were wearing different outfits, but they all had the same logo on them. The group was led by a bulky man. His eyes scanned the place, his face cold and stern, before saying, I'm the chief of Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union, Zhu Qi. As a matter of fact, Jiang Xiaoshu already knew who the people were before the man spoke, as she had recognized two of the people behind the man who claimed to be the chief. They were none other than Zhu Minute and Li Dong, while the others all had the logo of Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union on their outfits. It's the Enforcement Union. Great, we just happen to need your help. Chen Shaw was overjoyed. Chen Shaw thought he could no longer rely on Mo Fan to defeat the Bird Emperor, and the chief of the Enforcement Union was the perfect candidate to take over Mo Fan's role. As the highest authority in Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union, his strength was definitely on par with some of the councilmen. How bold of you! Dawn Island is clearly off limits. Will you be able to bear the consequences if you end up provoking those creatures to attack the nearby towns? Yu Qi harumphed coldly. He was extremely displeased by them. Well, we were trying to eliminate the threat. Chen Shaw was lost for words. Where's the vice chief? Yu Qi asked. She's on the mountain in the south. Is there anyone else apart from the people here? Yu Qi asked. Chief, I think there's another mage on the mountain in the north, too, Li Dong said. It must be the guy named Mo Fan, Zhu Minute said. Zhu Qi glanced at the mountain in the south, as if he was looking for Tang Yu. He blurted out a moment later, is it morning? Yes, the sun had risen, a senior enforcer said. We'll go and get Tang Yu, while the rest of you regroup with the guy in the north. As for you people, you will behave yourself and stay here. I hate people who bring me trouble the most. You've already done it once, but if there's a second time, I won't go easy on you, Zhu Qi said expressionlessly. Chapter 1835. Kamikaze Dive. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The chain of metallic gravel slowly descended. The Manta Ray Bird Emperor hovered above the valley. Water was still flowing down the mountain and surging into the lower areas fiercely, as if it was going to form a huge reservoir. A man in a light grey outfit was floating in the water. He looked no different from the broken wood that was drifting on the surface. He was facing down, while his bloated limbs were swaying along with the current. The Bird Emperor circled above the corpse a few times. It remained on alert for some time, and did not approach the water recklessly. The bird emperor opened its mouth and fired a water projectile at the back of the corpse. The corpse suddenly turned into a black mantle, which disappeared as the projectile struck it. The bird emperor immediately realized it was a decoy and quickly left the area. It's too late. Mo Fan's voice suddenly appeared. A man covered in dark lightning arcs launched himself from the wall nearby. He slammed into the bird emperor's back like a hammer imbued with wild lightning. A few dozen lightning bolts were bundled together before Mo Fan unleashed them with his stomp. It actually looked like a lightning hammer descending from the sky, smashing right into the manta ray bird emperor's back. The resulting wound was even bigger than the previous cut left by the rebelling shadow. The bird emperor cried out in pain. It struggled to resist the lightning magic whose damage had been amplified 12-fold. The lightning surged right into its body, making it feel as if its organs were going to explode at any second. The bird emperor struggled fiercely. It immediately dashed forward in a blur of light to stop the lightning hammer from hurting it, but Mo Fan was long prepared for that. He had finally tricked the manta ray bird emperor to a perfect altitude and distance for his counterattack. There was no way he would give the creature a chance to return to the sky. Space rhythm, gravity. The lightning covering Mo Fan did not dissipate. A silver hexagon established itself and encapsulated the manta ray bird emperor and Mo Fan, who was holding onto the creature's back. The manta ray bird emperor tried to fly away, but it felt like its body was held in place by some powerful magnet, like it was carrying over 100 tons of extra weight. It started falling down instead. However, the bird emperor's wings were surprisingly strong. It managed to recover and remain in the air even under the pressure from Mo Fan's space rhythm. It was slowly moving out of the space rhythm's area. Transforming rock, binding gravity. Mo Fan quickly cast another spell when he saw the bird emperor about to break free from the space rhythm. Space magic involved compressing an area to multiply the force of gravity. On the other hand, the earth magic modified the structure of the ground to manipulate gravity. Mo Fan used both spells on the same area. It basically added another huge mountain to the bird emperor's back. If the creature tried to hold back, the overwhelming force might even crush its bones. The two spells were extremely effective against an agile creature like the manta ray bird emperor. It was having trouble just beating its wings to remain flying, and was slowly being dragged to the ground. The bird emperor did not give up. It was moving toward the center of the valley where the water was accumulating at. Mo Fan was a little puzzled. The water in the valley was going to disappear eventually. It was unlikely that the bird emperor could turn the situation to its favor, even if it had the ability to control the water. The bird emperor suddenly withdrew its wings while Mo Fan was thinking. It had turned into a triangular sword diving straight to the bottom of the valley at a terrifying speed under the strong force of the two spells. Mo Fan's heart almost jumped out of his throat from shock. He was falling straight to the bottom of the valley with the bird emperor. What is it trying to do? Is it trying to take me down with itself? Mo Fan was astounded when he saw he was getting closer to the bottom of the valley. Was it forcing him to cancel his spells? Must it really be so resolute? Damn it, is it trying to see who's tougher? Go ahead and crash, then. We'll see who's still standing in the end. Mo Fan cursed. He decided to go all out with the arrogant manta ray bird emperor. Mo Fan would not miss out on the opportunity to subdue the manta ray bird emperor. Manipulating the gravity with two spells was the only way he could think of to defeat the manta ray bird emperor, so he had no intention of giving up on it. The manta ray bird emperor was diving like a meteorite. It was suicidal, especially when Mo Fan's spells had multiplied the force of gravity on it. The bird emperor dove into the water like a swordfish. The water was not too deep. The resistance of the water was nowhere enough to provide them with some buffering. The bird emperor continued to drag Mo Fan, who was holding on stubbornly, and plunged right at the bottom of the valley. I'm never going to let go, gulp gulp. Mo Fan's throat was filled with water after his shout. Mo Fan retained consciousness. He realized the bird emperor was serious with its decision, too. It did not bother slowing down even though it was about to crash into the bottom of the valley. Mo Fan did not withdraw his spells despite the Manta Ray Bird Emperor's reckless decision. However, just as Mo Fan thought the Bird Emperor was going to kill the both of them, it somehow dove into a cave at the bottom of the valley. Mo Fan was in complete darkness. He was very close to the walls, but the creature was still diving deeper into the cave, now filled with cold water. Mo Fan thought the Manta Ray Bird Emperor was going to crush both him and itself. He did not expect there to be a bottomless cave in the valley. The Manta Ray Bird Emperor was not trying to break free from the spells when it was moving around. It was aiming for the cave before diving straight into it. The cave was shockingly deep. Mo Fan initially thought the Bird Emperor's spell had merely filled the cave with water, but after the water became colder and cloudier, and he accidentally tasted a hint of saltiness from it, he realized the cave was filled with water from the sea instead of the waterfall. The valley was located at the center of the island, around 7 kilometers from the sea. However, Mo Fan noticed the space clearing up after they dived another 100 meters deeper. The vast place was filled with seawater instead. Chapter 1836. Breaking the Chain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The chain that had been swinging around loosely at the Domestication ranch suddenly tightened. It had only covered 100 meters when it was curled up, but it was over 400 meters long when it was straightened. It tore the trees and rocks along its path into pieces. Wood and rock splinters were fired to the sides. The chain was even producing a loud screech, like a metallic dragon who had suddenly lost its calm. What's going on? Li Dong and Zhu Minute witnessed the chain's unusual movement when they were going to the other side of the mountain to look for the person who was fending off the Manta Ray evil birds. Luckily, they had not stood too close to the chain. Otherwise, its force would have broken their legs easily. Not sure, it seems to be tied to something in the valley. Zhu Minute followed the chain and noticed one end of the chain was extending deep in the valley. Let's not worry about it for now. We should stick to the chief's orders, Li Dong said. Zhu Minute nodded. The two were just about to jump over the misbehaving chain when it suddenly cracked loudly. The chain had snapped in half somewhere between the mountain and the valley. Countless shards went flying and left holes peppering the mountain walls. Zhu Minute was very unlucky as the front of the chain suddenly swung in his direction after it snapped in half. The chain struck him like the tail of a snake, moving at the speed of lightning. Zhu Min's eyes widened. The chain dealt a ferocious blow to his chest and his stomach before he could react. He spun crazily in the air as he was sent flying. Zhu Minute slammed into a stone wall with a loud bang. His body almost sank into the stone. Li Dong's mind went blank as he remained frozen to the spot. He ran to Zhu Minute with a shocked expression when he finally collected his thoughts after some time. Blood splattered across the ground. Zhu Minute, whose body was now stuck in the rock, had completely lost consciousness. His entire chest had collapsed, as if it was no longer supported by his ribs. His body was badly bent out of shape. Fresh blood was pouring out of his eyes, nose, and ears. Li Dong could not believe how terrible Zhu Minute looked. Zhu Minute, wake up! Li Dong was terrified. Did Zhu Minute really die from the whiplashing chain? How was he supposed to explain his death to Chief Shu Qi? Your son was killed by a chain. I saw it with my own eyes. Li Dong believed he would also die if he told the chief about it. Li Dong felt his scalp going numb. A hint of anger rose within him when he looked at Zhu Min's miserable appearance again. Such a pampered son. Wasn't he an advanced mage? How could he possibly fail to dodge the chain? He would not have died so easily if he at least cast a basic spell or used some equipment to defend himself. Only mags who lacked practical experience would fail to react in time and die such a miserable death. The chain had broken. Its other end was dragged deep into the cave at the bottom of the valley by the Manta Ray Bird Emperor. It proceeded to sink to the bottom of the ocean. The 3 soul-grade flames were significantly weaker now that Mo Fan was surrounded by water. He was even having trouble maintaining his own body temperature. When the Bird Emperor was diving to the bottom of the ocean, Mo Fan was relieved when he recalled the Bird Emperor was bound by a chain. It would eventually reach its limit, but when he realized the chain had snapped in half, he could not help but feel like he was being dragged into hell instead. "Brother, you won, you're the winner, let me go now." Mo Fan was now extremely helpless. He initially wanted to subdue the Bird Emperor with his plan, but not only did he help the Bird Emperor break free from the chain that had tied it down for 20 years, it had even brought him to the bottom of the ocean. It was obvious that Dawn Island was different from the other islands with a solid bottom. Most islands were similar to a mountain, with half of their bodies immersed in water. The part above the water was referred to an island, but Dawn Island was different. There was only an irregular pillar under the water below it, like a house being supported by a single pillar at the edge of a cliff. The Bird Emperor was amphibious. The cave connected to the sea below the island was located close to the Sky Coconut Grove. However, the Manta Ray Bird Emperor's movement was restricted by the chain, so it could only reach a certain depth in the cave. However, it was now like a fish that had broken free from the hook of a fishing rod and jumped back into the water to enjoy its freedom. Mo Fan was a non-swimmer. He was not going to suffocate in the water, but his strength would greatly weaken if he was underwater for too long. Meanwhile, the Bird Emperor was as good at fighting in the water as it was in the sky. How was Mo Fan supposed to beat the Bird Emperor? Therefore, begging for mercy was the best option he had. It was merely a misunderstanding. It was a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Why am I smelling blood? Am I injured? Mo Fan suddenly noticed a strong smell of blood from the seawater while he was at a loss. He quickly checked his body, but did not notice any wounds apart from the one on his shoulder, and the internal injuries he had suffered from the impact of the ferocious wave. Mo Fan used the shadow element to look around carefully and realized the blood was from the Bird Emperor's belly. It was leaking like a huge bucket of red paint was being spilled into the water. "It's injured," Mo Fan murmured. Mo Fan did not dare let go of the Manta Ray Bird Emperor. If he did not stay on its back in its blind spot, the Manta Ray Bird Emperor could easily kill him in the water. He might still have a chance to return to safety by hanging onto its back. However, the Bird Emperor did not seem to have any strong intention to shake him off. Its speed began to slow down. It was slowly falling to the bottom of the sea now, like a leaf drifting in the wind. Its wild temperament, fierce aura, and vitality had dropped significantly. Mo Fan immediately used the shadow element to observe the other side of the creature as he realized something. Mo Fan gasped after the glance. He almost swallowed a mouthful of seawater because of it. He saw a terrifying wound under the creature. The Bird Emperor might look like a ray, but most of its organs were still located at the center of its body still. However, the skin and flesh under its belly were completely torn apart. The wound already reached its organs, from whence its blood kept pouring out. "The chain was hooked onto your organs," Mo Fan exclaimed. The creature was abusing Mo Fan's spells to increase its diving speed just to break free from the chain, but the chain was actually hooked to its body, its bones, and its organs. It was clearly suicidal. It explained why the Bird Emperor had lost its aggression ever since it had dove into the sea. It had basically risked its own life just to break free from the chain. Chapter 1837. The Twisted Succession. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Thick blood was continuously pouring out of the creature's body. A great chill was slowly infiltrating its body as it gradually sank to the seabed. Mo Fan felt terrible, like his heart was being filled with the disgusting seawater. In the end, he did win the battle. The Battle Emperor knew its action was going to tear apart its organs and bones, yet it did not hesitate in the slightest. It did not necessarily hold a strong grudge against the human who came to provoke it, but it did against the chain which had tied it down and prevented it from soaring freely in the vast sky and the sea. The chain was like the string of a kite or a fishing rod. It was a cage limiting it to a world of only 400 meters radius. Mo Fan began to regret his decision to manipulate gravity with his spells. It gave the Bird Emperor the chance to break free from the chain, at the cost of its own life. This fall to the seabed was most likely the final moment of its life. Mo Fan felt extremely terrible after seeing the blood squirting all over the place. He was not a healer. There was nothing he could do to stop the Bird Emperor's life from draining away. He could only fall to the seabed together with the Bird Emperor. He could already see the seabed, despite the darkness around him. The seabed was supposed to be covered in sand or irregular rocks, yet what Mo Fan saw was more like the remains of a kingdom of oceanic creatures. Mo Fan's vision was limited due to the darkness. If he had not noticed something that resembled the skeleton of a creature below him, he would simply have assumed the bottom consisted of weird-looking rocks. However, when he got closer to the seabed, he realized the remains were actually the insides of an enormous creature lying at the bottom of the sea. Its bones were enough to form a seabed, while its spine was the sea stack that was supporting the whole island. The spine below the island was covered in moss, so Mo Fan had first assumed it was a sea stack instead. However, his thoughts were all over the place after he realized the truth. What exactly was the creature? How the hell was it so big? It felt like it had come a time when the world was still beyond anyone's understanding. The Bird Emperor's dolphin-esque cry was a lot gentler and weaker now. Mo Fan only recovered from his astonishment after hearing the Bird Emperor's cry. Use these, I'm not sure if it will keep you alive, but it's better than nothing. Mo Fan quickly took out the sacred medicine which Xinxia had prepared for him. He poured them all into the Bird Emperor's mouth regardless of their effects, including those that were meant for external uses. The Bird Emperor's cold eyes were fixed on Mo Fan. They no longer had its hostility, nor did it have any intention to fight him. Instead, there was a hint of gratitude in its eyes. The battle had allowed it to break free from the chain. It had finally reached somewhere beyond the reach of the chain for once after 20 years. It could lie still among the bones of the ocean father. It had never felt so at peace. You were never a contracted beast, right? You have always been trapped on the island to be used as a test subject for their experiments. This is where you were born, so you want to sleep here forever. Mo Fan could not understand demon creatures, but those in the ruler level were intelligent to a certain degree. They could easily relay their thoughts through the looks in their eyes or their emotions. Chen Shaw had indeed been lying to them. That son of a B****ch was most likely one of the people who were in charge of the inhumane experiment. He had still not given up on his wild ambitions after so long. Stop talking and hold your breath. I'll bring you up top and ask Mubai to freeze you. I'll find a way to heal you, too, Mo Fan told the Bird Emperor. Oh, my bad, you weren't even talking. Anyway, don't give up on yourself so easily. The world is so big, there are still a lot of places you should check out on. Oh, don't you worry, I'm not young Yongxin. I'm not trying to brainwash you with the psychic element or anything, nor am I going to ask you to be my contracted beast. I'm a huge fan of democracy and freedom. Once I treat you, you can go wherever you want as long as you don't gather your army of manta ray evil birds and attack us humans. If you don't believe me, you can ask my little flame bell and apers. I've never forced them to do anything. They are willing to follow me around. Mo Fan panicked even more as he thought the Bird Emperor was going to die soon. He quickly decided to motivate it. However, a protesting voice sounded from the second contracted beast. Apers strongly disagreed with Mo Fan's statement by uttering bullshit. However, Apers was quite a distance away, so the protesting voice was pretty poor. Mo Fan could not hear her at all. He continued to comfort the Bird Emperor by guaranteeing that it would soon return to the blue sky and sea healthily. Mo Fan kept feeding the Bird Emperor medicine. As a matter of fact, Mo Fan wished he had the ability to summon someone globally. He would just summon Xinxia to him to save the Bird Emperor, but he did not have such an ability. He could only rely on the medicine. The medicines were strong, but their effects were too slow. The hourglass representing the creature's life only had a thin layer of sand left. Mo Fan heard noises in the surroundings. He looked around and saw sapphire light dots showing up in the darkness. They were approaching in huge numbers. Huge outlines of jagged wings soon appeared from the shadows. Look, your people have already woken up. They care so much about you, so you must keep on living for their sake. Mo Fan began, but shuddered when he sensed strong murderous intent surging in his direction. The bird emperor's feeble eyes glittered as it forced itself to gather its strength and stared at the manta ray evil birds cautiously. Mo Fan was stunned. He thought the army of manta ray evil birds had come to grieve at their emperor's death, yet there was not the slightest hint of sorrow among them. The creatures were staring at them greedily, as if they had been waiting so long for this day. Their greed was not directed at the human Mo Fan, but the bird emperor instead. Scum, you bunch of scum! Mo Fan was enraged. The bird emperor was already dying, yet these creatures were already planning to feast on it. The bird emperor would rather die than surrender to an enemy, but its offspring were hitting it when it was down. Even the worst species would rarely turn against their own kind. Taming, mass reproduction, this place. The bird emperor was such a lofty and unyielding creature, yet its offspring that were produced from the experiments were so ungrateful. The experiment was twisted from the first day. Even the noble lineage and spirit which the bird emperor had shown were twisted after being passed down. Chapter 1838. Battling against the birds in the sea. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The manta ray evil bird swam in a huge circle around Mo Fan and the bird emperor. They might be greedy, but they were extremely cautious, too. They made sure the bird emperor was indeed on its last breath. Their eyes suddenly emitted a corrupt light. Even their numb faces looked twisted and uglier. A manta ray evil bird began to make its move. The rest of the manta ray evil birds were obviously not going to miss out on the opportunity, either. In addition to them, Mo Fan noticed a huge number of featherless birds that were asleep previously gathering toward them, too. They were excited after picking up the smell of the bird emperor's blood. A manta ray evil bird that was leading the way let out an unpleasant cry. Its head resembled a swordfish, and was like a sharp weapon that could penetrate everything. It was gradually speeding itself up by releasing a stream from its back. The manta ray evil birds had perfectly straight bodies which minimized both air and water resistance when they were moving. They could also boost their speed significantly by propelling themselves underwater like a jet. A clearly visible long trail was left behind in the dark sea. Mo Fan happened to be waiting for a chance to vent his anger when the manta ray evil bird ambushed them. He threw a punch right at the manta ray evil bird's head. The flames were greatly weakened due to the environment, but still sprang at the manta ray evil bird. It knocked the manta ray evil bird away, while the flames burned the outer layer of its skin. The creature spun wildly and eventually stopped around 50 meters away. It lifted its head and glared at Mo Fan. Damn it, how is it still alive? Mo Fan cursed. It did not necessarily mean the manta ray evil bird was stronger than he thought. Under normal circumstances, even a commander-level creature would struggle against Mo Fan's fiery fist of 3 soul-grade flames. It was more than enough to kill a manta ray evil bird instantly, but Mo Fan was currently deep in the sea. The water resistance, pressure, and the lack of fire magic around him had greatly impacted the damage of his spells. Mo Fan preferred the fire element as his main weapon. Little Flame Bell could easily give him the control of a super mage over the fire magic. He could only rely on the fire element if he had to fight so many manta ray evil birds at a time. This isn't going to work. I must go back to land first. I'm going to die if I fight these things in the water. Mo Fan murmured. Mo Fan glanced at the bird emperor, which was now lying on the bones. He encapsulated the creature with his will. It slowly floated up under Mo Fan's control, covered in a silver light. Xinxia's medicine was working. The blood loss and damaged organs were barely under control, but the creature was no longer fit for battle. Mo Fan was already struggling to defend himself while fighting underwater, but he also had to escort a creature over 9 meters long with wings extended to safety from a depth of over 1,000 meters. It was clearly a tough job. However, Mo Fan did not want to abandon the bird emperor. He was extremely fond of the creature, similar to a kid who was infatuated with Gundam. He was extremely fortunate to have stumbled into a creature he was fond of. He would not allow it to die in such a humiliating way. "You scum, come at me. You idiots are going to rot first at the bottom of the sea." Mo Fan's eyes glittered. He rarely had such a determined and stern look on his face. The manta ray evil birds had no feelings for their emperor. They merely respected its strength and did not dare to provoke it. However, they would no longer have to stay on the island that was like a cage to them after killing the bird emperor. They could obtain greater strength by feasting on the bird emperor, and then they would be able to fly to other islands and conquer them. They would butcher everything in their way, reproduce, and proceed with their endless invasions. They had picked up the scent of humans to the west of the island many times. More manta ray evil birds arrived. The visibility underwater was very poor. To make things worse, the creatures could easily achieve the speed of a bullet without needing to build up speed. Mo Fan barely dodged them while using both Fleeing Shadow and Blink. The creatures were attacking at an unpleasantly high frequency. Dodging the attack of a manta ray evil bird did not necessarily mean he was safe, as the creatures would turn around immediately, despite being sent away by their momentum, and fire themselves at Mo Fan like bullets again. Mo Fan was starting to lose his mind after more than 100 manta ray evil birds were surrounding him. Mo Fan was unfamiliar with fighting underwater. He was unable to boost his speed in the water like a wind mage or a water mage. He would be left with countless holes by now if it weren't for his shadow element. The Nyx regime won't last for long too. What should I do now? Mo Fan's heart sank. The Nyx regime was not unbeatable, either. It would stop a nearby enemy at most. Mo Fan did not have a better plan in mind. The area covered by the Nyx regime slowly dissipated. A carnelian manta ray evil bird, obviously one of the greater featherless birds, was cunningly waiting less than 50 meters behind Mo Fan. A spiraling stream of water jetted out of its back. It suddenly dove toward Mo Fan after folding its wings. Rock barrier, rock shield. Mo Fan instinctively turned around and lifted his right arm like a shield before he even saw the danger. A faint golden-brown light flickered on his arm before dust particles gathered in front of it and formed a double-layered shield. Bang! The shield shattered into pieces right away like bubbles. Either way, Mo Fan's earth element was still too weak for a battle of this level, not to mention how lacking his defenses had always been. The rock shield merely weakened an enemy's attacks to a non-critical level, like a piece of red cloth used to distract a bull, giving Mo Fan a chance to dodge the attack. Fresh blood skirted out around Mo Fan. It spread rapidly like puddles, but soon thickened upon contacting the cold sea water. Mo Fan lowered his head and saw an amount of flesh around the size of a hand had been sliced off his thigh. The pain was shocking when the wound was soaked in the icy sea water. Chapter 1839. Fiendish Evil Spirit. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was covered in blood as thick as paint. He quickly treated his injuries and glanced in the direction the carnelian manta ray evil bird had gone. He formed a lightning orb in his left hand and tossed it at the creature. The lightning arcs emitted by the lightning orb spread over 10 meters into its surroundings. The lesser featherless birds died instantly when the lightning whips caught them. The carnelian manta ray evil bird which had injured Mo Fan noticed something terrifying catching up to it. It quickly sped up and swam about nimbly, trying to dodge the lightning. Mo Fan obviously would not let the creature escape so easily. The lightning orb was already enhanced with the Seal of Order. Mo Fan had left the same seal on the creature's back when it sliced off the flesh on his thigh. The lightning spell was sure to land on it, unless the creature was quick enough to alter its path in the shortest time possible, similar to the manta ray bird emperor. As Mo Fan thought, the lightning orb finally struck the carnelian manta ray evil bird on the head around 600 meters away. Even scarier lightning bolts flashed in the area. The lightning whips looked like an enraged monster from afar, its tentacles unleashing its wrath. It was swinging its electrifying tentacles around wildly. The lightning arcs produced by the explosion caught every single manta ray evil bird within 200 meters of it. The lightning discharges lasted for quite a while. Blurred figures sank to the seabed like dark rain. It was a huge number of lesser featherless birds and the manta ray evil birds, including the strong carnelian manta ray evil bird. Not a single one of them survived. The lightning element was even stronger underwater. Although there was a greater difficulty in controlling the spells underwater, lightning magic was just as deadly. It allowed Mo Fan to recover some of his lost ground. Mo Fan immediately swam a few hundred meters closer to the surface while the rest of the creatures were still dazzled by the deadly lightning. Previously, he had been surrounded by boundless darkness, but after swimming up for some time, he could faintly feel the warm sunlight from above. "Hang in there, we are almost at the surface," Mo Fan blurted out when he saw the bird emperor was about to close its eyes. The manta ray evil birds obviously knew Mo Fan was not good at fighting underwater. They waited for the lightning to dissipate before gathering above Mo Fan like crows. They extended their wings and manipulated the flow of the water together. The area above was pitch black, but the manta ray evil birds had distanced themselves from one another evenly, and were now stirring up the waves like a tornado. The waves soon formed a huge maelstrom. The creatures were now aware of how deadly Mo Fan's lightning was, so they did not engage Mo Fan directly. They were planning to trap Mo Fan and the bird emperor underwater forever by keeping them away from the surface. Mo Fan found himself in a pinch once again when facing the black maelstrom. He was being dragged back to the bottomless abyss after he finally had a chance to swim closer to the surface. Shadows dashed around and left a few cuts on his body without him noticing. The bird emperor too was also being cut by the creatures. They would eventually shred Mo Fan and the bird emperor into pieces by slowly closing in. The lesser featherless birds were moving around rapidly in the maelstrom. It was like an enormous flesh-grinding jar. "Damn it, if I could reach the surface, you would all die." Mo Fan was furious. Normally, Mo Fan was able to secure a foothold with his flames when he was fighting against huge numbers. He would then intimidate and destroy his enemy with the lightning element. Mo Fan was fearless every time he was up against countless demon creatures since the combination of his fire and lightning elements was just too destructive. However, he was struggling to fend off the manta ray evil birds with just the lightning element. Wisps of will. Mo Fan cast a space spell. His will quickly traced the lesser featherless birds and forced them to collide with one another. The maelstrom was soon filled with the carcasses of featherless birds. Even the remains of the manta ray evil birds which Mo Fan had killed previously with his lightning magic were dragged into the maelstrom too, generating a terrible smell. Shadow Fiend, Plaza of Death. Mo Fan finally found the right time to use his shadow magic after the dark material had thoroughly spread across the area. The shadow element was very effective deep in the water. Mo Fan had been spreading the fiendish night throughout the battle, waiting for the dark material to germinate. The sapphire manta ray evil birds and the lesser featherless birds were still manipulating the current. They were like water ghosts howling and dragging their prey to the bottom of the sea. However, a strong wave of darkness soon engulfed Mo Fan, his eyes gleaming coldly. As he gave the order, countless shadow fiends slowly rose from the featherless birds, like demons that had finally woken up after hiding in the creatures' bodies for a long time. The shadows lifted their weapons murderously. It was like every featherless bird was possessed by an evil spirit, which had come to sentence them to death. The evil spirits attached themselves to the creatures and lifted their axes high, waiting to behead their targets. The slashes took place at the exact same time. None of the shadow fiends missed their attempts. They were attached to the back of more than 300 featherless birds, who had all turned headless within 1 second. The undercurrents were still in disorder. Countless heads from the featherless birds were spinning around Mo Fan. Their blood was thick enough to form a blood-red sea dragon. The rest of the lesser featherless birds immediately fled for their lives when they saw the heads and the dead bodies. They dared not stay any longer in the cursed water. The evil spirits disappeared after fulfilling their duties. Mo Fan felt a lot better when the maelstrom finally dissipated. These fiendish evil spirits are unusually strong. Feng Julong didn't lie to me, Mo Fan murmured to himself. It was Mo Fan's first time using his new ability, Fiendish Evil Spirit. It was a shadow spell imbued with the curse element. Mo Fan tried out the spell for the first time after the dark material had spread across the place. To his surprise, the fiendish evil spirits simply attached themselves to the manta ray evil birds and sliced their heads off in an instant. He was delighted when their heads all fell off at the same time. The money he had spent was definitely worth it. Chapter 1840. Icecloud Crystal Realm. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan continued swimming toward the surface. He could finally see the sunlight again after the featherless birds forced him back down to the bottom of the sea. It was bright above the surface. It was obvious that dawn had arrived. Mo Fan finally reached the surface by keeping the featherless birds at bay with the murderous aura of his fiendish night. He was relieved to see light again. Tilda 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 tilda. The bird emperor had let out a faint cry. Mo Fan glanced at it and told it, "I'll get you ashore." Mo Fan helped the bird emperor out of the water and placed it on a soaked area covered in seaweed. The place was most likely a shoal, but the tide fell back in the morning and exposed the ground. They seemed to be at the seaward side of Dawn Island. The place had a lot of reefs and undercurrents nearby, so his team had never considered landing here. The waves were extremely fierce. Mo Fan could feel the ground shaking as the waves splashed on the reefs, even though it was still early in the morning. The sunlight brought new colors to the reefs and the shoal. The bird emperor was enjoying the heat from the sun too, as if it was taking an enjoyable nap and ignoring the shocking wound on its belly. It did not seem surprised after its descendants turned against it. The lesser featherless birds and the sapphire manta ray evil birds had no intention to spare Mo Fan's life so easily. It was like the creatures were suffering from amnesia. They were traumatized by Mo Fan's shadow magic just a moment ago, yet they began charging at him recklessly again, and surrounded the reefs and shoal in no time. The waves rolled fiercely as more featherless birds and manta ray evil birds burst out of the water. Some landed on the reefs like bats, quickly looking like bunches of black grapes. Their numbers were just so terrifying. Others were circling in the air like a pack of vultures who had found a battlefield with scattered dead bodies. They would either fly at a lower height or soar into the sky cautiously. They did not want to give anyone on the ground a single moment of peace. Some of them were leaping across the surface of water like schools of fish. They were able to hide and ambush their prey from the water, too. "You sons of B*******, Hes, you no longer have a chance now that I've come ashore. I'll kill every single one of you." Mo Fan shook the water off himself as flames spread rapidly under his feet. The familiar energy engulfed him. His confidence and unruliness grew together with the flames, even as the lesser featherless birds and the manta ray evil birds were approaching him. The 3 soul-grade flames erupted ferociously from Mo Fan's body. The fire magic formed a domain under Mo Fan's control, burning the featherless birds and manta ray evil birds within 150 meters from him with scorching heat. However, Mo Fan suddenly felt lightheaded as he was about to unleash his power. His vision darkened as he almost fell to the ground. Mo Fan staggered a few steps and quickly held onto a rock nearby. The flames he had accumulated had dissipated by half too. What just happened? Mo Fan was astounded. The situation had never occurred to him before. Mo Fan immediately looked at his thigh and noticed a strange blue color surfacing on his flesh. It had permeated into his arteries and veins. Damn it, I forgot these things are poisonous. Mo Fan realized. Zhao Manyang had also been in a feeble state not long after he was injured. He soon fell unconscious after that. Meanwhile, on top of the huge wound on Mo Fan's thigh, there were lots of other cuts and bruises on him too. He might have the demon flesh, but the poison would still affect him after reaching a certain level. The bird emperor noticed Mo Fan was poisoned. It let out a faint cry, telling Mo Fan not to waste his time on it. It was satisfied as long as it did not die while being chained. "I won't let a poison like this stop me. You better lie still. I'm going to save you, I already gave you my word." Mo Fan swore. The poison slowly spread in Mo Fan's body. He was unsure how much of the paralyzing poison had permeated into his body. The flames that faded away returned once again. Mo Fan was already preparing the sky flame funeral for the manta ray evil birds that were circling in the sky like vultures. Flames poured down from the sky like a rain and spread across the shoal, turning the place into a sea of flames. The waves struggled to put out the flames. The flames were meant to last for a little longer and spread over 300 meters away, but Mo Fan suddenly felt lightheaded once again. He fell to his knees after losing control of his legs. He almost went face down into the water. The flames were in complete disorder. Mo Fan was extremely annoyed by the dull shrieks of the manta ray evil birds. He had finally made it out of the water, yet he was going to lose to their disgusting poison. It explained why the manta ray evil birds were unwilling to come too close to him for some time. They were not intimidated, they were simply waiting for the poison to spread, so he would soon be like an animal injected with anesthesia, waiting to be slaughtered. The carnelian manta ray evil birds immediately knew what was going on when they saw Mo Fan losing his strength all of a sudden. The creatures were cunning hunters. They immediately gave the order after the flames on the shoal dissipated. The rest of the featherless birds that were waiting on the reefs, circling in the sky, and leaping on the surface of the sea began to charge at him. The army of manta ray evil birds soon formed a brown cloud rolling forward. Their ugly and greedy appearance had rid them of their former imperious bearing. They were more like a bunch of lowly bats now. They were all trying to be the first, yet they were purposely slowing down so they would not die in the front like cannon fodder. The bird emperor knew the creatures were after it. It slowly moved its body and struggled while moving toward the shoal. Mo Fan was having trouble moving his body due to the paralyzing effect of the poison. He had the option to flee into the woods with his fleeing shadow, but how could he possibly leave like that? He did not take half a step back during the intense battle. How could he possibly admit his defeat when he was up against these twisted creatures? Cry of the Woman of Snow, Icecloud Crystal Realm, came a loud voice from the top of the hill behind Mo Fan. He immediately sensed a powerful magic aura, strong enough to change the weather and make the sun dim. Chapter 1841. The Power of the Super-Level Ice Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan turned around to take a closer look at the man on the hill. A crystalline, silver-white color had begun to spread from the irregular terrain of the hill to the shoal through the woods. It was like the clouds in the sky had suddenly come down to the ground and the forest, rapidly covering it all in ice and forming a realm of crystals due to the extremely low temperature on the ground. The ice was spreading very quickly, similar to how sunlight could drive away the darkness. The Icecloud crystal realm was not changing the terrains, it was dominating it by establishing a kingdom of ice that did not exist initially, as if the god of snow or the goddess of ice had arrived. The army of manta ray evil birds was a tsunami of black clouds from the deep ocean, bringing darkness upon the area. In contrast, the Icecloud crystal realm was pure and sacred. The two forces collided with one another where Mo Fan and the bird emperor were, resulting in a massive conflict of the black and white. Mo Fan did not overthink the situation. He quickly used the shadow element to escort the heavily injured bird emperor out of the area. The person who had cast the powerful spell had obviously left Mo Fan an escape route. Mo Fan quickly fled toward the woods. The manta ray evil birds were making the same dull screeches. Those at the front turned into ice statues as soon as they touched the boundary of the Icecloud crystal realm. They kept moving forward from their momentum before falling onto the ground and shattering into pieces. The manta ray evil birds were wild and noisy, but it felt like they had stumbled into a quiet yet deadly drawing of snow when they entered the Icecloud crystal realm. The world in the drawing did not permit the existence of any noise, nor did it allow any creatures to fly freely within its boundaries. The Icecloud crystal realm continued to spread toward the army of manta ray evil birds. It continuously took their lives as they froze in the air before smashing into pieces scattered across the ground. A super-level ice spell. Mo Fan turned around when he reached the woods. He was dumbfounded when he saw the ice magic continuing to spread toward the sea, freezing and crushing the rows of lesser featherless birds. As expected of a super spell, it was much stronger than his fake super spells, especially in an environment like this. The destruction a super spell could bring was immeasurable. The army of manta ray evil birds thought they had forced Mofan and the Bird Emperor into a corner, so they were charging at them recklessly. As a result, the super ice spell had wiped them all out instead. Even low-level creatures were sensitive toward any potential danger most of the time. The energy produced when constructing a star palace to cast a super spell would cause space itself to vibrate. Therefore, most demon creatures would subconsciously back away and scatter across the area. A super spell would end up less effective than the predicted outcome. However, this outcome was totally different. The manta ray evil birds were too eager to taste the meat first, since there were so many of them. The Bird Emperor was nowhere big enough for them to take a bite each. Only those at the front would have a chance to eat its flesh and drink its blood, which was why Mofan felt like he was watching a tide of black clouds rolling in his direction. They had lost the chance to turn around when the Icecloud crystal realm came, especially when the manta ray evil birds at the back were constantly pushing ahead those in front. Some of the manta ray evil birds between the shoal and the sea tried to flee for their lives. They immediately turned around with their outstanding agility, but they ended up crashing into the manta ray evil birds behind them, who were still unaware of the situation. It resulted in a chain collision among the members of the flock. Many of the creatures actually died to their comrades' sharp foreheads and wings. Their bodies froze before they even reached the ground, and eventually smashed into pieces like brittle crystals. The Icecloud crystal realm had placed half the seaward shore into winter. A huge part of the sea had fallen victim to it, too. Mofan was astounded as everything came to a still. The man surrounded by the icy mist was still standing on the hill. The illusionary silhouette of the snow mistress had dissipated. Mofan followed the trail through the iced-over woods and carried the Bird Emperor to the top of the mountain. If you were a little late, you would have had to search for my remains among those birds' dung, Mofan panted heavily. Something went wrong. Mubai had a puzzled look when he saw the heavily injured Bird Emperor. I think I found the totem beast that old Zhao is after, but those manta ray evil birds are now revolting and acting outrageously. I've been poisoned too, so I was in a pinch there. Your super spell is quite impressive. It saved my life, Mofan complimented him. The same poison that Zhao Manyang suffered from. Mubai was well aware of Mofan's power. Even if he was struggling against the overwhelming numbers of the manta ray evil birds, he would not end up in such a miserable condition unless his strength was weakened because of the poison. Yeah, do you still have the antidote silkworm? Mofan could feel his head spinning. Drink this. Your poison is worse than the one Zhao Manyang suffered from. The fact that you're still conscious now just shows how tough your body is, Mubai said after inspecting Mofan's injuries. Why didn't you use the antidote before? Mofan's eyes widened. Mofan had already prepared himself to let the antidote silkworm dig into his wounds and suck the poison away. He would then head to the toilet to get rid of the silkworm. Little did he know, Mubai actually had a much simpler and more civilized way of curing the poison. It wasn't an emergency back then, so it was better to save the antidotes, Mubai said calmly, as if he did not feel guilty at all when Zhao Manyang was howling and shrieking in the toilet. Mofan was left speechless. The manta ray evil bird stopped pursuing them. Mubai's super spell had dealt a great blow to their ranks, and the creatures would have to regroup first. Mofan and Mubai used the delay in their attacks to hide the Bird Emperor in the mountain. Mubai managed to find a secluded spot. He was going to treat Mofan's injuries, but Mofan asked him to freeze the Bird Emperor's belly first. Mubai inspected the Bird Emperor and noticed the creature's life was indeed in danger. He quickly froze the ghastly wound. The Bird Emperor seemed to still be conscious. It glanced at Mofan through the transparent layer of ice around it. Hide in there for now, leave the rest to us, Mofan told the Bird Emperor. Luckily, it's a ruler-level creature. Any other creature's vitality wouldn't be so outstanding, Mubai noted. The creature's organs had been destroyed when its abdomen was torn open. It was a miracle that the creature had survived. Chapter 1842. Dirty, Strenuous Work. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Where are the others? Mo Fan asked. Something went wrong. Mu Bai went back to the topic he had mentioned before. Was that old soldier Chen Shuo responsible for it? Mo Fan asked grimly. No, not him, it was Chief Zhu Qi, of the Nanxue Mountain Enforcement Union. He brought his men here and placed old Zhao and the others under their control. Miss Tang Yu is in their hands too, Mu Bai said. Under their control? In their hands? Are you sure they are from the Nanxue Mountain Enforcement Union, instead of an organization like the Black Vatican? Mo Fan was confused. Not only did they come to the island with ease, they also knew about the secret passage from the emergency outpost to the domestication ranch that only Chen Shuo knew about. Who do you think was conducting the experiments here 10 years ago? Mu Bai said. The chief of Nanxue Mountain Enforcement Union is one of them. Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. More or less, or he wouldn't come here purposely and keep us on the island. I initially thought he was going to bring us back so we don't get ourselves in trouble, but Lingling saw through his intentions. I ran away as soon as I realized something wasn't right. I thought I could regroup with you first, so that we could save them together, but I don't think that's possible after seeing your condition, Mu Bai said. How bold is Zhu Qi? Is he really going to silence us by killing us on the island? Miss Tang Yu is the vice chief, I don't think he dares to harm her. Mo Fan swore. No matter how much of a local tyrant Zhu Qi was as the chief of the Nanxue Mountain Enforcement Union, he would not dare to do something so outrageous. I think he was going to place us into custody and release us after following procedures, but his son Zhu Minute has died in an accident. He's currently out of his mind. I'm worried he might bring us down with him. Mu Bai admitted. The Nanxue Mountain Enforcement Union would no longer be responsible after the incident was passed up to the higher level. It would also bury the past. Headquarters would send someone over to deal with the situation without putting the blame on him. Zhu Qi was planning to drag things on until his higher-ups decided to send super mags over to wipe out the island. The truth behind the incident would then sink with the island. To his surprise, Mo Fan and his crew had gone to Dawn Island with Tang Yu. The facilities on the island were well preserved. They could easily find out who the people who were managing the domestication ranch in the past were. Zhu Qi was obviously not going to let Tang Yu, Mo Fan, and the others bring that information back. How did that Zhu Minute die? Mo Fan asked. He was whipped to death by a breaking chain. Even though I'm sorry for his death, I really don't understand how an advanced mage could die like that, Mu Bai said. Mo Fan was left speechless. It seemed like he was somehow responsible for Zhu Min's death, too. However, it was definitely not his fault. These people had obviously come to trouble them. Mo Fan was not the kind to feel guilty over the death of someone insignificant. That being said, Zhu Qi was obviously going to hold him responsible for his son's death. It will take some time to cure your poison. They have moved everyone to the emergency outpost. We have to figure out a way to save them, Mu Bai said. How strong is that Zhu Qi? Mo Fan asked. Very strong. Miss Tang Yu didn't stand a chance against him, Mu Bai sighed. Normally, a vice chief was either someone with outstanding capabilities as a leader or a super mage, but an enforcer chief was definitely a super mage. If Tang Yu had lost so easily, it was unlikely Mo Fan and Mu Bai could defeat Zhu Qi with just the two of them. It's already morning. The featherless birds have claimed the sea around the island. They will have to wait until it's dark before they can leave the island the same way we came, Mo Fan said. Zhu Qi is a super ice mage too, Mu Bai agreed. We still have some time, then, Mo Fan said. The poison will be neutralized in about 2 hours, but your injuries? Are you sure you're going to be fine by nightfall? Mu Bai asked worriedly. Mo Fan had a lot of injuries on him. The loss of blood alone was enough to weaken him significantly. I can recover pretty quickly. Let's hope that Zhu Qi hasn't gone mad, Mo Fan stated. He did need some time to rest and prepare himself to face Zhu Qi, however. He won't do anything reckless before getting his hands on us, Mu Bai agreed. Zhu Qi would not dare to harm Tang Yu. Similarly, he would not have the guts to harm the others, considering their backgrounds, unless he could make sure that no one knew what he had done on the island. Therefore, Zhu Qi could either find Mo Fan and Mu Bai first, and then silence them all, or he could keep Tang Yu and the others under custody and drag the situation on until it was over. By then, even if Tang Yu, Mo Fan, and the others knew he was responsible for the mess at the island, there was nothing they could do to him. He could explain he was only placing Tang Yu into custody to prevent her from complicating matters. We need to lure Zhu Qi away and destroy the emergency outpost, exposing the people of the Ningxue Mountain Enforcement Union to the Manta Ray evil birds. We'll then be able to save the others amid the chaos, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, there are only two of us. How can we possibly handle so many things at once? Who's going to lure Zhu Qi away? Who's going to destroy the emergency outpost? Who then is going to escort the others to safety and protect them since their magic will be sealed away? Destroying the emergency outpost might expose the people of the Enforcement Union to the Manta Ray evil birds, but it will also place the others' lives in danger when they can't use their magic. Mu Bai said. He thought Mo Fan was going to come up with a flawless plan, yet it turned out to be so unreliable. Who told you there are only the two of us? Mo Fan raised his brows. Following his words, an alluring figure came into the cave. Apers? Mu Bai blurted out in surprise. How did it end up in such a mess? Apers grumbled. Suzu? Why didn't you protect them when they were taken away? Mo Fan snarled. I'm not good at fighting. Besides, I would just have ended up like them if I showed myself, Apers claimed. Fine, you always have a lot of excuses. Mu Bai will be luring Zhu Qi away. I'll destroy the emergency outpost while you protect the others and get rid of the seal on their minds. Mo Fan allocated the jobs. Both Mu Bai and Apers shook their heads. I'll destroy the emergency outpost and lure the enraged Manta Ray evil birds to it, Apers corrected him. I can protect them during the chaos, Mu Bai agreed. Mo Fan suddenly realized he had to do all the dirty and strenuous work for every team he was in. Did they forget he was already poisoned and injured? Chapter 1843. Young men have bad tempers. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Manta Ray evil birds were circling the building with the rhombus-shaped roof, like a plague of locusts. Most of them had come out from the water around the island. They had regrouped on the island after someone had invaded their territory. Not a single drop of water would trickle past them. Zhu Qi was obviously very familiar with the island. He knew which building to hide in at the emergency outpost that morning to keep the Manta Ray evil birds away. He had gathered everyone together in the building. Chief, there's actually a simpler way. We'll just use these girls as bait. We're not going to endanger their lives. We'll just make them suffer a little, like losing a limb or a leg. I bet the other two will show themselves, Li Dong suggested softly. Go ahead and kill us if you're so capable, or else it's going to mess up your career, Tang Yu harumphed coldly. She was clearly not afraid of Chief Zhu Qi. Kill you? I'm not a vicious criminal. I just want to do us good. Don't you forget, I have suffered the greatest loss here. Who's going to pay for my son's death? Tang Yu, I'm not going to waste my time with you. Call your two friends back, and I will swear on my soul that I'll bring you all back to safety. However, if you insist on telling everyone about it, I won't be showing any mercy. We'll both go down together. Chief Zhu Qi promised. Miss Tang Yu, I think the chief is being reasonable here. If we can just stay on good terms and avoid any unnecessary casualties, there's no need to be fussy about it. Let's each take a step back and settle the conflict between us. As for something like losing a limb, why should we act like savages when we are all civilized people? Let's sit down and discuss this peacefully, Zhao Manyang blurted out. Losing a limb? Zhao Manyang assumed Zhu Qi and his men would not dare to harm Tang Yu since she was one of the enforcement union too. As for Jiang Xiaoshu and Lingling, it was unlikely Zhu Qi's men would lay their hands on them for ethical reasons. Therefore, they were definitely going to punish him as a warning to Mo Fan and Mu Bai. Besides, Zhao Manyang knew even if they broke his legs or cut off his arms, Mo Fan and Mu Bai would not bother showing up. How could he not know what kind of people they were? Chief, things aren't that complicated, either. It was Zhu Min's fault that the accident happened to him. We shouldn't worsen the situation because of it. Mr. Nan already told us to settle the dispute peacefully if possible. A man with a hint of whiteness in his hair spoke up. The man was only in his 30s. He had been against Zhu Qi's plan from the very beginning. They could not afford to harm Tang Yu. If the Lingyan Enforcement Union learned Tang Yu was in trouble at the Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union, those old guys, including Tang Vong, were going to turn the Nanxi Mountain upside down, regardless of who was responsible for the incident. Besides, there were too many enforcers and senior enforcers here. It was impossible to make sure they would keep their lips sealed. Even the most loyal subordinate might look forward to overthrowing their superior, so they could take over their position. We'll wait here then. Zhu Qi's emotions were clearly unstable, mainly because of how horribly his son had died. He was struggling to handle the situation rationally. His son might have been a little dumb, but to die like that all of a sudden? How could he not lose his mind? Right, let's wait here. Once things are done on Mr. Nan's side, we'll be able to sort everything out. It's only a matter of a few days. Wu Jiao said. My son has died because of this. I hope Mr. Nan's arrangements can make up for it. Humph. Zhu Qi spat coldly. Don't worry, you've served Mr. Nan for so many years. He definitely has a nice vacant position for you. That's a juicy piece of meat. As for Zhu Minute, you can treat it as a belated punishment, considering what you all did back then, Wu Jiao replied. A senior enforcer quickly came up to Zhu Qi before Wu Jiao could finish his sentence. The senior enforcer said, Chief, someone who claims to be Mo Fan is outside. He says he will truly make you the last of your family line if you don't let his friends go. The anger that Zhu Qi had managed to suppress just a moment ago exploded instantly. He totally tossed the need to remain rational and withhold his anger until Mr. Nan was done with the election to the back of his mind. His thoughts were full of the images of his son's horrible death. His son would not have ended up in such a tragedy if these people had not come to stir up trouble in the first place. Wu Jiao wanted to warn Zhu Qi against this, but he knew nothing was going to change Zhu Qi's mind when he saw the twisted expression on the man's face. Zhao Manyan's expression was just as grim as Wu Jiao's expression. Wasn't Mo Fan F*** King pouring oil on the fire now? They could have settled the conflict peacefully. Zhu Qi was only trying to cover up some of the deeds he had done in the past. They could just pretend they did not see anything and follow Zhu Qi's instructions. The chief of the Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union had no reason to bring them all down with him. But now, Mo Fan had to bring up the topic and even promised the man he'd be the last of his family line. It was going to make him the last of the Zhao family instead. Keep an eye on them. The chief did not lose his mind. He knew there were two people missing. It was obvious the guy outside was trying to lure him away. Chief, calm down. Our goal is to help Mr. Nan win the election. We've been preparing for it for so long. We shouldn't complicate matters further because of this incident. We just need to make sure these people don't leave the island for 5 days, Wu Jiao blurted out. It was not your son who died. Step aside, I'm going to beat the kid half to death and let him beg for mercy at my feet. Chief Yu Qi snarled and strode away. Guys, please advise your friend to mind his temper. It's not like we are going to harm you. We will only keep you here for a few days. It's normal for someone in office to make a few mistakes. I can promise you on behalf of Councilman Nan that he will immediately deal with the island once he's successful in the election. Wu Jiao felt like bursting into tears. How did they stumble into people with such hot tempers? What had happened to the young men nowadays? Couldn't they be a little slicker and more sly? Humph! Councilman Nan, it's really him. He abandoned this island to protect his own reputation and career 20 years ago. Who's going to guarantee he won't do anything worse after he's elected a great councilman? Tang Yu harumphed coldly. She obviously had no intention of backing down. Chapter 1844. Last of the Family Line. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Miss Tang Yu is right. A man like him is unfit to be a councilman, and he's pursuing a higher position? If we just treat it like nothing happened, wouldn't we put a lot more places like Wangui Town in danger? Jiang Xiaoshu said. Luo Mian made mistakes over and over again in the past, throwing so many people in Hangzhou under the bus. There's no way we will turn a blind eye to this. Just go ahead and let Zhu Qi murder us. This island is pretty isolated. You can ask Zhu Qi to take down Mu Bai and Mo Fan and execute us all. Wouldn't it be simpler that way? No one is going to find out about the scandal ever, and it won't obstruct Councilman Nan's plan to win the election. Tang Yu proposed. Oh my, Miss Tang Yu, can't you calm down a little? There's still a chance to settle the conflict, but everything is done for if we're dead. Look at Lingling, she's so cute and young. We shouldn't bring her into this mess. We should be more lenient for her sake. Zhao Manyang quickly countered. He's right, he's absolutely right, things aren't that bad. Let's just treat this as a vacation and relax a little, Wu Jiao agreed swiftly. Speaking of which, does anyone hear a strange noise? Chen Shuo suddenly looked around cautiously. All I can hear is the annoying cries of the birds, Wu Jiao replied. Shouldn't the cries be on the outside? Why did it feel like there are echoes of them inside the building? Another senior enforcer asked. Everyone immediately fell silent and looked around them. The building was similar to a stadium. The corners where the light could not reach were in complete darkness. There were 8 paths to the hall they were in, some were walkways to other buildings, while others were corridors to the fields. Some of them crossed long distances, and even went up and down a hill along the way, but they were fully surrounded by a net of metallic gravel that prevented the manta ray evil birds from coming any closer. Rapid dull knocks could be heard coming from the 3rd and 7th corridors. Chen Shuo was familiar with the building. He quickly went over to turn on the switch for the lights. They had started the generator prior to coming into the building. Rows of incandescent lamps hanging on the ceiling lit up. Large groups of creatures had already filled up the corridors. They were pouring into the main hall like a tide of black muddy water. Countless bat-like creatures were running amok in the hall. Their eyes instantly fixed on the group of humans. How did they get in here? Chen Shuo was astounded. Chen Shuo had quickly switched sides after Zhu Qi and his men showed up. He had even gone to check on the emergency outpost's perimeter, making sure the manta ray evil birds had no chance of breaking through the net. He had even started the generator to provide the building with electricity so that the group could stay comfortably in it for the necessary 5 days, despite the lack of Wi-Fi. However, the manta ray evil birds had broken into the building before the first day was even over. Chen Shuo, you're just as useless as you were back then. Go and check on the rest of the corridors and make sure the place is secured before more of those creatures come in here. Wu Jiao snarled. I can't do it on my own. Chen Shuo said. You 3, go with him. Wu Jiao assigned 3 senior enforcers to follow Chen Shuo. The rest of the enforcers were using their magic to eliminate the manta ray evil birds that had broken into the hall. They had plenty of space to fight the creatures. However, Wu Jiao had specifically warned everyone not to use spells that were overly destructive, as they might destroy the whole building. The emergency outpost was sturdy and the buildings were mixed with the metallic gravel, but they were not necessarily indestructible. Brother Wu Jiao, you and your men might have trouble fending off so many of these creatures off. Quick, get rid of the seal for us and we'll lend you a hand. It's a good start for us to be on friendly terms, don't you think? Zhao Manyang spoke up. Wu Jiao glanced at Zhao Manyang with a "do you take me for an idiot" look. Keep an eye on them, make sure nothing happens to them, Wu Jiao told Li Dong. Of course I'm going to keep a good eye on them, but it's not my fault if the creatures overrun us and take someone away. Li Dong glanced at Lingling. It was obvious what he was implying. Li Dong, if you dare let that happen, even if you hide in your Dali clan, Mo Fan will still drag you out and burn you alive in front of your whole clan. Tang Yu declared coldly. Li Dong harumphed coldly, yet he did not respond to her words. He had heard of Mo Fan's name too. He was acting disdainfully on the surface, but he was actually quite scared on the inside. That Mo Fan was indeed capable of doing such a reckless thing. Even the Mu clan would not be able to protect him. Mo Fan doesn't even have to do it. Her grandfather is the old clergyman of the Holy Judgment Court. If he learns what happened to his granddaughter, he's going to feed the whole Dali clan to the creatures in the ocean, Jiang Xiaoshu said. Li Dong's back soon broke out in cold sweat upon hearing those words. No one except Zhao Shaoqian from the Dali clan could not afford to offend anyone in their group, considering their backgrounds. Therefore, they could not cross the line until they were able to silence them once and for all. It was the main reason why Wu Zhao kept advising Zhu Qi to remain calm even after he lost his son. "Sir, I think I saw someone coming into the building." It was the Ice Mage who was on the north of the mountain previously, a senior enforcer reported to Li Dong. "Humph, it must be Mu Bai. He's been getting a lot of attention recently." Li Dong snorted. Once Zhu Qi took care of Mo Fan and they got rid of Mu Bai, everything would be under their control. "What do you say?" Li Dong glanced at Wu Jiao. "Take him down at all costs. It's easier to control things when we are making the calls." Wu Jiao was a smart man. He knew the importance of taking down the rest of the group who were still on the loose. They would then be able to decide if they were going to settle it the gentle way or the rough way. Li Dong nodded. He did not like to be in a passive position, either. These people were untouchable because of their backgrounds, but if they did not behave themselves and push too much, they would have to use some extreme measures. Even a dog would jump over a wall when panicking. Hang on, these people were supposed to be the dogs instead. Chapter 1845. Evil Caning Imp translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The trees and shrubs scattered all over the place after the cloud-bursting waterfall poured down the mountain cascaded down the sides of it. Mo Fan sat with his legs crossed on top of a boulder and waited for Zhu Qi, like the Monkey King when he went to provoke a temple on a mountain. Chief Yu Qi raised his head. Anger burst out of his chest when he saw Mo Fan's attitude. His breathing intensified quickly. "Do you know how my son died?" Zhu Qi snarled right away. Despite Wu Jiao's advice, Chief Zhu Qi was unable to let go of his son's death. He had put in so much effort to raise his son Zhu Minute, but the young man had died just like that. He had nowhere to vent the feeling of unjust and frustrations in his heart. Mo Fan did not respond. Chief Yu Qi added in a cold voice, "Nothing would happen if you and your friends hadn't come here and caused so much trouble. If you are indeed filled with remorse, you will seal your spiritual strength away and give my son a few kowtows. After that, you just need to behave yourself and wait for another 5 days. I won't make things difficult for you and your friends." Mo Fan's mouth hung open for some time after listening to Zhu Qi's words. He was already an unreasonable man, yet Zhu Qi was even worse than him. Did he seriously ask him to give Zhu Minute kowtows? Kowtow my ass. Blaming gravity when you're struggling to take a poop, the saying is perfect for you. Please, if you knew your son was completely useless, like a little flower in a greenhouse, you shouldn't have brought him to such a dangerous place to do your shameful deeds. You're now blaming others after something happened to him, when you yourself failed to teach him proper skills. You're really something. Mo Fan exclaimed. The force of the chain when it snapped in half might be strong, but was unlikely to kill an advanced mage right on the spot. Even an intermediate mage with slightly better reflexes could prevent the chain from hitting their vulnerable parts. A person who died in such a petty manner was not worth calling himself an enforcer. Every enforcer was supposed to be prepared to face dangers that might threaten their lives. Did that Zhu Minute seriously pass the tests? It was obvious that Zhu Qi had abused his power to allow his son into the enforcement union. The young man was nothing but a bum. There were only so many branches of the enforcement union in their country, so the number of enforcers was limited. The enforcement union was supposed to pick the best mags from among the more talented graduates and hunters. The greater their roles, the more capable they would have to be. These honorable mags were able to handle all kinds of danger, yet Zhu Minute had died to a chain when it snapped in half. If Mo Fan was his father, he would be too ashamed to tell others. How humiliating would that be? And yet, this Zhu Qi still dared to put the blame on him? He even demanded Mo Fan give Zhu Minute kowtows? Even a righteous man had no obligation to bear the responsibilities for the young man's death, let alone an unreasonable, hot-tempered mage like Mo Fan. You knew why you came to the island in the first place. Dawn Island is a mess you left behind. If you are filled with remorse, let my friends go and turn yourself into the highest enforcement union and give Wangui Town its peace back. That way, I might consider attending Zhu Min's funeral and perhaps burn him an incense stick or something. Screw it, why the hells am I bothering to waste my time with you? You've committed so many dirty crimes. You deserve not to have anyone to pay you their last respects when you die. Mo Fan finally cursed. Mo Fan began to wonder if his temper had improved the older he was. If it was him a few years ago, he would have simply beat the crap out of anyone who dared to imprison his beloved Miss Tang Yu and Lingling. If he did not cripple this person, he would feel ashamed to tell others that people used to call him the Demon King. Humph, I have long heard that you are the kind to run amok by abusing the little reputation you've earned. It seems like there's no way you will take the initiative to drop to your knees and repent. I shall break your legs and make you stay beside my son's grave to keep watch over it. Zhu Qi's eyes flickery, his face vicious. Someone had to be responsible for Zhu Min's death. It was obviously Mo Fan, not the chain. If you keep being such a scum, I shall reserve the spirits of your whole family. I'll definitely bring my favorite disc and play it on loop. Mo Fan cursed him right back. There was no need to be reasonable with a man like Zhu Qi. It felt much better just to quarrel with him. Zhu Qi felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. Breaking Mo Fan's legs alone was no longer enough to calm his anger. You better remember your words when you are begging for mercy on your knees later. Zhu Qi began to emit a murderous aura. He was an ice mage, so a deadly aura of ice magic started forming under his feet. The star patterns instantly combined into an icy white star constellation. Every time it flickered, another star constellation would appear as the deadly ice magic spread even further. Zhu Qi was using a super spell right at the start of the fight. Mo Fan immediately recalled Mu Bai had just shown him the power of a super ice spell when he used it on the Manta Ray evil birds. Even though Mo Fan enjoyed quarreling with the man, he still cast Earthwave on the ground below his feet to prepare an escape route in advance. A strange burst of laughter, like the voice of a mischievous kid, suddenly came out of somewhere. Mo Fan thought Zhu Qi had summoned some kind of demon to ambush him without him knowing. He almost subconsciously cast Blink and ran away from the scene before he noticed an illusionary black mist floating out of his body and approaching Zhu Qi like a dark phantom. Zhu Qi was unaware of the mist. His super spell was completing itself at a quicker rate than Mu Bai's spell, but the black mist was quicker. The mischievous laughter was still echoing. A demon spirit with a horn on its forehead suddenly appeared from the mist. It was little like a kid around the age of 8. However, it was holding a huge whip covered in cursed runes in its hand. The little demon spirit laughed sinisterly as it flung the whip at Zhu Qi's back as he was about to complete his star palace. The huge whip was supposed to be used on monsters and demons. It easily covered a person's entire back. Zhu Qi did not react in time at all. The elegant star palace collapsed when the cursed whip struck him. The force sent him diving to the ground. He ended up eating a mouthful of mud and grass. Chapter 1846. Icestorm Meteor Hammer. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's eyes widened upon witnessing this scene. The evil caning spirit? Mo Fan initially thought Feng Julong was bluffing him when he mentioned the special ability derived from the combination of the curse and shadow elements. The man had claimed he could randomly summon a powerful imp which would constantly follow the enemy like a phantom and whip them at the worst times. The evil caning spirit had not appeared when Mo Fan was battling against the manta ray evil birds. Thousands of creatures had been hostile toward him, yet the evil caning spirit did not show up even once. What were the odds? Mo Fan had used the Shadow Fiend, Plaza of Death underwater. The Shadow Fiends that beheaded the manta ray evil birds were the upgraded version of the rebelling shadows. Mo Fan had to spread his dark material and expend soul remnants to summon them. They were not the real evil caning spirit, since Feng Julong had mentioned how powerful the evil caning spirit was. Mo Fan had spent a long time spreading the dark material, but the evil caning spirit never showed up. However, it had appeared when there was not even the slightest presence of the shadow element nearby. It actually showed up randomly, just as Feng Julong had claimed. Perhaps it was solely dependent on the evil caning spirit's mood. Mo Fan had to admit that he could feel the pain when the whip landed on Zhu Qi. Imagine being struck by a whip that was supposed to be used on monsters and demons. How insane! Zhu Qi climbed back to his feet. 2 long stalks were stuck in his nostrils. He suddenly looked rather comical, instead of his previous grim appearance. He touched his back and noticed a huge swathe of his skin had been torn apart. Not only did the skin dry out, his flesh had even started to rot. It looked like he had been hit by a whip on the same spot hundreds of times. Zhu Qi groaned angrily. He looked around him, searching for the evil caning spirit that had ambushed him. However, the evil caning spirit was a kind of phantom, and its primary element was the curse element. It immediately vanished into thin air with its distinctive laughter after successfully pulling the prank on the man. Zhu Qi could not track it down. What kind of magic was that? Zhu Qi snarled. It was impossible to defend against curse magic with other spells or equipment. Its power was similar to the process of digging a trap. If the user wanted the curse to come into effect right away, the trap would only inflict minor injuries on the target. However, if the user dug further and deeper before luring the target into the trap, the target of the curse would suffer worse injuries, or even die to it. The caning evil spirit was obviously the kind of curse that would come into effect instantly. It was unlikely that the curse could endanger the life of a super mage, unless it was constantly used on the same spot. Zhu Qi did not expect the curse magic, which had allowed the whip to land right on his back. However, it was far from taking his life. Zhu Qi did not expect Mo Fan to answer him. The truth was, Mo Fan was even more dumbfounded than Zhu Qi. It was his first time seeing the evil caning imp, too. It might be a little imp, but it was also the most adorable little angel in Mo Fan's eyes at that particular instant. The whip had come at such a perfect time, right when Zhu Qi was just about to complete his super spell. It had immediately relieved Mo Fan from enormous pressure. Mo Fan immediately pointed at the sky. Lightning soon descended fiercely from it, like demon claws. Zhu Qi fled ignominiously. He only summoned his magic armor at first, assuming it was enough to defend him from spells under the super level. To his surprise, Mo Fan's lightning tyrant was surprisingly imperious. The sky lightning claw easily tore through his defense, forcing him to retreat to the woods further away. He quickly used his light element to protect himself from the sky lightning claw. Mo Fan was extremely quick at casting his spells, since he did not have to construct a complicated star palace. His fiery sword, made from 3 soul-grade flames, followed as soon as the sky lightning claw ended. The woods around Zhu Qi turned into a sea of flames. He could see the outline of an imperious sword stuck firmly into the ground from afar. Damn it, I've given that kid the upper hand. Zhu Qi ran out of the sea of flames miserably. The armor of an unknown element he was wearing a moment ago had been completely destroyed. Zhu Qi had obviously heard of Mo Fan, but he assumed the young man was still incomparable to him, considering his own age. However, he was already in such a disadvantageous position after the first few rounds. Zhu Qi felt greatly humiliated. Is that all you got? Zhu Qi cast a light spell and formed a golden barrier in front of himself as Mo Fan summoned the fiery dragons from the Sea of Flames to chase after him. The fiery dragons were carrying enough force to raise a mountain to the ground. However, when they slammed into the golden barrier, they somehow turned into little sparkles instead. Mo Fan frowned when he saw one of his strongest fire spells fail to inflict any damage on Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi still had some tricks up in his sleeves as a super mage. Icestorm Meteor Hammer. The chief of the enforcement union reached his hands into the sky as thick chains of ice appeared in them. He held the chains firmly as he waved them around, an enormous meteor hammer beginning to form on the other end of the chains. The ice chains and the meteor hammers stirred up a terrifying storm as they were being swung around. Zhu Qi had a bulky body, so it seemed like he had transformed into an ice demon preparing to hunt its prey down in a most brutal way. The meteor hammers enlarged continuously. They went from a diameter of 50 meters to over 200 meters long. Zhu Qi moved closer to Mo Fan while waving the meteor hammers around. The storm that was invoked by the icy meteor hammers had almost reached Mo Fan. Mo Fan thought it was a clumsy spell, but the area covered by the Icestorm meteor hammer had extended to about 400 meters in radius. The meteor hammers were like a huge icebergs being swung around. It was unlikely he would be able to get back on his feet if the hammers hit him. Chapter 1847. Mo Fan Super Spell. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan continued to back away, but he noticed the ice storm meteor hammers kept extending further, like the spell was going to devour the entire mountain and island. Mo Fan had never seen such an unreasonable ice spell before. The ice storm meteor hammers were only inches away when he realized it was meaningless for him to keep backing away. He slid backward with the earth wave and moved a significant distance away with Blink. However, when he thought he was at a safe distance, he saw Zhu Qi stop spinning the meteor hammers and hurl them in his direction instead. The ice storm meteor hammers flew across the sky in a parabola. The ice storm meteor hammers were already as massive as icebergs, let alone the storm around them. Mo Fan simply had nowhere to hide. Mo Fan had just used Blink. It was too late to escape with the shadow element. The earth wave was too slow. Mo Fan could only watch the ice storm meteor hammers coming right at him. With a huge blast, the spiked meteor hammer smashed the spot where Mo Fan was standing, leaving a huge hole behind. The storm swept destructively across the area within 3 kilometers of the impact. Mo Fan was knocked flying by the meteor hammers, while being swept away by the howling storm. He quickly had several new injuries across his body. Mo Fan climbed to his feet from a pile of ice, displeased with the outcome, yet he had to admit Zhu Qi was stronger than he had imagined. He would find himself in a disadvantageous position if he took the chief, an elder of the magic court, head-on. It was not easy to fight an experienced super mage. Every spell from a super mage might inflict deadly injuries on Mo Fan, who did not really have much defense. It's not too late to beg for mercy still. Zhu Qi called out after he saw Mo Fan staggering, but he had no intention to cancel the spell he was channeling. The ice storm meteor hammers were not even his strongest spell. He was going to let Mo Fan taste the true fear of death soon. Demon Judgment Sword. Zhu Qi was extremely quick at constructing this star palace. He was able to cast the super light spell Adept despite its complicated procedures. Zhu Qi was covered in a sacred golden light. Mo Fan knew what the spell was as soon as he saw the light. It was the strongest single-target spell in the super level. Zhu Qi obviously did not want to give him any chance to beg for mercy. The strange laughter of a mischievous kid came out of nowhere once again. Mo Fan was overjoyed. He quickly glanced ahead and indeed saw an evil caning spirit floating behind Zhu Qi, raising a long cursed whip in the air. Zhu Qi's back was already too tragic to look at. When the whip landed on it again, the brilliant glow around Zhu Qi disappeared instantly. He fell forward to the ground as fresh dark blood squirted from his back. The evil canning spirit cheered joyfully after landing the blow. It vanished into thin air before Zhu Qi rose to his feet again. Zhu Qi was trembling. He hurled a few ice spears in the evil canning spirit's direction to kill the thing that had ambushed him twice. Damn it, what the hell's is that thing? Zhu Qi's face twisted in rage. Pain might have been a factor too. In addition to the immense pain, the blow had interrupted his super spell once again. Zhu Qi wondered if something was hiding in the shadows nearby to ambush him. It might be Mo Fan's summoned beast. However, he did not see a single thing when he looked around cautiously. Nice job. Mo Fan would not let go of the opportunity. The whip from the evil caning spirit had granted him the upper hand again. You're not the only one with super spells. Mo Fan snarled. Lightning punishment formation. Mo Fan constructed one lightning star constellation after another. The lightning magic constantly moved between the star constellations and connected the star constellations into a magnificent star palace. It basically turned Mo Fan into a lightning deity whose terrifying power did not belong to this world. The star palace flickered before vanishing into thin air. Mo Fan jumped into the air. He was now fully imbued with the wild aura of the lightning magic. He reached a height of more than 100 meters above Zhu Qi. Mo Fan was hovering in the air as the lightning arcs surged wildly around him. At the same time, 9 black lightning bolts descended around Mo Fan, together with a unique purple curtain between them. The 9 lightning bolts turned into 9 lightning halberds hanging between the sky and the ground. The seal of 9 laws. At Mo Fan's roar, the enormous lightning halberd slammed into the ground and trapped Zhu Qi in the center of them from 9 directions. The 9 lightning halberds unleashed formidable forking lightning arcs with an outstanding sealing power after connecting with the ground. They spread rapidly across the ground before filling up the sky with dense chains of lightning. They were also whipping at Zhu Qi, who was trapped inside the formation. The chief's eyes were filled with shock and fear. He did not expect Mo Fan to be a super mage. The super lightning spell was designed to be effective at trapping its target. Zhu Qi was still recovering from a painful blow when he was trapped in the formation. He was no longer thinking about how to defeat Mo Fan, but how he was going to survive the lightning punishment formation. The super lightning spell was capable of taking his life. The same golden barrier appeared around him, but it was not so effective this time. The lightning bursting out of the lightning halberds broke through the barrier in mere seconds. The chief of the enforcement union had no choice but to use his final magic equipment, which was supposed to be his last resort. He quickly balled up to reduce his surface area so the lightning would have a harder time landing on him. Zhu Qi was stuck in the formation. The lightning punishment formation was a destructive, trapping spell. Anyone who was trapped in it would get to enjoy its full package of deadly lightning strikes. The lightning magic could penetrate any defensive equipment easily. In other words, Zhu Qi still had to suffer deadly blows from the lightning strikes, even if he had his defensive equipment on. Chapter 1848. Save Your Bird First. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan remembered the first time he had marveled at a super spell. It was back at the West Lake in Hangzhou. Zhu Meng had greatly enlarged his super lightning spell with the help of the royal guards. The seal of 9 laws he had established on the lake had been enough to shake an entire city. The light of the 9 lightning halberds shone down upon the surface of the West Lake and the towering black totem snake that had been trapped in the formation. Now, he was using that very same spell. He was extremely pleased when he saw Zhu Qi struggling in pain within the seal of the 9 laws. This was the strength of a super spell. Even the chief of an enforcement union branch had to kneel before him. It felt like his magic was no longer the same from today forward. It was truly able to destroy everything. It was no longer tiny, its power could easily make a person feel minuscule. The enormous lightning formation lasted for a long time. Zhu Qi was in a very weak state after being tortured by lightning strikes, scorched completely black. He was currently on his knees, supporting himself with his trembling hands, trying to stop himself from falling to the ground. You piece of... Zhu Qi was both furious and humiliated. He totally believed his cultivation was stronger than the younger mage. He could easily crush the younger man with a single super spell. However, he had lost to some weird spell. Every time he was about to cast a super spell, he would be whipped on the back, leaving him in immense pain. Otherwise, he would have long defeated the arrogant younger man. Zhu Qi was not willing to admit his defeat. He could tell that Mo Fan had only learned the super spell recently. He was not even that adept with the spell, but it was a typical battle between super mags. Had Zhu Qi cast the Demon Judgment Sword successfully, the outcome would have been the opposite. Didn't you want to know what power I used to interrupt your super spells? Mo Fan approached Zhu Qi and glanced down at the man, who looked like a dying old dog. Zhu Qi lifted his head. His eyes were brimming with anger. Before Mo Fan could answer, the cursed whip struck Zhu Qi in the same spot once again. Zhu Qi acted like he was never going to surrender, but his face contorted in pain as soon as the whip landed on his back. At the same time, the shocks from the lightning magic were still torturing him on the inside. He was rolling on the ground as the two kinds of pain stacked up. Don't worry, it seems like my evil caning spirit is pretty fond of you. I believe it will slowly entertain you with all kinds of tricks, Mo Fan observed. The rest of the enforcers were no threat after Zhu Qi was taken care of. The enforcers did not want to fall out with Tang Yu, either. They completely lost their will to fight when they saw Mo Fan return with their helpless chief. Mo Fan, did you do something crazy again? Zhao Manyang gasped. Shut up if you can't speak properly, Mo Fan snapped. Tang Yu was overjoyed when she saw Mo Fan. Both Mu Bai and Mo Fan were her former students. They were absolute beginners back in Bo City, but they had become super mags now. Mo Fan's strength was even crazier. Even Zhu Qi had lost to him. The Nanxi Mountain Enforcement Union might be slacking a lot, yet there was no doubt about its chief's strength. It was quite ridiculous that Mo Fan had managed to defeat Zhu Qi on his own. I thought you were only going to lure him away. Mu Bai glanced at the chief, who was in a pitiful state. I was going to do that, but he's an unlucky man, Mo Fan smiled. As a matter of fact, if it weren't for those crucial whips from the evil caning spirit, Mo Fan would not have stood a chance against Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi was using his super spells right from the beginning of the fight. Meanwhile, Mo Fan had just set foot into the super level. He was already performing outside his own expectations when he managed to construct a star palace successfully. If he was asked to cast the super spell again, the star palace might collapse right away. Whether it was luck or overperformance, Mo Fan was finally able to take on a super mage. That being said, it would be even more perfect if he could actually control the evil caning spirit. Even a super mage had failed to defend himself from the powerful curse magic. By the way, old Zhao, the thing you are looking for is underwater, Mo Fan informed him. Are you sure? Zhao Manyan's eyes glittered. But it's a bit old. I'm not sure if it's going to be of any help to you, Mo Fan added. The huge corpse at the bottom of the sea had already turned into the seabed that was supporting the whole island. Mo Fan was still amazed as he recalled the sight. He believed only the ancient mystical totem beasts could grow to a size like that. Mo Fan did not discover a totem seal among the remains. It would take him a lot of time to look for one underwater. Besides, Mo Fan could not keep spoon-feeding Zhao Manyang, either. He had not even done anything useful. He should be looking for the totem seal himself. We'll wait until it's dark and let Mu Bai lower the temperature of the water. We can then leave this island, Tang Yu said. I'm afraid I can't wait that long, Mo Fan blurted out. He still had no idea how long Evil Star could hang on for, even though Mu Bai had frozen its injuries. Mo Fan was worried that it could not make it. Either way, we still have to wait until it's dark. How are we supposed to fend off so many featherless birds while guarding the water? Jiang Xiaoshu said. I have no other choice, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, are you seriously considering breaking through with force? I'm telling you, the number of featherless birds underwater is many times the number of featherless birds on this island. Besides, you have nowhere to stand in the ocean. It will hinder your strength. You are going to get yourself killed too, Zhao Manyang said. There's no time to wait. I'm saving this bird, Mo Fan stated firmly. Mo Fan was well aware of the Bird Emperor's condition. Every minute they wasted was bringing the Bird Emperor a step closer to death. Damn it, can you at least figure out a plan instead of blindly rushing ahead? How about this, Mu Bai will make a floating ice platform while I handle the defense underwater. Miss Tang Yu will handle the creatures coming from the sky while Mu Bai looks out for our rear. You will focus on clearing a path for us with brute force, Zhao Manyang said. I can do it myself. It's safer if the rest of you wait until it's dark, Mo Fan said. Nonsense, just do as I say. You're leaving the totem beast behind. We'll save your bird first. Didn't you say it's already a corpse? Are you telling me it's going to run away? Chapter 1849. Tip of the Iceberg. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Manta Ray evil birds were not as aggressive when the group started working their way back. The group also had the enforcers with them, who worked hard to fend off the Manta Ray evil bird since they did not want to die to the birds either. As long as a destructive mage like Mo Fan had a safe environment to use his magic, the Manta Ray evil birds, be they in the sky and in the ocean, were going to taste what real destruction was. A large number of Manta Ray evil birds ended up turning into soul remnants and soul essences before flying into Mo Fan's pendant. The Manta Ray evil bird stopped chasing them as the group was approaching the shore. Mo Fan felt a lot more comfortable after setting his feet on land. He still did not have enough when he saw the Manta Ray evil birds retreating. He ended up firing a fiery dragon at the Manta Ray evil birds, burning them into ashes under the clouds and providing the fish in the water with more nutrients. I think I know why the number of the Manta Ray evil birds has risen so much all of a sudden, Lingling said, looking at the burning red sky. An enclosed island with a superb environment without any natural foes. I can easily give birth to a whole nest of kids if you let me stay on the island with a group of women, Zhao Manyang said shamelessly. Let's save the bird first. We'll discuss it later, Mo Fan said. You didn't sign a contract with the Bird Emperor, meaning it's still untamed. Are you sure there's someone willing to treat its injuries? Jiang Xiaoshu said. The Bird Emperor was a demon creature. No one would allow Mo Fan to bring it into their city. Take it to Fanshui Mountain. Yushisha's there, her moth might be able to do something. I think I saw her helping a member of Fanshui Mountain treat a summoned beast, Mu Bai put forth. Her moths can heal an injured creature? How come no one mentioned that before? Mo Fan was puzzled. I think he's referring to the moon moth phoenix, Lingling said. Yeah, that's right. Mo Fan slapped himself on the head. The mountain to the west of Fanshui Mountain was off limits, having become the territory of Yushisha's moths. The place was a certain distance away from Fanshui City, and it was rare for anyone to visit it. It felt like the mountain had become quite magical ever since the little moon moth phoenix had started staying there. The mountain had a mystical vibe when the people from Fanshui City observed it at night. In the past, Mo Fan had treated the mountain as an experimental ground for his fire magic. He had even fought Houndman and his dreadful curse Cerberus on it. It used to be barren and infertile, but it was now covered in trees and flowers, like a utopia. Well, Vice Chief Tang, why don't I give Brother Mo Fan a ride with my summoned beast since we are running short on time? Li Dong said fawningly. You're AF *** king opportunist. Mo Fan snapped. It's called adapting to circumstances. I didn't know Chief Shu Qi was that kind of a person before, Li Dong said. His nose and face were swollen right now. Mu Bai had even knocked a few of his teeth out. He was as ugly as a monster when he smiled. Fine, that will do, Tang Yu agreed coolly. Tang Yu, Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Mu Bai did not leave Wangui town right away. Mu Bai knew Zhao Manyang was preoccupied with the totem beast under the island. He volunteered, why don't we go to the island at night? Is it enough with just the two of us? Zhao Manyang had to ask. We're not picking a fight with them. I'll put them to sleep while you look for the totem seal, Mu Bai said. That's reasonable. Mu Bai, I didn't know you are such a reliable friend. I swear I will never call you green tea man again. I won't even drink green tea for the rest of my life. Zhao Manyang promised. Mu Bai twisted his lips. He did not really care if they were calling him by his nickname. Besides, he could easily get his revenge if he wanted. Both Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan would be injured or be poisoned eventually. Are you two fine on your own? Should we wait for Mo Fan to come back instead? Tang Yu was still a little worried. The two immediately shook their heads. It's more convenient with just the two of us if we are only looking for something in the sea. It's actually a burden to bring a non-swimmer like Mo Fan with us. You're right. When night came, Mu Bai and Zhao Manyang began to make their moves. Zhao Manyang did not feel tired at all. He was a lot bolder now, perhaps because finding the totem beast would decide if he could become a super mage or not. That night, Tang Yu told the Lingdian Enforcement Union about the mess that Zhu Qi and Councilman Nan had left on the island. She was having trouble falling asleep, unsurprisingly. It was actually quite common for some people to have difficulty falling asleep when they were worn out by fatigue, or perhaps when their minds were still preoccupied with something. Tang Yu heard Jiang Xiaoshu and Lingling's voices coming from the balcony. She went up to them. Why are you two still awake? Tang Yu asked them. Sister Tang Yu, you came just in time. I've done my experiment on the poisonous creature you mentioned. I also came up with a better way to get rid of the manta ray evil birds, Lingling said. Poisonous creature? Tang Yu was puzzled. The poisonous creature you were trying to catch in the first place. Didn't you say a lot of townsfolk were poisoned? I asked Sister Jiang to help me find it on the island, Lingling said. Tang Yu slapped herself on the head. How did she forget such an important matter? Luckily, you still remembered it. Otherwise, we'd have to go to Dawn Island again, Tang Yu said. Things had gotten a little out of control after they went to the island. Yu Qi had also shown up and interfered with their work. Tang Yu had completely forgotten she was supposed to look for the poisonous creature on Dawn Island. Sister Tang Yu, the poisonous creatures are called the stinky mayflies. They normally feed on the feces of other creatures in the sea, which precipitate on the seabed. They also happen to be the best source of nutrients for the manta ray evil birds. They are like a kind of natural food for the manta ray evil birds, Lingling said. Such disgusting creatures, Jiang Xiaoshu said, her lips twisting. But why were there so many stinky mayflies around Dawn Island all of a sudden? Where did those things come from? Tang Yu asked. They usually feed on the feces of sea creatures, especially the waste of creatures like shellfish and salamander demons, Lingling said. Tang Yu was stunned after hearing the words. She stared at Lingling in the eyes for some time before saying, You're saying that? Yes, the stinky mayflies are a result of the calamity of the cloud of white demons. Lingling said. The white demons cloud referred to the floating white mass that was visible even at a great distance. The nation-sized school of countless salamander demons was slowly moving toward the shorelines of many countries. So the feces of the white demons cloud has caused the stinky mayflies to multiply, and the manta ray evil birds were feeding on them. Jiang Xiaoshu exclaimed in disbelief. The feces of sea monsters are the primary food source for plankton, and those organisms are the food supply of many sea monsters. The threat of the manta ray evil birds might only be the tip of the iceberg for the entire Pacific Ocean. Chapter 1850. The Greatest Threat. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. People had only heard rumors about how disastrous the calamity of the white demon's cloud was going to be after it was first spotted. However, most people only panicked and felt uneasy at the beginning. As long as the disaster had yet to befall them, they would eventually forget it after a few days or months. However, the calamity of the white demon's cloud was not just mere rumors. It was only a matter of time until it came to them. It was going to fall upon every city, and every person in them, like the apocalypse. When Lingling discovered the truth behind the overpopulation of the manta ray evil birds, that it was just an unexpected occurrence due to the waste produced by the sea monsters, they could not help but feel uneasy about the situation. Tang Yu could not help but wonder if the headquarter cities could actually hold their ground when the white demon's cloud passed the center of the Pacific Ocean and arrived along China's shoreline. What would eastern China be like by then? Lingling, what's the solution you mentioned? Jiang Xiaoshu asked after she recalled something. If the manta ray evil birds feed on the stinky mayflies, things are a lot simpler. The stinky mayflies have a paralyzing poison in them, which is why the manta ray evil birds' attacks were poisonous. We can spray some kind of anesthetic across the sea so it will enter the stinky mayflies' poison glands. It will slowly paralyze the manta ray evil birds when they feed on the stinky mayflies. It will be very easy for us to eliminate them, Lingling said. It's not wise to poison the seawater. It might affect other areas along the coast, Tang Yu said. Don't worry, Sister Tang Yu. There's a kind of anesthetic seaweed which the stinky mayflies love most. It will prevent the drug from spreading across the sea and the coasts, Lingling said. That's brilliant. Tang Yue's eyes glittered. If they were feeding the stinky mayflies with the seaweed, it was not going to pollute the ocean. It might be the perfect solution if they could actually drug the manta ray evil birds as Lingling had suggested. Lingling, are you sure the manta ray evil birds will be paralyzed after eating the seaweed? I heard that some mature demon creatures have a certain resistance toward poison and paralyzing effects, Jiang Xiaoshu spoke up. Creatures with an outstanding pace of growth and reproduction are different because they are able to intake nutrients quicker than other species. However, it also means they aren't good at filtering out harmful substances. They can't even filter out the substances that we humans normally filter out, let alone harmful ones. They just absorb everything into their bodies and use them as nutrients to strengthen their muscles and bones. Therefore, these creatures usually had a significantly shorter lifespan than other species, Lingling explained. All creatures had to obey the laws of nature. The manta ray evil birds were not a natural breed. They were genetically flawed creatures, so they had certain shortcomings. They might be able to deal a lot of damage in a short period of time, but they could go extinct in a short period too. Lingling had conducted experiments on the salamander demons. She had noticed the salamander demons had the same problem. Her plan to drug the manta ray evil birds by using the stinky mayflies as bait would most likely not work on other higher-level species. Even though their stomachs would not filter out the poison completely, their outstanding digestive systems would still screen out most of the poison, so the effects would be less than ideal. This was also the reason why poison mags were not so well received in the market, and why not many people were willing to awaken the poison element on purpose. However, the plan was perfect against the manta ray evil birds. It would most likely wipe out the manta ray evil birds because of their inherent flaws. If that's the case, I'll ask people to collect the anesthetic seaweed you mentioned, Tang Yu agreed. Sister Tang Yu, I've already asked Mu Bai to take care of it. He's a plant and poison mage. I asked him to scatter the spores, they will fully cover the seabed in less than 4 days. We just need to wait patiently for the result, Lingling smiled, revealing her dimples. Lingling, thank you so much. Tang Yu gathered the girl in her arms and kissed her on the face. I was wondering why Mo Fan liked to bring you around always. I thought he had some kind of weird fetish, but it proves that bringing you along can really solve a lot of problems. Jiang Xiaoshu complimented her. Even though the outcome was still unknown, Jiang Xiaoshu believed Lingling's plan was on point. Creatures that were genetically modified had to have some kind of flaws. The manta ray evil birds were the product of an experiment. They must have abused some tricks to reproduce so quickly, which indicated they had some kind of critical flaw. They would not have a problem taking out the creatures once they figured out those flaws. Lingling, are the demon creatures that make up the white demon's cloud the same? Does that mean we can defeat them if we can figure out their weaknesses? Tang Yu asked as she thought of something. She subconsciously glanced in the direction of the ocean. I can't say for sure. The sea occupies about 70% of the world. The land is more like a level plain, since most humans and demon creatures resided at the same level, regardless of altitude. But the sea has different layers between the surface and the seabed, which leads to different species. The sea is rich in resources too, so it's possible that the white demon's cloud is just a normal phenomenon. Let's hope the creatures actually have some kind of deformity, and their unstoppable advance is just a facade. Otherwise, they will seriously devour everything once they cross the Pacific Ocean and reach our coasts, Lingling said. Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoshu were stunned after hearing Lingling's explanation. They had never considered the question seriously. Did the sea only occupy 70% of the world? The sea was further split into layers. The surface layer had its own species, a depth of 100 meters had other species, not to mention those below the depth of 100 meters who lived at the bottom of the sea, the deep sea, or in the ravines. An area of a meter square was one thing, but an area of a cubic meter was different since depth was taken into consideration too. The monsters of the sea had always been the greatest threat to mankind. However, humans had simply ignored them because they were so busy fighting the demon creatures on land.